to the attention of the board. We had a work session agenda item from this morning, A1. We will be bringing A1 here to you at the conclusion of the land use issues right before we before we break to do the Vision 2050. So it'll be at the end of the general agenda items. And so with that, we're going to move to open the public hearings regarding the first item this afternoon, which is A1. And we'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hull is going to come forward, the Environmental Programs Administrator, who will be framing that item. With that, Mr. Hull, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'm presenting Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permits, request SADF 2501003 for applicants Cristiana de Albuquerque Ferraz and Marco Antonio Ferraz Jr. Here's a location map. The property is located at 5030 Down Point Lane on the southwestern shoreline of Lake Down. Here is the aerial photo of the subject property outlined in blue. And here are some photos of the property in the current condition. There are remnants of an existing unpermitted wooden seawall located along the shoreline. EPD was unable to determine if the seawall predates the adoption of Chapter 33, Article 4. However, it was installed approximately 20 years ago by previous owners. Here is a site plan. The applicants are proposing to install 118 feet of replacement vinyl seawall directly in front of the remaining wooden seawall. They'll have 8-foot returns on both ends. The neighboring properties do not have seawalls. However, there are other seawalls present on Lake Down. Based on prior board direction, native plantings and riprap are normally required for new and replacement seawalls. Therefore, the applicants are proposing to install both riprap and plantings in front of the wall. Here's a cross-section of the seawall. And our considerations. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and EPD received no objections to the request. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit SADF 2501003 for Cristiana de Albuquerque Ferraz and Marco Antonio Ferraz Jr., subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? She's going to generally waive for now. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have one speaker for this item.
Okay.
All right. Our speaker is going to be David Tanner. David Tanner. If you could approach the podium. When you do, begin with your name and address for the record, and then your time will begin.
Yes, hi, David Tanner, 2838 Rouse Road. I'm not in opposition to that. I came to speak in opposition to the new 2050 code.
Okay, that's going to come up
so I guess
later.
Okay, so
okay.
I apologize.
So if you want to wait till then, we'll just recall him during the public comment period then. Okay, that's going to be a little while, but just to let you know. All right, so do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We have no more speakers
okay.
to this item, Mayor.
With that, then we will close the public comment period. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, I'd like to move the requested action.
Second, Gomez.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cotero is the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, with that, we'll now move forward on our agenda to the next item, and this is A2, We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Hall, once again, we'll call on you to frame the item.
Thank you, Mayor. This next one is a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit, SADF 2401004, for the applicant Jeffrey Deacon for a replacement vinyl seawall. This is a location map with the property outlined in red. As you can see, it's on the southern shoreline of Lake Willis, located at 7318 Lake Willis Drive in Orlando. Here's an aerial photo with the subject property outlined in yellow. And here are some photos of the property in the current condition. There is an existing unpermitted wooden and partially concrete seawall located along the shoreline that is in poor condition and in need of replacement. EPD was unable to determine if the seawall predates the adoption of Chapter 15, Article 6. However, it was also installed approximately 20 years ago by previous property owners. Here is the site plan. The applicant's proposing to install approximately 143 feet of replacement vinyl seawall directly in front of the existing wall, with a 30-foot return on the western property boundary and a 7-foot return on the eastern property boundary. The neighboring properties do not have seawalls. However, there are other seawalls present on Lake Willis. Based on prior board direction, native plantings and riprap are normally required, and so the applicant's proposing to install both riprap and native plantings in front of the wall. Here's a cross-section of the seawall. And our considerations: project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 15, Article 6, Section 15218D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and EPD received no objections. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 6. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 15218. And finally, the action requested: acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2401004 for Jeffrey Deacon, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This one is also in District 1, and that concludes my presentation.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? Would you like to make any comments? Okay, he's waving. With that, do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public comment period. And Commissioner Wilson, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, I'll move the requested action.
Second, Scott.
All right, second is Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, Mr. Hull. We're going to move to the next item, B3, and we'll open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Jennifer Moreau, the manager of our zoning division, is going to come forward to frame this item. With that, Ms. Moreau, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This is an appeal public hearing for a special exception and variance case number SE 2502144. The applicant and the appellant in this case are Mary Solik for Gulfstream Towers, LLC. The subject site is zoned agricultural. It's A1, and it has a future land use designation of rural. They are consistent with each other. The property is located at 3820 Yothers Road, and it is located in District 2. The district commissioner has been briefed on this item. The request before you today is a special exception and a variance in the A1 zoning district as follows. The special exception is to allow the construction of a 140-foot high camouflaged monopine communication tower, and a variance to allow a residential distance separation of 145 feet in lieu of 700 feet. So this is the subject site. You can see it's just east of West Orange Blossom Trail, west of State Road 429, just south of Lake Renee and Lake Cohen. This is a zoning map showing the subject site. You can see it's zoned A1. To the north across Yothers Road is a large planned development called Zellwood Station that is predominantly single-family residential. To the south, well, further south, further east, and directly to the west is property located within the city of Apopka. Here's an aerial map showing the subject site. You can see to the west is a nursery, and to the east is an existing single-family home. I'd just like to note that that single-family home is owned by the same property owners as the subject site as well. And here's a broader view of the aerial showing the surrounding neighborhood. You can see there's some residential subdivisions to the north, further to the east and to the south. Here is a site plan and the tower elevation showing the tower at 140 feet tall. And once again, it's a monopine. You can sort of see the pine needles, if you will, in the background there. This is the proposed landscape plan. It meets all of the requirements of code. And then prior to the BZA, the applicant submitted a photo simulation, a set of photo simulations, and this is the legend that was provided. So this shows a total of 6 different locations that they did a simulation from. So I'll just walk you through here. This is facing west from the intersection of Yothers and Jeffmar. This is facing southwest from Chandler Estates and Jeffmar. This is facing northwest from Chandler Estates Drive and Statham Drive. This is facing north from Windward Hills Boulevard and facing northeast from Chandler Estates Drive. And then lastly, this is a view facing east along Yothers. The monopine in this case is not visible. And then these are just a few site photographs that staff took. This is the property front facing south from Yothers Road. This is the general location of the proposed tower facing east. You can see there's an existing shed on the site, and then the existing residential home in the background is the home to the east of the subject site. And then this is the proposed tower location facing south. And then this is across the street from across Yothers to the north, looking northwest. You can see there's 4 residential homes there. So the current site is used as a grazing pasture. As I noted, the applicant is proposing a 140-foot tall monopine communication tower. It will be designed for multiple carriers. Our code says that communication towers under 170 feet in height are permitted by right in the agricultural zoning district, given 3 different parameters. One is that a recorded memorandum of lease evidencing co-location is submitted. 2 is that the distance separation from off-site uses is met. And 3, the distance separation between communication towers is met. In this case, the recorded memorandum of lease has not been provided, and the distance separation for the single-family residential units is not met, which is what prompts the need for the special exception. It does meet the distance separation requirements to the nearest tower. So this is just a little snippet from our code that talks about how we figure out the distance separation. So if you have a monopole between 80 feet and 140 feet, it's either the required separation is either 400 feet or 500% of the tower height, whichever is greater. In this case, the 500% is greater. So that equates to a minimum separation of 700 feet. So the nearest single-family residence is located directly to the east at 145 feet away. That is what the variance request is for. And as I noted previously, that is the same property owner as the subject site as well. I will note that there are 12 other single-family units within the 700-foot distance area. So the code also has a couple of different scenarios whereby you can reduce the distance separation. So one of which is if you're proposing a camouflaging agent. If it is determined that whatever is being proposed is a camouflaging agent, then that reduces the distance separation to 350 feet. In addition to that, there's a separate section of the code that says that the separation distances can be reduced by me, the zoning manager, when notarized written consent is obtained from those affected property owners within the applicable separation distance. In this case, if you measured it within that 350-foot distance, there are 2 residences, and both have provided notarized written consent to the reduction. But I did want to just touch on something here. So this is the residential distance separation showing the 700-foot buffer. You can see the star is generally the location where the tower would be located. And I wanted to note that the orange sort of lines leading to the 4 closest properties were what were originally called out in the staff report and presented to the BZA. There was a little bit of confusion in terms of the submittal what got submitted was a 350-foot buffer. And so we were representing that as the 700-foot buffer. So you can see here the green lines are actually the additional properties that are within that 700-foot buffer. Once again, the two properties here with the purple dots on them are the two closest properties. Those are the only two within the 350-foot buffer, and those two have provided the letters of no objection. So once again, it comes down to the camouflaging agent, if you believe that the monopine is a camouflaging agent in this particular instance. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's a little bit confusing in our code. And then this is the residential distance separation that was provided in the staff report and at the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which is showing the 350-foot buffer. But if you note, two of the properties that are shown here are actually located outside of that 350-foot buffer. So once again, the two closest are in the 350-foot buffer. The two next closest are outside, the third one being 359 feet from the subject site. So staff recommended approval of the special exception and the variance as the tower was proposed to be camouflaged, and eliminating the aesthetic impact and minimizing any intrusion into the area. And we recommended approval of the variance as the most impacted neighbors provided letters of support and allows for reduced distance separations. We did have two community meetings. So the first community meeting was held in February at Wolf Lake Middle School, and there were no attendees. However, prior to that community meeting, we realized that there were some noticing errors, and some of the notices that went out were not the correct notices. So we did schedule a second community meeting, and that was held on March 26th with 4 attendees. The attendees were nearby property owners to the south, and they had questions about the proposal, potential impacts on the property values and wildlife in the area, and then what carriers were proposed. So we mailed a total of 109 notices to adjacent property owners within an 800-foot radius. We received no correspondence in favor of this request, and this is prior to BZA. And we received 23 correspondence in opposition to the request. 16 of those are unmapped. The remainder are shown here on this map with the 800-foot radius identified as well. You can see the majority of the opposition was coming from the neighborhood to the south and to the east, which is the same neighborhood. By now, you should all be familiar with the special exception criteria. Is the use consistent with the comprehensive plan? Is it similar and compatible with the surrounding area? Is it a detrimental intrusion into the surrounding area? Does it meet the performance standards of the district? Is it similar in noise, vibration, dust, odor, glare, and heat? And does it meet the landscape buffer yards required by code? For cell towers, we also have 2 additional criteria that you have to take into account. The first is aesthetic impact. And in this case, it means the view of a tower that is not camouflaged. So if it's determined to be camouflaged, then that essentially is met. And then compatibility, and this is the degree to which a tower is designed and located to be compatible with the nature and character of other land uses and or with the environment within which the tower proposes to locate. And then you should also be familiar with the 6 variance criteria. Are there special conditions and circumstances? Is it self-created? Is there any special privilege conferred? Is there a deprivation of rights? Is it the minimum possible variance? And does it meet the purpose and intent of code? The BZA cited concerns related to the intrusion into the area, compatibility with the surrounding development, and the aesthetic impact to the area, and they ultimately determined that the proposed tower is not similar and compatible with the area. And based on this photo simulations, the impact to the surrounding properties was not minimized. And they ultimately recommended denial of both the special exception and the variance. Since the BZA meeting, the applicant actually went out and did what we call a balloon test, where they actually float a balloon from the proposed location at the height of the proposed tower, and they took pictures of that and they submitted that. So I'm just going to go through that quickly here. You can see there were 8 areas that they took photos of. 2 of those areas, the number 3, number 7, there was no view of the tower, so that's not included in here. But this is the photo test 1. This is facing southwest from Chandler Estates Drive and Jeff Marr Boulevard. Photo test 2, this is facing northwest from Craigshire Drive. This is photo simulation number 4. As I noted, 3 did not have a view. This is facing northwest from Statham Drive. This is facing northwest from Chandler Drive Estates and Statham Drive intersection. This is facing north from Wynwood Hills Boulevard. And then lastly, northeast from Janik Loop. So as I mentioned, the BZA did recommend denial. However, if the board decides to make a motion for approval, staff does have a set of recommended conditions of approval. The first 3 are our standard conditions of approval that essentially tie the development to the site plan and the tower specifications, and then require that the applicant obtain all other applicable state and federal permits. Condition number 3 is the standard condition that states that any deviation from code not otherwise addressed here is required to be resubmitted and revised or comply with the standards. Condition number 4 requires that a permit be obtained within 3 years. Condition number 5 just requires that the new communication tower be designed and constructed to accommodate at least one other service provider. Condition 6 requires a notarized letter acknowledging that the tower will be designed to accommodate one other service provider. And then condition 7 requires all service providers to cooperate in good faith with other service providers to accomplish co-location. So the requested action before you today is to either deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions. And just a reminder, these are the requests before you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present, or we invite you to the podium?
Good afternoon, Mary Solik, 121 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1500, Orlando, Florida. I'm legal counsel for Gulfstream Towers. Thank you for your time today, and I do have a PowerPoint presentation while that's being loaded. I'm going to put a couple things in the record so I don't forget that. I'm going to put in the 2 consents to the reduced separation distance that have been signed and notarized by the 2 closest property owners, the FAA determination of no hazard determination, and the Gulfstream camouflage justification that was submitted with the application, and the photo sim that the second balloon test photo sim that Ms. Moreau just referenced. So that's going to go in. Okay. Ms. Moreau has done a pretty good job of outlining this application for you. It is a 140-foot camouflaged monopine tower. It's actually a 135-foot tower with a 5-foot lightning rod, A1 zoning, rural future land use, 80 by 30 fence compound, no lighting. The code-required landscaping is around the compound. The site layout was designed to avoid the removal of any heritage or specimen trees. And it meets the code requirement that it will support a minimum of 2 users. It will actually be capable of supporting 4. Ms. Moreau indicated that we meet the tower-to-tower separation requirements. What's at issue is the separation from residential structures requirement. And again, this is just a recitation of the code provisions. If it were uncamouflaged, we'd have to be 700 feet from any residential structure. It's a standard that's darn near impossible for us to meet anywhere in Orange County, given the scattered residential homes everywhere. The code allows us to ask for a request of 50% separation reduction if a camouflage structure is used. And the code's actually incentivizing property or tower developers to use an impact mitigating design in order to get a reduced setback requirement. So we are proposing a monopine. And then finally, we have, as Ms. Moreau indicated, there are 2 property owners that are within that 350-foot separation distance. To the east is the Goff residence. The Goffs are the same owners of the property where the tower is located. And then Ms. Himes is the property owner to the south. Both of those property owners have signed the notarized written consents to be within the applicable separation distance. So we think we've met your code. This is kind of similar to what Jennifer pointed out to you. This is the tower location you see there in the middle at FL 252. The distance to the closest residences in the Chandler Estates neighborhood. That's 880 feet to the northeast, 714 feet to the southeast, and then 587 to the west. Here's the camouflage standard. Your code requires that camouflage be designed to be compatible with the surrounding land uses and environment. We're on an agriculturally zoned property. We're surrounded on 3 sides by agricultural uses, and including a nursery to the west. And the photo simulation that I'm going to show you demonstrates that the monopine design is compatible with the single-family residential uses further south of the subject property, and with the tree cover in the area. The monopine makes sense with the tree cover. So this is the same balloon test map that Ms. Moreau showed you, and she showed you the balloon photos, but she didn't show you the second part of the photo sim, which I'm going to go through, which is the second picture now has the tower put in there. And this differs from the first photo sim that we did with the application in that we use the balloon test to do it. We go out there in the early morning when it's not windy, and we fly a 5-foot diameter red balloon to the height of the tower. We take pictures. And then my client, Mr. Burkhead, utilized a cell tower monopine development that he's done elsewhere as the photo. Instead of using a stock photo, we did one that he's actually used. It's a little bit slimmer profile to do this photo sim. So these are the same shots that she showed you before of the balloon, but the second shot is now with the pine tree in there. So this is near the entrance to the neighborhood to the south, and we continue on. There's the balloon right above the tree line. Again, you just barely see the tree up above the tree line. There's no view in this shot. Again, she showed you this one, the balloon just above that roof line. And there's the tree, consistent with the tree cover in the area. And we move along. Here's the balloon up there, and there's the tree. And another one, this is looking due north to the site. The tree, again, it's consistent with the tree cover in the area. And this is in the portion of the Chandler Estates neighborhood that's on the west side. These 3 homes that you see are the 3 property owners that came to the neighborhood meeting. There's some topography in the area, which is why you get a little bit different views from different areas. But we took this shot here, there's no view, but then we took one further down on the corner, and you can see it, the balloon there, and then there's the tree. Okay, here's the consents this is one signed by Ms. Himes, property owner to the south. This one is signed by the Goffs, the property owner to the east. Oops, I went too fast. The tower is fully code compliant. It meets every provision requirement of the code for a monopine tower. The camouflage design reduces the separation to 350 feet. There's only 2 residences within 350 feet. Both of those have signed notarized consents. My opinion is that no variance is required or requested because we meet the code. And we contend that there is no competent substantial evidence to deny the application. You may hear from, I don't know, I know you're going to hear from a neighbor. And I would advise you or remind you that Section 38-1427D4 of your code requires that a party opposing a tower should submit bona fide evidence that the proposed tower will have a substantial impact on their neighborhood. You may hear a complaint about notice. We did 2 community meetings after there was a county snafu with the notice. The tower code only requires that you use a 500-foot buffer notice area. That's normal special exceptions use a 300-foot. Your tower code is 500-foot. The county used an 800-foot buffer notice for all community meetings and public hearing notices. So there was expanded notice on this particular application. And in addition to providing just wireless service for those using their phones and their devices in their homes, wireless service to the community is a public safety issue. And the tower enhances E91 capability. And this statistic is from 2022. I asked for a new statistic from the sheriff's office, but they didn't get back from me in time. But 89% of all 911 calls that come into the sheriff's office come in on a wireless handset. So good, strong, robust wireless service is essential to public safety. And the service from the tower doesn't discriminate. It will serve both residents of unincorporated Orange County and the city of Apopka. And that concludes my presentation. We would ask for your approval today. Do you have any questions for me? And I'd like to reserve some time to address the citizen comments.
All right, Ms. Solik, if you'll just stand by for a moment, I'm going to go to members of the public for any comment, and then we'll come back to you for any potential rebuttal comments.
Okay.
Mr. Thurl Mueller, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have one speaker for this item.
Okay.
All right, our speaker is going to be Robert Tilley.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm
Afternoon now.
Yes, it is afternoon already. I'm speaking on behalf of the entire community. I've been elected. I'd request 3 minutes if that's possible.
We'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. Commissioners, Mayor, my name is Robert Tilley, and I'm a resident of Chandler Estates, 3668 Chandler Estates Drive. And I stand before you today as the past president of Chandler Estates Homeowners Association, elected by our board to represent our entire community on this critical matter. We all have excellent cell phone service in our community already. And the case before you, the proposed 140-foot monopine tower at 3820 Yothers Road, was unanimously denied by the Board of Zoning Adjustment, not on one metric, but not on most, but on every single metric evaluated. It wasn't a close call. This was clear. It was a decisive rejection based on the merits of the application. Today you'll receive a packet containing affidavit after affidavit from homeowners whose lives and investments will be devastated by this tower. These are heartfelt testimonies from families who chose Chandler Estates specifically for what make it unique. And let me be clear, we're not a rural community. Yothers Road is home to a dozen communities and thousands of families. Our neighborhood is one of the few in Florida blessed with rolling hills, as you can see from some of the photos there. Strategically developed between protected forested parkland on one side and agricultural land on the other. And that was not an accident. It was designed to protect us from exactly this type of intrusive development. But here's what the applicant didn't show you. While taking selective photographs are nice, this 140-foot tower will loom above our tree canopy for many of our residents. One-third of our community lives up on the hill, and the homes adjacent to the agricultural land and on the hills looking down on it, some will see something far worse. They won't just see a tower peeking over trees. They'll look directly down onto the entire industrial structure, base to top, completely exposed. So imagine looking out your window every morning at a 14-story industrial tower. And that's the reality if this is approved. The financial impact is staggering. Talked about substantial, competent evidence. We submitted a notarized affidavit from Chadler Going, as you can see on the top there of your packet, a certified luxury home marketing specialist at Premier Sotheby's International Realty. He has over 20 years of experience. He listed the most recent home, which sold in our community, for $800,000. He has another under contract. His professional assessment, home values will drop between 5 and 15%. For that $800,000 home, that's $120,000 in lost equity overnight. And across our entire community, we're looking at $40 million in collective devaluation. $40 million stripped from hardworking families who invested everything in their homes. Commissioners, we chose Chandler Estates for its unobstructed, wooded vistas. Because of that promise, our investment would be protected through thoughtful planning and zoning. This tower destroys everything that makes our community special. The BZA clearly saw that. We implore you to protect our homes, protect our families, protect our investments. Affirm the BZA's unanimous denial. Show us that at Orange County, our communities still matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. With that, I'm going to invite the representative for the applicant to come back for any rebuttal comments.
Thank you, Mayor. You all know you don't regulate property values impact as part of your code requirements. And the other complaint of Mr. Tilley is the aesthetic impact of this tower. And I've presented photographic simulated evidence of the minimal impact of this tower, and I've cited to you the code provision that requires any person opposing such a tower based on its aesthetic impact to submit bona fide evidence or documentation that it will have a substantial aesthetic impact. Now, I don't know what's in that packet. I haven't seen it, but I don't think there's any, I don't think there's a photo sim in there of of the tower. So from where I sit, we have a proposal that meets all of the code requirements. The camouflage application, the camouflage design is consistent with the wooded nature of the area, and we meet all code requirements for approval, and we would ask for your approval.
Okay, Ms. Solik, if you
Scott
will.
is giving me a packet.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any evidence of aesthetic impact in here. Thank you.
All right, stand by. We're going to close the public hearing portion at this time, and we'll open it up for any questions by members of the board or potential motion by the district commissioner, Commissioner Moore. Okay, there are no, Commissioner Scott.
I just, well, I think it will go to the applicant, yeah. You talked about 30 feet, I guess like the area of the tower with the lighting. Can you speak to like, I know there are different types of lighting. Do you know what type of lighting is going to be there, assuming you're approved?
It
or
won't have any lighting on it.
No lighting?
No lighting. Does not require lighting. Usually only towers over 200 feet require lighting.
Okay, all right. I'm good, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Moore, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, I make a motion to approve.
All right, there's a second by Commissioner Uribe on the motion to approve. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
All right, motion passes, and it will be 6-1.
Mayor, just as a point of information, for our procedure, can we have the court reporter state their name and their company for the record?
Okay. To the court reporter, you're here on behalf of Ms. Solik? Okay, you all have it. Okay, they have it. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will move forward on the agenda. We're going to move to item C4. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mitchell Glasser, our manager from the Housing and Community Development Division, will be framing this item. With that, Mr. Glasser, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Today we're going to present a action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery for Hurricane Milton. Our presentation outline today, I'm going to go over background, timeline, action plan development, unmet needs analysis, citizen engagement, use of funds, program overview and project selection process, and then next steps and action requested. So Hurricane Milton landed October 9th, 2024 as a Category 3 hurricane. The effects were felt across the state of Florida. 10 inches of rain, wind gusts up to 87 miles per hour, damages to infrastructure, homes, and economy, local flooding, more than 42 tornado warnings issued. In January 2025, HUD announced $12 billion allocation to states and local governments from...
Would you just, excuse me, would you stop the court reporter? I think she left something up here. Sorry.
No problem. So in January 25, HUD announced $12 billion allocation to states and local governments throughout the nation for major disasters that took place in 2023 and 2024. HUD awarded Orange County $33,357,000 for damages caused by Hurricane Milton. It was broken up to $29 million and change for unmet needs and $4.3 million for mitigation. The CDBG-DR program is a flexible set of funds intended for disaster recovery. The major goals of the CDBG-DR are to address the unmet needs relating to housing, infrastructure, public services, improve resiliency through mitigation efforts, and ensure funding and programs benefit low to moderate income individuals or areas. Project activities must be directly or indirectly tied to Hurricane Milton. Some of the funding guidelines: at least 70% of the funds must be spent on activities benefiting low to moderate income individuals or areas. A low mod area is where a census tract has greater than 51% of the households designated as low to moderate income. That's 80% of the area median income. For individuals qualified as a household, the example is an income of $84,300 for a family of 4. At least 15% of the funds must be spent on mitigation activities that increase resiliency to disasters and reduce long-term risk. The timeline for Hurricane Milton's action plan, as you will see, is a very short timeline. We're not going to go through each item, but most of the activities have occurred in 2025. The drafting of the plan, the citizen outreach, and today it's a public hearing. And we should be able to complete all the requirements of receiving those grant agreements and the award of the grant to us within the 2025 calendar year. So the action plan development. HUD requires all her recipients to develop an action plan outlining how those funds will be used. The submittal process for the action plan was simplified, but the time frame was greatly shortened. We need to submit, the deadline to submit the action plan to HUD is June 20th, 2025. Upon the approval by HUD of our action plan, a grant agreement for Milton funds will be provided to Orange County for execution. Some of the key components of the action plan is an unmet needs and mitigation assessment, data gathering and analysis, disaster impact on housing. Citizen input and engagement is an important key component of the plan to address unmet needs and help determine the most appropriate activities to fund. The proposed use of funds are based on the unmet needs and citizen input. HUD requires us to look at data for housing, infrastructure, and public facilities and businesses. Some of the data sources are federal FEMA, SBA, NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, U.S. Census Bureau, county departments, jurisdictions, public housing authorities, community partners and advocacy groups, continuum of care providers for homeless services, and affected county residents. This is a chart of the unmet needs analysis that was conducted, showing the estimated impact of Hurricane Milton on Orange County, the available funds that were available to assist with that need, and then the unmet need that's left over. For citizen engagement, we had focus groups with community partners and organizations. We held 4 community meetings at Orla Vista Elementary School, Barnett Park, Bithlo Community Center, Sadler Elementary School. It assisted us to identify priorities for housing, and those priorities were homeowner rehab and new construction, infrastructure, stormwater drainage, water and wastewater improvements, and public services, housing counseling, mental health, and job training. The use of the funds, this is the action plan allocation of Milton funds based on the remaining unmet need. So in the housing category for rehab and new construction, the program allocation is $20 million. For infrastructure, public facilities, $3.1 million. Mitigation is determined amount by HUD is $4.3 million. Economic revitalization is usually served under public services, so $4 million is allocated to public services for economic recovery activities like job training and other certification programs, administration, and planning. Some of the program overview and project selection process. Our homeowner rehab and reconstruction program will be implemented under Milton County-wide. It will be administered through Orange County with the support of key vendors. Applicants will apply directly through our CDBG-DR website when the program opens. This will be very similar to our Orange County Recovers program, and we will roll Milton funds into that. Our rental rehabilitation and new affordable housing construction recipients will be selected to a competitive application process. Program will be open to private developers and nonprofit organizations and public housing authorities. Infrastructure and public facilities recipients will be selected through a competitive application process, open to municipalities, nonprofit organizations, and county departments and divisions. Public service activities, again, will be a competitive application process, open to nonprofits. And planning studies, recipients will be selected through a competitive application process, open to municipalities, county departments, divisions, and quasi-governmental entities. Finally, mitigation to increase resiliency to future natural disasters. Another competitive application process, open to municipalities, county departments, and divisions. Mitigation measures will also be included as part of the housing and infrastructure projects. The next steps and action requested, June 20th, 2025 is the deadline to submit our action plan to HUD for Hurricane Milton for them to review and approve. Hopefully by the summer 2025, the execution of the CDBG-DR grant agreements, once our action plan is approved, the signing of those grant agreements actually gives us access to the funds at that time. And we should be able to begin implementation of Milton's action plan, hopefully by fall of 2025. So the action requested today is approval of the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Action Plan for Hurricane Milton, and approval and execution of certifications, application for federal assistance SF-424, and assurances construction program and community development block grant disaster recovery, and delegation of limited authority for the county administrator to execute the CDBG-DR grant agreement with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And that's our last slide today.
All right. With that, I'm going to open it up for any public comment. At this time, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We have one speaker for this item, Mayor.
Okay.
Speaker for this item is Samuel Delgado.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Delgado. I work with Central Florida Jobs with Justice. I can be found at 1510 East Colonial Drive. I'm here to speak to the process that you all are going through here in the development of the action plan for recovery from Hurricane Milton, and to request from you all on the Commission and the Division of Housing and Urban Development to consider including language that would basically maximize the amount of funding that can stay in Orange County in the production of new housing. Trying to create local hire programs and working with local organizations that develop the workers who would be able to do this construction work. We sent a letter to you all at the Commission and to the Division that was co-signed by our allies at the Amalgamated Transit Union, Florida for All, Hope Community Center, Latino Justice, Puerto Rican Defense Legal Fund, the Bricklayers and Allied Crafts Workers Union, Florida Immigrant Coalition, IBEW Local 606, LIUNA Local 517, ourselves at Central Florida Jobs with Justice, Florida Rising, IUPAT District Council 78, and the Sunrise Movement, basically urging you all to consider the worker protections and ways that we can make sure that the development of the workforce of Orange County benefits from these disaster resiliency programs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sarah El-Badri.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Board. Good to see
Hello.
you guys this afternoon. On behalf of Sarah El-Badri, 617 North Magnolia Avenue. On behalf of Congressman Frost, who proudly represents Florida's 10th Congressional District and has long championed strong labor standards, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the CDBG-DR Action Plan for Hurricane Milton. The Congressman commends the county's efforts, always, to invest in long-term recovery and resilience, particularly through expanded affordable housing for communities disproportionately affected by Hurricane Milton and at risk for climate-related disasters. We all know how important this work is, and especially these action plans. As you know, Congressman Frost is pro-labor and a strong supporter of workers' rights and believes that federal investments, especially recovery and resilience funding, can be used to promote pro-worker policies that are both for our stronger communities and a stronger economy. As Orange County prepares to invest significant federal resources into housing and infrastructure, we encourage the county to align these dollars, as Sam just mentioned, with policies that uplift local workforce and ensure high-quality, meaningful job opportunities for our residents. In particular, we urge Orange County to three things: prioritize local hiring and workforce development programs that expand to training careers and economic mobility for residents, especially those communities historically left out of such opportunities. Continue to promote, which we know this, a lot of our plans do this, promote responsible labor practices in all publicly funded projects, including fair wages, safe job sites, access to union representation, or training partnerships that lead to long-term careers. And thirdly, encourage labor unions and community organizations and frontline workers as critical partners in the design and implementation of these programs. Their expertise and lived experiences are essential to building an equitable and sustainable recovery framework. I do just want to mention as part of these comments, this is not the first time this has been asked or the first time that we've seen federal dollars like this through recovery be invested by local governments into these kinds of programs. The city of Houston is one of the leaders in this effort. As Sam Delgado from Central Florida Jobs for Justice has mentioned, they did send a letter with some more of these details, and we're just here to encourage a look into that. So thank you so much, and great job with CDBG-DR dollars. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. El-Badri. You must have rehearsed that. You had it down to the wire there. All right, do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Mayor, that was our last speaker for this item.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion. Mitchell, anything else?
So I just wanted to add, we have gotten the public comments about some of the prioritizing of local hiring. We are working on a response for that, but I do want to bring to the board's attention that these federal funds require us to comply with Section 3 rules and Davis-Bacon. So Section 3 requires us to, the contractors who are doing the work, especially projects over 200,000, must advertise jobs that are needed for those projects locally in actually the geographic area that those projects are going to occur. We also highly encourage smaller projects and smaller jobs to prioritize the hiring of local employees for those jobs. Of course, we do work with, and all this is in all of our policies and procedures for the DR program. We do monitor job sites, make sure that they're paying the fair labor wages for each of those positions, whether it's electrical or plumbing. And so there's a lot of oversight in terms of the construction, but we are more than happy to continue to look at ways of improving that outreach effort. But right now, this action plan is written and in compliance with what HUD is expecting of us. Thank you.
Okay, before you leave, Mitchell, when they define the geographical area of which the funds will be spent, how do they define the geographical areas? Is it the SMSA, the MSA?
No, we defined it as Orange County, and we even drilled down to the area that we make the contractors actually have a meeting in the neighborhood that a big project is occurring to let the public know about job potential opportunities at the job sites.
Oh, okay, so for those who mentioned that during the comments. He said he's going to respond in writing to you, but he's giving you a response today as well based upon what the federal statutes say. Okay. All right, we do have a few questions or comments by members of the board, and we'll start with Commissioner Moore and then Commissioner Scott.
All right, thank you, Mitchell, for your work on this. It's exciting to get some other money sources to be able to solve some of these longstanding problems. So I have two questions. One, are you at all worried about any kind of clawback or change in policies coming from Washington? First, that's the first question.
So 2 months ago, I was probably more worried than I am today. I think if they were going to crawl those back, they would have already. Instead, they issued some more guidance and shorted the deadline, and I think that we're going to be fine in terms of securing the $33 million. Don't quote me on that, but that's how I'm feeling.
Okay, and then I know I know Ocoee in my district, I think they applied for 3 grants. I don't know if you know that off the top of your head, 2 or 3. But I was disappointed that Apopka didn't apply for the Border Lake situation that I was so intimately involved in, because we almost lost the shopping center and a lot of townhomes. Well, there'll be another opportunity. I know you have these preliminary deadlines. Will there be another opportunity for any entity to apply?
Yes, there should be another opportunity for jurisdictions to apply for infrastructure type projects.
So could they start now, because they already would be the same rules and expectations, and get started now, and at least they would be prepared?
I mean, they could look at the application process that they didn't apply to and get some guidance from just the documents we've already put out, but
Yeah.
yes. They can.
Good, all right. And then, do you have any estimate of when that second window might occur?
I don't at this point, because we send our applications up to HUD, and HUD staff has to review that and get back to us if they have any comments or changes, or everything's great, we're approved, and get us the grant agreement. So once we sign that grant agreement, we'll have better projection of when we can get things out.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mitchell. In our meetings across District 6, a number of individuals talked about, specifically to Ian, but I know we'll have a similar question, where folks were impacted by the storm. They had valid insurance, but their damage exceeded what the insurance would pay, and so then they had to either tap into savings. My question is, do you know when, whether it's a matter of time, a month, a couple of years, when would be likely for us to approach the federal government to revise our plan to address those folks who maybe have went from their savings or different funding sources to pay for something that they didn't really have, they had to borrow? And then we talk about unmet need, folks who didn't have anything at all. But as we get through the applications, obviously for Ian, and as we go through Milton, what does that look like?
So are you referring to like possibly like a reimbursement?
Correct.
Okay. So we did, we were out at those meetings with you, and we did hear some of the residents talk about that. We have not received a tremendous amount of requests for that, but it is something that we basically have told the residents that we will look at once we get through more of the application process on the people who actually still have damage in their homes and that need to be repaired. We also are looking at Lee County that did a reimbursement program to see how that worked and how many people participated and took advantage of that. But that's something that we will probably look at in the fall or winter of 25.
Okay. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Uribe.
Mitchell, thanks for all the work, and you've done a lot. And Milton was one of the questions we asked, because we were seeing that was the latest one when you think of Ian. And let me ask you, we have tried to refer people, and I've asked my staff to let's get a real breakdown of what really fits in this ability, because we have run into a lot of people who have damage from Ian and Milton and are having trouble getting insurance companies to actually accept that the damage and so forth. Are those the type of applicants that we want to continue to send? And my next question, so you can answer them together, is how are we're seeing a response from different forms of government and different projects so far that you've seen?
So on the rehabilitation program, we have actually over 255 applicants that have applied so far in the Orange County Recovers program. And some of them, have needed the caseworker help to get documents from their insurance companies. So, but they are working with them and they are able to accomplish that. Sometimes all the evidence we need is that you have applied for the insurance to cover some repairs and either were denied or rejected, or some documentation that you made the effort and to put in an insurance claim and they denied it. In terms of other jurisdictions, as you know, in consent agenda this morning, there was a lot of CDBG DR projects that were awarded countywide. And we were thrilled with the amount of applications we got from the other cities, and we're looking forward to actually, helping them work through this implementation project of a lot of those projects.
All right. You expect a call from us to be able to help streamline that, because we're seeing that still as an issue, and so it'll be nice to give them some comfort in knowing if they're making that attempt, they can still reach out to you all.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, Mitchell, and thank you for the time we had during our briefing. I want to thank your team, Sherry and Victoria. They came out with me to meet with some residents and talk about the ability to apply for some of the funds that became available for the Ian recovery. And I think it's something that I realize that we should be continuing to talk about, that if you don't have access to the internet, if you're a citizen that needs some assistance, give us a call. That there are case workers here, human beings on the phone, who can actually help you with that process for your individual home. We talk about these things and we have these large ticket items that we're seeing, which are incredible, because all of our cities, when they get improvements, we all improve because of that. So I see a lot of great opportunity here, but I also want to make sure that for our individual homeowners who aren't sure if they are making the cut for the income, or they're not sure if they have the right form in front of them, to pick up the phone and give us a call, to check the website, and email if that's easier, because you don't know until you ask. And so hearing from these residents, one of them that was sitting there was like, well, I own my home with 5 siblings. Our parents just handed it down to us, so we don't have any. So there was like, this ownership question, and I would never have had an answer for this, but luckily there were people there who did, and said, let's go ahead and start this process and see what we can come up with as far as some remediation. So anyway, really helpful. The other thing I wanted to mention, again, even though I talked to you a little bit about it during the briefing, is that the City of Orlando, one of their programs is a nature-based solution for flood mitigation. This is like bucket list investment item for Wilson, and I think it would be a really cool thing that if this investment is, of course, part of this larger grant, that Orange County takes full advantage of what they are able to get done here, and then hopefully continue to grow that, because I think all the resiliency efforts that are happening within different divisions are going to have to be stepped up as we encounter storm season after storm season and the intensity getting worse. So thank you again, and I look forward to hopefully getting back out there and getting more information out to the public. Quickly, I just wanted to also, I know that we talked about census tracts as being the way that the areas are identified. Can we drill that down just a little bit more? So the census tract is based on property owners within that census tract, or how is that done?
So, census tract data is used. We can go down to a block group level as well. So you can use shorter, geographic locations within that census tract.
So it can be subdivided a little bit. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, move approval. Second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Mitchell. All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda. And we're up to D5. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Jason Sorensen, our Chief Planner from the Planning Division, will be framing this item. With that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized, sir.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item was continued from April 22nd, so I'll just go through the PowerPoint rather quickly. So the proposed use is 120 transitional housing units, 120 emergency housing units, 9,000 square feet for a drug treatment center and associated office use, and 9,000 square feet for educational facilities and associated office use. There is associated with this request a text amendment to record the development program in our comprehensive plan. The location is in District 3, and the future land use is currently Plan Development Commercial Office. The proposal is Plan Development Commercial. The zoning is A2, Farmland Rural District, and the proposed zoning is PD, Plan Development District. This is the land use plan showing on the property where the certain proposed uses would be located. So Parcel A would be the transitional housing, administrative offices, and educational facilities. Parcel B, emergency housing and drug treatment center. On the west and south property boundaries, there would be a 25-foot type B landscape buffer that would be required with an 8-foot solid masonry wall. This is an aerial of the subject property. This is located south of East Colonial Drive and west of State Road 417. 499 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 800 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 19 responses in favor and 41 responses in opposition. As of yesterday afternoon, I am also in receipt of a petition in opposition signed by 73 residents. A community meeting was held on September 3rd, 2024, with 55 residents in attendance. There were some members in support of the request and some in opposition. Those in opposition had concerns of increased crime, traffic impacts, and maintenance of the site. There are proposed 18 conditions of approval, and last time I went through these, I'll go through them again quickly. These are proposed new conditions and amended, so existing number 18 would be stricken through and become new 22. So the new condition number 18 would deal with lighting across the site. Condition 19 would deal with colors on the buildings. Condition 20 would state that single-family residential homes that are there existing shall be removed within 2 years of this approval, if approved. Condition 21 here, pretty much there was a concern for perhaps illegal fill being brought to the site. So this condition number 21 would reestablish the conveyance system, essentially reestablishing the proper drainage for the site. Condition number 22, this deals with the buffer that is required along the west property boundary and the types of landscaping that would be required. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, condition number 23, which states that prior to submittal of a development plan, all corrective actions must be completed in regard to the code enforcement violations, as well as payments of any outstanding penalties, fines, or costs imposed for code violations. It is my understanding that all of the fines have been reduced to $130,000, and so far there has been a payment of $5,500. So the requested action is approval, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? All right, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kendall Keith, Oak Hill Planning Studio, 3674 Lower Park Road, Orlando, Florida. And I'm not going to go over what we've already gone over in the previous public hearing, but here to restate the request for approval and that we concur with the recommendation of staff, including the additional conditions of approval. We do have a very brief presentation here. The director of Hope City Refuge is here with me, Marcos Diaz, and he's here to present information on his development partners and operational partners on this project. And we also have Mr. Mike Singh here from Kraken Law, if you have any additional questions regarding the code violations. He's been working on that with Mr. Diaz. So, Marcos, do you want to come on?
God bless you guys. Thank you guys, Your Honor, Commissioner, Mayor. Thank you guys for giving us a chance just to bring a beautiful vision that God placed in our heart to help our community. And I just brought our people here, are part of our directors. I'm missing a few because of the weather, but our directors are here that are part of our partners and programs. If you have any questions that you need on what we're bringing to the table, we're here to answer. I have a video to play, and then I got a presentation of the people to speak on behalf of our project. Is that cool?
Okay. Pastor Diaz, if you'll stand by for a moment.
Yes.
Okay. I got to open it up for members of the public to speak, so you can be seated. Okay. Just, you know. Oh, you have a video?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The video is not going to play, I don't believe, but I can go through the slides and show you the partners that we have in the project, I think.
A little bit of a technical difficulty here.
Families that are hungry and dreams dissolving in silence.
Introducing Safe Space. This team believes the city is full of life, and we don't just award second chances, but our goal is to help establish new beginnings. Founder and Pastor Marco Diaz declares that this organization is designed to create a safe and nurturing environment for children and young adults in high-risk areas.
This project hasn't been more than just a passion. It's been my divine assignment in my life. While the journey hasn't been without its challenges, I'm grateful to say that all silver financial matters have now been fully resolved. Today, I'm proud to stand in partnership with Ashford Capital Investment, Smart Living, a trusted leader with 30 years of experience in our community. Revitalizing together, we're not just building facilities, we're building futures.
For over 30 years, we've been providing housing solutions, improving quality of life, revitalizing communities, all while educating people in the home buying process. Our sole purpose is to raise and secure capital to bring the people's vision to life. In fact, I selected 5 young couples from our local church and mentored, educated, trained them on analyzing a deal that's profitable, all while receiving 100% financing through one of our investors. They ultimately purchased the property and currently live rent-free because of our training systems.
If you wonder what it looks like for those that averted homelessness in Central Florida, visit with James and Miranda Perez, a couple that has battled the challenges of living on the streets.
I'm very grateful that I do have a roof over my head and there's a place that's stable for my wife and my daughter.
James knows what it's like to live under unstable circumstances. He was chronically homeless for 5 years, battling drug addiction and committing petty crimes.
My life is a mess in every aspect.
James, Miranda, and daughter Amari found themselves without a home back in March after the county shut down Kaleo Ministries for code violations. It was their home for years. The county provided them a temporary place, but that assistance ended after several months. So Kaleo Ministries recently stepped in and provided the family an apartment to keep them off the streets.
There is a very critical situation here in Central Florida with affordable housing.
John can relate. He also became homeless after the ministry shut down with a wife battling cancer and him suffering from heart issues.
Thank God and Pastor Mark and his wife.
Sleeping out in the street is more safer than here than what they're trying to say.
The pastor hopes the county provides safe housing for everyone.
All right. Further comments? Yes, sir.
You're gonna have people speak? You're calling the people, or you want me to bring my?
If you, this is your time, so if
Okay.
you still have
Yes, I want to
comments
bring
or presentation.
I want to bring my directors. Come from my. I have my veterans programs director here. Our safe space director is me right here, speaking on behalf of our kids program. You guys come up, and I have my developers here, so we can ask any questions that you want. I'm going to put first to speak is on our veterans program. He's our director. This over my kids program that we have right here, Dr. Nathaniel.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members. It's an honor to be here. I'm from Hull Combatives Foundation, stepping in to work with the City for Refuge program. We have had accomplishments in multiple countries and having programs very much like this, starting from Virginia Beach with the Rock Church, starting in the Weed and Seed program in Miami, Florida, and the latest one that I did in Lima, Peru, and in the jungles of Peru, where I just came back from 7 months ago. It is an honor to step in to see the transformational leadership with the veterans programs on the streets that the, excuse me, the veterans right now are homeless here in Orlando. I was a service officer for Sanford DAV Chapter 30, and when I noticed a lot of the veterans were not able to get programs, even from the VA here at Lake Baldwin. If you go in, they would say they have a program for you, but it would take you 2 months to get the program. One of the initiatives that we would have in the veterans programs here is they would be able to have access to a counselor that can do the paperwork for them. You'll be surprised at the amount of veterans that are not able to fill out the paperwork. They don't know the documentation. Then when you combine the transformational leadership for helping veterans with kids and those that are at risk, you're able to provide a transformational leadership program that would be a value add to the entire community. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Nathan Hall, 16504 Northwest 49th Avenue, Miami, Florida.
Thank you, sir. I have here my project manager for the development company. I have a video to play for them for you, for Asher. If you could play that video real quick before they speak.
Did you know that 40% of unsheltered people were unemployed? A staggering 2.5 million children are homeless each year in America. This can happen to you. Introducing Asher Smart Living. For over 30 years, we've been providing housing solutions, improving quality of life, revitalizing communities, all while educating people in the home buying process. Our sole purpose is to raise and secure capital to bring the people's vision to life. In fact, I selected 5 young couples from our local church and mentored, educated, trained them on analyzing a deal that's profitable, all while receiving 100% financing through one of our investors. They ultimately purchased the property and currently live rent-free because of our training systems. Now, they are giving their time to the pastor for community projects. It even changed and enhanced their careers as they realized that there is more opportunities in real estate. One took the construction route. Another became a realtor. And then the last began working with Habitat of Humanity. We are currently seeking between $10,000 and $5 million initial investment to rapidly scale operations and win market share. We are raising our Phase A to accelerate 5 key goals and achieve 6 to 12% for ROI investors. List of operations and growth. Acquisition. Construction. Development. Project management. Infrastructure. Your commitment will support our mission to provide low-income individuals mentorship, financial literacy, educational and entrepreneurship programs that will prepare them to become not only good homeowners, but good citizens. All under the Smart Living Housing Project.
Yes, I'm bringing now 4C's, my project manager. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Rodrigo De Santi, 800 Celebration Avenue, Florida. I'm here to represent the group as a project manager. I represent a company called 4C USA. We're in business here in Florida since 7 years ago. And what we do with different kind of clients and projects, we do project management. So we are here on the team to make the project happen, following what's going to be approved by the county, the city. So we're here to make the project happen as project managers of the project.
Thank you. Also have my trailblazer, one more person, director of my.
We can lower that.
Yes, you can lower the podium. Am I on? You just speak. Okay. Yes, my name is Cameron Wiggum, 320 West Benson Street, number 12, Decatur, Georgia. And essentially, I am the music and creative entrepreneur director of Safe Space. And what I am doing is essentially introducing opportunities and skill sets within the creative and entrepreneur and entertainment field for the citizens of the Safe Space community. About me, I was shot and paralyzed 12 years ago, and I used music as my therapy to my chaotic situation. In the course of that, I've exposed myself to multiple opportunities, lucrative opportunities within the creative and entrepreneur and in the entertainment space, and I would like to extend those same opportunities to the youth and at-risk young adults of the Safe Space community. My goal is to provide a creative space for them to be able to express themselves and to be able to develop themselves professionally. And that's essentially it. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
I think I have one more here for the Practice Wellness. She's going to speak on our seniors program. Alba.
Good afternoon. How are you? Thank you so much
Good
for allowing
afternoon.
us to speak. It's been a long journey, and I'm very proud to stand here next to Pastor Marcos, his mission and his vision. So my role will be, I'm representing Practice Wellness, will be the one providing the behavioral health services for the project. We will provide individual and family group therapy, treatment for trauma, anxiety, grief, stress, everything that is related when you are facing difficult times, or the population that we're expecting to come in are not going through easy times. We are living in a moment where if you lose your job, you could potentially lose your home. So this will be a good place for us to welcome them. But behavioral health, mental illness is going to be part of that. So Partners Wellness will provide a big, important part of that support system. We'll be, concentrating and making sure that all the families have the support. We will have nurses on site. We will have, this is not for them to have drug treatment, but it's more of, helping them where they are, with therapy and with different solutions. So Practice Wellness is committed to provide that support 24 hours, 7 days a week for Pastor Marcos. So I really hope that now you see the overall picture of how it's coming together. He has been working very hard to make sure that he is worthy of this approval. And he has brought his directors, he has a mission, he has a vision. So I really, 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 really hope that now you see the amazing, transformation that will happen at the corridor of, Colonial and Chickasaw. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, Alba Linares, 1794 Curry Ford Road, Orlando, Florida, 32806. Thank you.
Save that time for any deferred questions.
All right, then stand by. You all can be seated. I'm going to open it up for public comment now. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We do, Mayor. We have 10 speakers for this item.
Okay. Well, we'll call them in the order in which they have been received, and each speaker will be given 2 minutes.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker is Dylan Bynum, followed by Edwin Sierra, Val Mobley, Luis Alcia, and Edgardo Saldana.
Is Dylan here? Dylan? I think you said Dylan Bynum?
Dylan was the first speaker, followed by Edwin, and then Val. So any of those names may approach.
Okay, let's go to the next one, I guess, unless this is Dylan.
I'm Edwin Sierra.
Yep, you're good.
What's your name again?
Edwin Sierra.
Okay, all right. Dylan is not
I
here.
live 3260 New Mexico Court, Orlando, Florida, 32826. I've been living on the east side of town since 05. I have a ministry that provides services to people that live on the streets. I haven't seen anything on that side of town for years. I've kind of been the one going out, talking to people, finding out what's going on. I found out through the people on the streets, that they no longer have a place to go and to express themselves. So my interest is the east side of town, and I'm not seeing anything happen on that side of town. So this is the only project that I know that's even trying to do something, and I've seen that they're trying to do something. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando, 32804, which is downtown. But I'm here to say I think this is a great project, and I'm hoping that Orange County will give forbearance and mercy to Pastor Marcos and this project. The east side of the county needs this. The county in general needs this. We need to do more for the unhoused and those people who cannot fend for themselves because of circumstances beyond their control. And I think that with some help and some guidance from our administration here, that this can be a great project in the long run and do a lot of good for a lot of people. So I hope y'all will say yes.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Luis Alicea, 9933 Flint Circle, Orlando, Florida, 32825. Just here to speak about what I've seen in Hope Ministry. I know Marcos and Melissa for almost 4 years, and I've seen those camping grounds, people that have been broken, that nobody loves them, that they feel lost, and that Marcos and Melissa open their hearts and love to these people. And they are trying to help them in that what Christ is founded on, meaning that he loves you, that you can be a new creation, that what you are is not what defines you. I see in these programs as well too, and I've been part of one, like when men come and talk about their problems, and sometimes when you have a problem, you think that you're lost and nobody can understand you, but you know after talking in a circle that you're not the only one, and that you see people that have been in your own shoes and they have thrived. And this is very important, and I urge you to please be for this program, because like as a community is to help people, to bring ourselves and create light, meaning create positivity, and bring them back into what they need to be restored of, to be part of a community that loves them, that wants to thrive, and in a community that loves the faith and the values of Christ. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next registered speaker, Edgardo Saldana, followed by Cayman Wijan, Rodrigo DeSanti, Migdalia Pagad, and Nathan Hall.
Here, thank you for the opportunity to be here, Commissioners. I want to tell you a little bit, real quick, a second,
Sir,
about
if you could just
myself.
start with your name and address.
Edgardo A. Saldana. I grew up in the projects in Newark, New Jersey, and my father was a drug addict. My mother lived on public assistance. And I'm a very successful person today, and my job is to give back. I've been involved with projects all over the world, and when I saw this project, I said, I want to give back. I did the preliminary underwriting. The project is fundable with no doubt. We already got some commitments. But in addition to that, I'll tell you, and I challenge you guys, Orlando has an opportunity to set a standard. I don't look at this being one, I think 1 out of 40. The projects that I work with, when they work pretty well, we duplicate them throughout the countries, throughout the world. This program takes the ability of taking somebody broken and making them something real. I've been around people that are very, very successful, millionaires. They were homeless at one time. You have an opportunity to bring something to your city. 5 stars. There's got to be 5 stars. This gentleman here, project management, I have other projects with him. They do over $4 billion worth of projects. And he came here because he feels this project. The money's not the issue. The money's there. And if you're worried about in your community having a project, this is a Ritz-Carlton, 5 stars, the best of the best, because I don't get involved with anything, it ain't the best of the best. I hope, and I know you guys will approve it, because this will be 1 out of 40 throughout the different countries, and they'll come back and say, look at this project, it started in Orlando. I was in Boston when they had a project, now that project's all over the place. There's so many different projects, and you got a special force guy here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Migdalia Pagan, New Vision Ministry Incorporated.
20 years in ministry serving the community. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Kaleo, a ministry that has become a lifeline for so many in our Orlando community, especially our youth and our veterans. This ministry is not just a place, it's a safe haven. It's where struggling young people find mentorship instead of the streets. It's where veterans, many of whom carry the scars of service, find hope, purpose, and support. It's a place of healing, of growth, of transformation. Week after week, this ministry has stepped in where others have stepped back. It provides food, clothing, job training, emotional and spiritual support, not with red tape, but with open arms. When our systems fall short, this ministry fills in the gaps. Lives have been saved here. Futures have been redirected here. Families have been restored here. It is deeply troubling to hear that the Commission of Chambers is considering closing them down. To do so would not only take away vital services, it would send a devastating message to the people who rely on this place that they are not seen, not heard, and not valued. We cannot allow politics to overshadow the impact. We cannot afford to lose one more space where real change is happening every single day. I urge the commissions, the commissioner and the mayor to come and see the work firsthand. Talk to the youth who were headed for gangs and now are headed for college. Talk to the veterans who were battling addiction and now are mentoring others. Talk to the volunteers, the staff, the families. This ministry is not a problem. It is part of a solution. And in a time when our communities are crying out for unity, compassion, and action, we need more places like this, not fewer. Please stand with us. Let's work together to lift this ministry up, not shut it down. Good work, because they are doing.
All right. Thank you.
They are doing good work, and it's God's work for a better Orlando. I live at 1042 Farwell Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32807. Hi,
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Mayor, I believe that was our last registered speaker.
Okay, do we have another speaker? Okay, if you all have not
Anyone whose names have been called.
filled out a card, we will need you to fill out a card if you want to speak.
You don't have to fill it out now. If you want to speak,
You can
go
fill
ahead
it
and
out
speak and fill it out afterwards.
before you leave. Okay, you want to speak? Come forward. Just give us your name and address.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first apologize for my action the last time I was here because I don't like people when they throw mud in the game. I want everybody to be real. The only reason I'm dealing with this project because I stand tall. This is my organization, Stand Tall Community Development. My name is Bishop Carol H. Stubbs. One of my property addresses is 208 South Paramore, 2310 Carrollton Road, and also 117 Railroad Avenue, Boston, Georgia. All of those are my facilities that I operate from. Right now, I'm here to help support this young man because I've been dealing with him for the last 3 years. If it wasn't right, I wouldn't be standing up here. And for those that know me, know I'm telling the truth. I only can stand where righteousness is. And I believe that we're not just dealing with the Hispanics, we're not just dealing with the whites, we're not just dealing with the blacks, we're dealing with an organization just trying to get people together. And we're just trying to do what's right. And I had one of the young men in the audience today, and I listened to the Mitch Snyder story. And I've been looking at that on the television. It happened in Washington, D.C. You got to look where all this stuff coming from. It's not just coming because people are having the issues that they're having. They're being pushed into a corner where they don't have no other alternative. I myself wish I would have went to the armed forces. I'd have had extra benefits. I don't have but one benefit, believe me. So I'm good. But I have one benefit that really take good care of me, so I'm going to be better than that. So you understand? So I just tell God thank you right now for just being able to stand up here. Stand up, son. If I'm going to stand with you, I'm going to be with you. I trust him. That's why I'm with him, okay? If it wasn't right, I wouldn't be with him. I want to let y'all know that. That's all the back talk now. God bless y'all and have a nice day.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. And don't forget to fill out the card so we'll have your name for the record. Did it? Okay, thank you. All right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you guys. My name is Zulma Medina. I am an independent nonprofit consultant. Mr. Diaz brought me into his team of assessors, investors, community leaders, community organizations in order to achieve what is much needed, community cohesiveness. I am at the disposition of not only Mr. Diaz's organization, but also, and most importantly, the community, to address all questions, find out what they expect, come up high to their standards and also expectations, and to serve as a bridge between them and the community. The purpose, the goal, and the intention, the commitment is to achieve not only them completing and continuing with their operations, but also finding out ways where the community can also learn, educate, and be a part of their efforts. This is a problem that affects everybody as a whole in the community. And that is what I was brought into his team, to be the person to help find the tools and get to that point where everybody feels happy and everybody in the community feels that they're safe, not only the people receiving the services, but also the community, the neighbors of the sites that offer the services. It is very important that we all come into get to aim to the same direction, in the same direction, and that's what I'm here for. And I believe this shows the commitment and the efforts not only Pastor Diaz is willing to make, but also the organizations involved in his whole foundation and the whole team that is behind him in his efforts. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and your commissioners. My name is Alfredo Rodriguez. I reside at 4697 Walnut Ridge Drive, Orlando, Florida. Just a little bit about myself. I was 20 years in law enforcement in New York, and I'm also a veteran of Vietnam. But the true hero here for me is my daughter, Melissa, and her husband, Marcos, who converts their home into a homeless shelter. I've never heard of that, where the homeless are safe, are fed. They didn't have much resources, no financial resources whatsoever, but just donations. And the donations I'm talking about are food, water, toiletries, etc. So hopefully this permit for today will hopefully be approved. And I think that project will be excellent for the city of Orlando. Short and sweet. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers? If we have none, then we'll close the public hearing portion of this conversation, and if the applicant has any rebuttal comments, you have about 21 seconds left.
No, we don't have anything further. Just available if you have questions. Thank you.
All right, then stand by. We'll close the public hearing portion of the meeting at this time, and we'll open it up for questions by members of the board. Commissioner Scott, do you have any questions on this item?
I did, Mayor. So let me go back before today's remarks. When we initially had discussed this project, it was the code enforcement and all the other concerns were supposed to be resolved. In the presentation today, he had shared that we had $130,000 in, I'm looking at you, for fines, and then $5,000 in payments, correct?
That's correct. So, the overall fines were reduced to $130,000, and so far they've made a payment of $5,500.
Okay, what was the discussion with the remaining balance?
Jason Reynolds can speak to the details of that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jason Reynolds, Manager of the Neighborhood Services Division. They have not paid the remaining balance. The last communication staff had with Mr. Diaz was he was conferring with his board about authorizing a payment that large.
Okay. Pastor Diaz, if you could approach. So in the video, just if you can give me clarity, because in the video you said that all the financial concerns had been resolved, and then I guess the narrator of sorts talked about raising capital. So I'm just, it's kind of confusing, so if you can clarify.
In the video, it's talking about raising capital for the people that we help. We have investors that help. If you watch the video again, you misheard it. I have my attorney. There's the remaining balance. He'll come up here and clarify all that for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Michael Singh, Kraken Law Group, 1420 Jean Street, Winter Park. So yeah, we were retained by Pastor Diaz to look into the issue with the zoning and the board issues. I guess there's some fines that are being reduced, which he's come to an agreement on, and then there's some that we have to actually look into because there is what was it?
We have the repetitive, and then we have the miscellaneous administration one that he's going to right now look over before we send the payment. But the payment's in escrow. If we have to pay the full amount, it's in there in escrow. But he told me to take wise counsel and let him direct with you guys.
We wanted to take a look at some of the issues that he brought up with some of the payments because it seems like this has been an ongoing issue since 2021. So some of the reoccurring charges may not necessarily be reoccurring, so we wanted to take a look at those. I requested the records about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, started looking through it. It's a ton of records, so we just need some more time to look through.
So you're reserving payment in the likelihood that they may be reduced or waived in some way? Is that
Yes,
correct?
and we also have the full amount that's currently being owed. We've been told it's prepared to be escrowed or bonded, however the county would like it, in lieu of us resolving those issues.
Okay, thank you. Jason, if you could approach for a moment. Jason Reynolds, I'm sorry. Jason, what was the amount of total fines that were owed?
The gross fines.
The gross
total fines
before
were,
you reduced?
Yeah, about $4 million.
So they owed $4 million?
Yes, so it was, so there are I'll go over it again. So there are the traditional special magistrate or code enforcement board says you need to come into compliance by X date. If you don't, you'll start accruing fines of $100 a day, for example. Those are what we call the administrative fines. Then they had fines because they were repeat and habitual offenders in regards to the trucks on the parking lot and bringing them back. There were one-time fines that were imposed by the special magistrate and code enforcement board. We cannot reduce those. Those are a total of $87,000. So it's essentially two pots, two fine amounts that come to make that $130,000.
But they went from $4 million to $130,000?
Yes.
And he said he requested some records from you, and you guys provided those records?
I wasn't aware of that, but based on what he's saying, he's reviewing those records. I imagine those are the case files, but if he requested it, he would have received it. My staff is fairly timely with responding to requests.
So did anyone communicate with you or your department to say, hey, we want additional information, or we want to dispute the remaining fines?
I have not heard that. The last communication that I had from the staff person who handles fine reductions is Mr. Diaz was meeting with his board to determine how best to come up with the funds or authorize the funds to be paid. That's what I received in an email this morning.
Okay, so fines from $4 million to $130,000, that was a reduction. All the code issues are resolved in terms of things being moved and brought to
Correct.
compliance.
As of yesterday afternoon, there are no code violations at the property, and all of the old ones are in compliance.
Okay, and when was that $5,000 payment made?
I'd have to get back to you with that, Commissioner, sometime in the last week or two.
Okay.
But I don't have that date with me.
Okay, I'm good with you. Pastor, I just have a few more questions for you as well. You had the folks that have opposed this. Did you speak with them and try to resolve their?
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
obviously, you're not going to be able to fix everybody's concern, but you did make an effort on your own to kind of talk with those concerns.
Oh, yes, that's what we are. We want to make sure that the problem, we've been closed for a year and a half, and we ain't going to be open for a couple of years. So we're trying to tell them anything that we could to help the situation because the crime is out there. So we got our teams, and I'm looking to be a community player with my neighbors. I only have the 3 on the backside of me, and we're looking to do whatever to please them.
And you mentioned Asher Capital and the Project for Community. Are there any other local partners? Because you're providing a large grouping of services, right? And so we have local partners that provide those services. Have you reached out to any of the local providers, or?
Yeah, see, what we're bringing to the table in Safe Space is open door policy. All our departments are open to bring any other nonprofits, because that's what we do. We empower other nonprofits to go beyond the means. So we are open door policy. I've been speaking that, and that's what we teach. We're community players. Anybody that does what we do, and they get spirit-led to come and be a part of a branch to what we do, that's what we do, open door policy. I believe there's going to be other veterans programs, there's going to be other kids programs, there's going to be other mental behavior programs, there's going to be so many coming. That's why we're looking the door to opportunity to get the permit, because I believe everybody's going to come to help, and that's what we do. We're not here to be in control. We're here just to be team players, and we move by the spirit of liberty. I stick in my lanes. Everybody plays in their lanes. We help the community, and that's what we do.
So those two providers will then bring other, like, local mental health providers and things like that? And then my last thing is, the gentleman, he spoke about the services he would provide. Would that be virtual, because he gave an out-of-state address? So I didn't understand. He said he's in Georgia, but he's providing the services.
No, he's transferring out here. He's going to be living here on site with our kids.
Okay. I'm good, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you so much.
Just a follow-up, Pastor. This Asher Capital that you referenced, is that the same as Asher Global, which is an international financial tech firm?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. No.
Okay, so the Asher Capital that you are in partnership with, where are they located?
Here in Jersey, but they're here in local in Orlando. You want to?
They have a local office?
Yeah, come speak.
Is there Asher Capital? Are you?
We're located in New Jersey. I moved here 5 years, and I'm looking for a location right now, but I have maybe like $500 million worth of projects.
Do you have projects here locally that you are financing?
Right, at this moment,
Yes.
no. We are engaged with 3 or 4 that we are looking to get a commitment to close. That's the reason that I'm actually, when I moved here, I wanted to do some business here, but I wanted to do some good work as well.
Do you have any projects that you're financing in Florida?
Right now, no. The
Yeah.
ones that I've done are in New Jersey, St. Kitts, and outside the country. So this will be the first project that I'll be doing actually here in Florida. But for us, it doesn't matter, because as long as we understand that the project's viable, we have the financial resources to be able to do it.
Are you helping to finance the outstanding fines?
That's part of my capital stack, yes, it is, sir.
Okay, and Pastor Diaz mentioned that he had some type of perhaps trust fund or something that was set up?
Yeah, some money was earmarked exactly for that, not only for that, but other for drawings and other things. It's part of the soft cost capital, yes.
And are you controlling that?
My group is, yes.
Okay.
So once you approve it, then we could go and execute and take care of the fines and move forward, because we, 4Cs, who I work with to be the project manager, they're the ones that actually, they're doing, I guess, like $4 billion worth of projects, and they're doing projects in Florida. So the reason I'm with them and I engaged them is because exactly to when you ask that question, they're the ones that are going to be running my projects.
And
they got projects in Florida. How many projects do you have so far? 30 projects. They have 30 projects.
So the escrow account, I guess was referenced. You're holding the escrow account for the outstanding fines?
There's an account earmarked for soft costs that includes, it's more than 130, but it's the fine. My understanding is that they're trying to work something out.
And what financial institution is that being held in?
In TD Bank.
And can you provide, if need
Yes,
be,
no
some
problem.
proof of
We
that?
could provide the TD Bank account, as long as we would like to get the approval so we could get going, so that we could take care of the fines and move forward.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Yeah, just to make sure that you understand, 4Cs have done over 30 projects here, and they're the ones who are going to be in charge, and I believe it's about maybe $300 or $400 million worth of projects.
Right, I understand, but we're talking about this project.
Well, this project, I went and got them to be the ones to come in, and they're going to be handling all the money, because my investors want to make sure that whatever we put a dollar, that we make sure we ensure it, that it comes out. So
But
therefore.
right now, you're holding the escrow
That is correct, sir.
for the funds to pay.
Yes,
the
sir.
fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's what I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we're going to go to Commissioner Uribe. Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, so I was a lowly liberal arts major, and the math's not mathing for me. So $4 million in fines, some of those are directly from the magistrate, which means that there's no wiggle room there. Actually, let me back up for a second. I want to make sure the people here who are advocating for what we know is needed, and what I am grateful for you for bringing forward, and all of us continuing to seek solutions. I want you to understand that the conversation we're having is about a rezoning and about a land use a comp plan amendment and associated code violations, some of those of which were considered pretty dangerous safety conditions. And so one of the things that I want to make sure we're doing is that when we move forward, if we do move forward, that we understand a little bit about the plan, which I think you brought a lot of information about a plan, that allows us some comfort in not being back here. And I think one of those things that was established by the board when we were discussing this at the last hearing was that to see you make good on those fees and fines based on the fact that those aren't fees for you to apply for rezoning. Those are outstanding fines for code violations and things that were being done on a property that weren't supposed to be done. It was for illegal operations. And so I guess I just want to hear your feedback about now it seems like part of an investment strategy to get a rezoning in order to get those fees and fines paid down, but it's not really part of a business plan if it's something that was part of the existing conduct of the operation. So I just want to find out if this is something that I'm not understanding the explanation on.
We understand that it's 130, but the property value right now is between $3 to $5 million. The only thing that's owed on that is like $200,000. You got plenty of equity, So the soft cost in the capital structure and any development projects, you put in exactly more or less what you need. So he's got plenty to take care of the fines and to do the drawing.
I understand that. My concern, and quite frankly, I was a little bit, my antenna went up when you said, we get the approval, we'll take care of the fees and fines. And as though they were part of a future project, whereas those fees and fines are attached to that property no matter what until they're resolved. And what we're trying to work through is the feasibility of getting those things done in a way that allows the type of rezoning that's being asked for here. This is a business operation that will provide services hopefully for our most vulnerable citizens. So, to ask questions about sort of the financial backing and what that looks like and why illegal operations took place for so long, those are not us being draconian. Those are us being protective of our public and trying to make sure that we're not putting anybody in harm's way, whether that's a business owner or a ministry. So it's part of the process, and I just am trying to sort of sever those two issues. And with all due respect, I also looked up the name of the business. I could not find the LLC as a registered.
It's raised to a Securities Exchange Commission, madam. I could give you the documents.
Okay,
hold on. Let me be clear. I got a board as well. If the approval is continued, I'm only saying, you're saying that the fees has to be paid for the approval. We'll take care of it.
No one said that. No one said that. The ideal situation is that a person who has been in violation, regardless of whether it's a business or a homeowner, makes right by their community and pays their fines. If you have an illegal operation, we are all about redemption here, but make it right. And that's what we're saying. There's nothing contingent upon that except for the law says it'll sit on your property till you sell your property.
I as the financial person, I could, tell you about the capital stack and the soft cost. The other violations, I don't know about that. And at the end of the day, what I care about is that property that we're investing is worth more at the time, that we're covered. And as right now, based on that, we are covered. So there is plenty to be able to take care of that and more, because the property's worth a lot more than that. My understanding is there's some other developers that are trying to come in and go into the property as well. So I don't know about the violation. I can't talk to you about that.
No, I know.
But
I
I
know.
can
I mean,
only
the
tell
question
you
was,
this.
the question is really, I mean, it wasn't specifically for you. It sounded to me like in your explanation, there was some business plan contingent upon that.
I do want to remind the commissioners, we have the 5:01 PM and we have
Sorry.
multiple items, so let's try and see if we still have the presentation from utilities, so let's see if we can't get through it in a timely manner.
We agree. Commissioner Wilson, and I apologize, we were recently retained to help with this matter. It is one of the situations where we have been actively advising them to diligently and timely make as many resolutions to the violations as possible. Sadly, it's taken some time, and they've, with the timeline of this meeting and the meetings in the past, pushing this forward as quickly as possible. He's obviously very excited to try to push this effort forward, and that's one of the reasons why he's been kind of delayed in handling it. And we understand the position, which is why we have set aside that money to be put in an escrow account, and it could be with a bond, with the court registry if we wanted, and our firm's trust account, however it's needed to be. He has rectified the issues, and obviously we understand the situation with the fines.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Good afternoon. I'm still a little confused because you're not on my side of town, and I'll try to make this quick, but I'm still trying to understand how you got into so much trouble before and we're taking so long to get in compliance with county rules, because there's no one here who doesn't want to see this project be successful. But our hesitancy is, is your group, are you going to follow all the rules from here on forward, because you haven't followed them in the past, if I have to be honest?
If you get a chance, I had emailed, there's about 22 emails that goes back from 2021. As a tenant or landlord, you're supposed to be able to go downtown, pull your own permits for any violations that you have, or if you're going to pull a permit, you can go as a legal person that owns a resident, their property can go strictly down to here, to right here downstairs, and apply for any permits. Me, I was boots on the ground. I hired a GC. There's about 22 emails that goes back from 2021, dealing straight with code enforcement, dealing with the people. It's with a GC that I pulled the permits, everything in violation I did with a GC. At the same time, as a captain, I could not get to compliance all the way, because as a person, you have people living in your house. And as a captain of a ship, before you can fix the ship, you got to get the people off the ship. When they claim and closes down in March of 22nd, over a year ago, was the first time I was able to get the people and to your hands to be accountable. Because at the same time, we were holding on, helping the people. I cannot fix certain things and come to the compliance until the people were off my property. That's when we started working on the fines. But we have 22 emails that if you go back, Commissioner Scott can look in his emails, about 25 that Jackie had sent him showing that we've been dealing with code enforcement and dealing with trying to rectify it. I did all that I can do. We made mistakes, but we're looking to turn the page. I have professionals with us. All I did was I had a sidewalk that I didn't get a permit. I had a rooftop deck that was so old that we didn't use. I didn't get a permit. I paid to try to get the permits from 2021 until now. I mean, I did everything I could to be a team player. We're not trying to be rebellious. If you look up the track record on our emails, you'll see it's about 22 emails that Sister Jackie sent with from a director. You guys can see that we've been trying. I'm sorry that we didn't get things that fast, but we're here to be a team player, Commissioner.
Okay. So are you committing today that you're going to follow all the county's rules? And if code enforcement shows up anymore, we don't like that. We want you to follow the rules. The rules are for safety,
Yes, ma'am.
right? They're for everyone's good. We don't just have rules to have rules. We're here because we are also entrusted with being stewards of the people in our county.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you accept that?
Yes, ma'am, fully, and we're here to learn. We don't think we know it all. Anything that I have to learn, we're here. That's what we want to do. I yes to anything that needs to be done to help our community. There's a lot of people suffering, and we're just here to stand the gap and just do what's right, and that's what we do as our group and our.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Simrad?
Thank you, Mayor. So in the District 5 area with the UCF corridor, we have generally when we do any type of zonings or any type of development there's two things that we ask for. One is 24 hours security, and then also access to mass transit. Do you think that you can make a commitment to having those two things as a condition?
We would love that. We would love to have any partnerships with the Orange County, the police department, city police, anything to restore and bring the best security. We'd love to be able to do that with you guys.
I believe it's a cost on-site. It's an operational cost for the security. It's not that it is given through the sheriff's department.
Okay.
So it would be a required on-site, on-premise, that there's some form of 24-hour security.
Yes.
Just because of the vulnerable nature of the population.
Yeah,
that
we
you
love
have.
that. We're going to be a facility that's 24 hours. That's what our place is. It's a tech hub. We're looking to have the best security cameras to be covering every angle at the same time, the best security team that we could get together. That's what.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
I just have a thought and a question. Just so you know, it's not about you. It's about the 20 or so hearings we have every 2 weeks where people will say, hey, will you approve this? And so we set a precedent. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. We approve you and someone has a similar situation and they're looking for similar concessions. So that's my thought. The Asher Capital Investments, is that Passaic, New Jersey? Is that correct? Can you approach for a moment, please? And what is your role again with this company?
I'm the CEO.
You're the CEO.
Right, and I also own the tallest building in Passaic right there.
So let me ask you a question. Say we do not approve this, are you still going to pay for the fines?
That's a good question.
Well, there's a 23, there's a condition there that Commissioner Scott that says that they read earlier, says this includes the satisfactory payment of any outstanding penalties, fines, or costs imposed for code violations.
No, that's not how I phrased the question. I apologize. I said, say we do not approve this. Are you still going to?
And I say that's a good question because I have investors as well, and I have to say we're not getting the approval at this moment in time. So therefore, this actually becomes almost like it could be a donation. It could be also because the property has value. We can loan against that property at any time. The property is worth $3 to $5 million. So I don't think we have a problem at all to give him, he only owes $200,000 on the property. So yes.
But again, my question is, there's a
Okay.
plan, and here, so I'm guilty of this. I do this a lot when you're in court. You listen to respond. I'm not trying to diminish what you're saying. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. You know, sometimes we put out, it's not what other people receive. And so if you get a denial today, I mean, you're investing, you're looking for some type of return on investment, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm not sure where the return on investment comes from a nonprofit facility providing services, but maybe you've worked that out in the back end, and I'm not asking you that. But again, if we do not approve this, you're saying that you would still satisfy those fines and fees for him, because again, we got to this point based on the previous hearing saying everything was going to be resolved, not some of it, not part of it, not we're disputing. We went from $4 million to $130,000. And so, you know, the expectation, at least my understanding and my expectation was everything was going to be resolved and maybe some conditions are approved, we go there. Now we're here, the code is resolved, the fines are reduced, and now they are wanting to, I'm just being transparent. You want to mitigate some of these fees. That's not resolved. In the video, you said fully resolved. Fully resolved means everything, not some things. You know what I'm saying? So again, it goes back to what I said in the beginning. It's not on you as a person, as an entity. There are going to be other hearings, similar situations where we may have court reporters and lawsuits, which results in people spending money. So I just want you to understand where I'm coming from with that.
Anytime a property's worth 3 to 5 million and you owe 200,000, I'll be the guy to give you the money.
Okay, I gotta move us along
Okay, thank you,
because
Mayor.
we got a tight deadline to get through a number of things. Commissioner Uribe is the commissioner in question here. So Commissioner Uribe, do you have a motion? At this
Yeah,
time?
I did want to address, Commissioner Samrad, what was the condition that you had asked for?
So in the UCF corridor, we always add on, which is something that Commissioner Bonilla started, which was 24-hour security on site and mass transit connections.
Are we able, Pastor, we're good. Jason, or I guess Regina, are we able to add, if this language has been added in the past and Pastor Marcos has said he's in agreement with it?
Commissioner, I'll go ahead and start. With respect to the mass transit provision.
Hold on, John, I don't think your mic is on. Miles,
Yeah.
John Weiss. All right,
It is a PD, so first off, we have the representation condition. But in terms of being more specific, at least to the transit condition or connection, it's on State Road 50, so there is transit in very close proximity, basically at the front of the project along State Road 50. So at least from that perspective, access to regional transportation should be reasonably available. With respect to the security, that may be a condition, that may be something, clearly to your point about it being at the property owner's cost, would be something that we would prefer to be more specific on, but I'll look to Georgiana as to any initial thoughts on language.
Yeah, because I would love to cover that, because I know when we had our community meeting, there's an expectation that children will be present in the future and so forth. So we would like to see that.
Can I get some more information about what is the trigger for the requirement for
So on-
24-hour security?
As soon as he builds it, when it's open.
So certificate of occupancy?
Yeah, when it's open. I
Okay.
mean, I don't
Thank
think
you, ma'am.
that-
Yes.
I think you're going to be there now overseeing it, but when people move in, we want to make sure that takes place.
Yes, ma'am.
And then while Georgina's getting that finalized, I also wanted to let everyone know that one of the conditions, and Jason, I'm good, Pastor Marcos, Jason Sorensen, we had, before any permit can be pulled, that fine has to be paid. Okay, so there is, I think that there has been a lot of negotiation to this point, but it is a requirement, it is a set condition that nothing will be able to pull until that is paid. And Jason, I'm just asking for your confirmation on that, because I know that was an issue, and you have to, I mean, I know that you've hired your attorney, but hopefully we can get this quite wrapped up quickly, because it's, this fine, and is Jason Reynolds gone? How many years has it been that these fines have been accumulating? Because it isn't something recent.
The code violations there were found in 2021. Some of these fines have been accruing since then.
So about 5 years?
Yes, or,
Okay, or
4 years.
Okay. And then are we able, Georgina,
Yes,
to?
so if we can put those conditions back up.
I think this will be condition 24.
So I can offer a new condition 24, that upon the issuance of certificate of occupancy, private 24-hour security shall be present on site.
Okay. I'm good, and I think that actually came up with the community too. So adding that condition, I think, are you all satisfied with that one? Okay. And with that, I'd like to make a recommendation for approval with all the conditions set forth, which is 24 conditions in great detail.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe and a second by Commissioner Scott. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes, and it is 6-1. All right, we're going to move forward very quickly. The next item, D6 on our agenda, has been withdrawn. Okay. We are still in our meeting. Thank you. All right. It's my understanding D6 has been withdrawn, so we don't need to open D6. We'll go to D7. We'll open this item. Jim Rester, our chief planner from the Planning Division, is going to frame this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, Commissioners, this item was continued from May 20th. This is item D7, also known as a small-scale amendment 2502071.
You might need to speak up a little bit. The mic
sorry.
seems to be low.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes, he did. There we go. Oh, sorry about that, Mayor. This item was also withdrawn. Skip through. Okay, small scale case 2502072 and rezoning case 2502072. This is also known as Peacock Point. The applicant is requesting to go from low density residential to commercial and to rezone from A1 to C1. This is approximately 5.5 acres. In District 2, proposed use is for the development of C1 uses up to 100,000 square feet of climate-controlled self-storage, 15,000 to 20,000 square foot retail plaza, and 15 to 20,000 square feet of medical office. This is the location in District 2. An aerial view of the site north of Clarkona Ocoee Road, just east of North Hiawassee Road. Existing future land use of low-density residential, proposed future land use of commercial, existing zoning of A1, and the proposed zoning of C1. This slide is pointing out the proposed connector trail along Clarkona Ocoee Road. This is part of the West Orange Trail Gap. And you can see on the map there, Phase 2A takes the trail from Hiawassee to Pine Hills Road, and then a future Phase 3 would take the trail up towards 414. And we do have staff from Parks and Rec to further explain that if there are more questions about that. Again, an aerial view of the site. Staff had recommended adoption of this item. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that you do not adopt. And again, the action requested for the rezoning item would be to approve and with the following conditions shown on the screen. And the requested action before you is to adopt.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? Representative, please come forward.
Sorry. Good afternoon. For the record, McGregor Love, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. I do have a presentation, if we could have that pulled up.
Does Miles have it, or do you have it, Nick? Okay.
Mayor, while we're waiting, Mr. Resta, can we just confirm and correct for the record the recommendation that's being presented by staff that's on the screen?
Yes, Mayor. Apologies. It's the, sorry, I don't have the clicker. The recommended action is actually on the slide before this one. I'll go back to it as soon as the applicant is finished with their presentation.
But just a confirmation, and again, Mr. Resta will speak to it for clarification later. The recommended action is for denial and make a finding of inconsistency. That was LPA's recommendation on the request. Staff initially recommended approval, but LPA recommended denial.
Okay, I got it.
I apologize for the delay. I believe we have this sorted out. There we are. I'll move quickly, Mayor. This is the aerial of the subject property you saw a moment ago. It looks at first sight like it's greenfield development. It is not. There are three houses on three individual single-family parcels. This is the request before you, which you saw, low-density residential to commercial and A1 to C1 restricted. I also think that given Vision 2050 and Orange Code, it's appropriate to consider this in the context of what Vision 2050 considers for this property, which is suburban mixed, sorry, that should just say suburban mixed neighborhood, which is a point of confusion for me because it does not allow a mix of uses, it allows a mix of densities, specifically 6 to 12 dwelling units per acre. And we'll talk more about this future land use in a moment. The property's east of the Clarkona-Ocoee-Hiawassee intersection. It's a net developable acreage of 4.4. It is really infill development right there south of Long Lake. The intended development, and I'll be very careful with how I speak about this because we produced a concept plan in preparation for a meeting we had with some folks from the area and working with Commissioner Moore's office to show sort of feasibly how limited commercial development could work on the property. It's not the same thing as a land use plan or something that's binding, so I just want to be very clear about that. But the intended development is an FAR of about 0.55. The self-storage component is in a mixed-use building, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. We also have just shy of 20,000 square feet of retail or commercial, and then around 11,000 square feet of medical office. So it's a limited intensity development, and we are volunteering or agreeing to propose to be further restricted by the uses that we can do on the property. We will not develop a laundromat, liquor store, an open-air market, tobacco, smoke shop, pawn shop. These are a couple of uses that are allowed under the use code. They're allowed in Transect T 5.2. And we wanted to explicitly mark those off as uses we will not develop on the property because commercial retail is very broad, and we understand that in speaking with the folks from this area, that there's concerns about the type of uses that go into their neighborhood. So these are intended to limit what could go there. The applicant will adhere to Orange Code standard for self-storage, which really changes the type of storage unit you can develop in the county, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And we will utilize chambered stormwater storage to minimize land disturbance. So this is from Orange Code. It has two important components. The first is the mixed use component. The ground floor has to have some mixed use element. A minimum of 50% of the ground floor in T5 transects has to be space unrelated to the self-storage. You have to have entrance to the actual storage units be on the interior of the property. We'll show you a graphic of a sample of how this looks in practice. But it does not look like the traditional storage units that you think of when you think of a storage unit. These are the architectural requirements that Orange Code will impose, and we will agree to all of those. So, this is a comp plan amendment, so I'm asking you to make a legislative decision, a policy decision, and these are the policy arguments that justify the change. And these are really done in the context of what Vision 2050 will adopt for this property. Because the question that will be answered today is not whether the property will remain A1, but whether it will go from A1 to a 12-unit an acre designation under Vision 2050, or whether it makes sense to have a limited commercial development on the property. So I would state that the property is not suited for development as a medium density residential as anticipated by Vision 2050. The property is suited for restricted, low intensity commercial and medical office. So this is the existing planning scheme. This is from Critics, which I'm sure the tired planning staff are very familiar with. The existing planning scheme that's proposed, you have the future land use neighborhood corridor high that allows up to an FAR of 3. Right now, our property, the subject property, is intended for that suburban mixed neighborhood. And then you have to the east the existing subdivisions, which are up to 4 units an acre. What I'm going to tell you today is that I would suggest that a more appropriate planning scheme would be to step down from an FAR of 3 to one of the lower intensity commercial designations like a 1.5. Again, we were intending an FAR of 0.55. The staff report, which sort of conservatively overshoots our development, is around 0.73, but it'll be somewhere in that neighborhood because of the site constraints. Because of the site constraints, it's not appropriate for residential development. And so these are the images from the suburban mixed neighborhood that you see in Vision 2050. I know for a fact the one on the right is right in my neighborhood off Fern Creek. That's the road I pass every day. The one on the left looks like and the designation would be consistent with something like Eola Heights, mix of densities and intensities in the neighborhood. But really what you're looking at is residential properties that are fronting a collector or local roadway. When we look at the subject property, we have Clarkona Ocoee. It's a 4-lane arterial roadway with a median in the middle. It looks much more like urban corridor. And urban corridor allows for missing middle housing. It also allows for an FAR of 1.5. And this is an aerial of the subject property from the property appraiser showing Clarkona Ocoee. This is from the Orange County's GIS map, and it kind of roughly shows where the normal high water elevation is on the property, and that further shows you why development really needs to be pushed towards the right-of-way to avoid impacting the 100-year floodplain, the normal high water elevation, and if you have residential development that doesn't make sense to go on an arterial roadway, the only opportunity to develop this property is to do non-residential, and that's why we're proposing it on this property. So to summarize, the site constraints, the floodplain, dictate development along the right-of-way. The suburban mixed-use, future land uses really should front collector and local roads like Fern Creek or Summerlin. And because Clarkona Ocoee is an arterial roadway, residential development fronting the right-of-way is not appropriate. The property is suited for restricted low-intensity commercial and medical office, and now is when we'll talk about the concept plan. The concept plan shows that the feasibility of low-intensity commercial and medical office, non-residential uses in this concept plan appropriately front the right-of-way. You don't see a stormwater pond on this concept plan because we've committed to doing chambered stormwater storage, which limits the impact, the actual footprint of land disturbed on the property. And the right-of-way fronted development leaves adequate upland conservation area to compensate for any impacts to the 100-year floodplain. If you look at the northeast side of this concept plan, there's more than ample upland area, I'm told, from the math people on our team to provide compensating storage for any impacts to the 100-year floodplain. Again, here's our proposed development plan. And again, the intended FAR. The concerns raised, and this is part of, we had a discussion with some folks from the area last week about the development plan, and they have concerns. They still have concerns. You'll hear some of those concerns today. So the first was that the use of the character of the area, second, traffic and safety, and third, environmental impact and flooding. I'm grouping various concerns into broad categories. So the first, the rezoning will restrict the type of commercial uses that are allowed. We've already discussed that. We're not proposing, an Orange Code would not allow the traditional type of drive-up storage. We are proposing the mixed-use building. And I showed this at the community meeting because it was right down the road from where we were. There are two giant storage facilities that are facing each other right on Pine Hill. So I don't blame anyone for being very leery of a storage unit type project coming into their neighborhood. But you look at, I think the main thing that is offensive about this type of use and what Orange Code is made to address is the footprint and the appearance. Those are the two big things. And when you look at this sample storage facility, which again is not, we're not going to architectural review right now, but this is how this concept that Orange Code puts into practice would tend to work. You know, you have ground floor, that ground floor, at least 50% has to be retail or commercial. That has nothing to do with the storage unit. And then you have all the storage units are climate controlled indoors and designed to look like an office building. They're designed to be, and the footprint is so much smaller because of that. And so here is our concept plan. You can see the building in the middle, much smaller footprint than the traditional storage units. And then we have medical office, and we have separate buildings for medical office, separate building for commercial. And, you know, we're committed to exceeding those standards. So the second is traffic and safety. We will reduce the number of curb cuts on Clarkona Ocoee from 4 to 1. So that reduces the potential conflict points and improves safety, efficiency, and pedestrian conditions along the right-of-way. We discussed this with the Public Works Department last week. I know that they have the connector trail that's maybe developing along this area in September. So we need to make sure that we coordinate with Orange County and FDOT to make sure that there's no interruption there. But as a general matter, it should make things simpler to have fewer curb cuts along the area that the trail will go. And you can see those existing curb cuts kind of at the bottom of this image. And you know, as a traffic generator, self-storage is among the lowest traffic generating non-residential uses. Environmental impact and flooding, the proposed buildings, because they're commercial, they're situated to the south away from Long Lake. And again, here's the concept plan. That leaves ample upland area to compensate for the any impact to the 100-year floodplain. The applicant is using subsurface chambered stormwater retention. This is something I required my team to get me reasonably smart on because I had not really done the due diligence on one of these systems before, but they are expensive. But what it allows you to do is it allows you to take an infill development project like this and treat all of your stormwater on site. And it has advantages. Like there is improved pollutant removal, and you're not creating a mosquito breeding area on your property, and you're still treating your stormwater. Of course, these are the approval bodies. Again, we're talking about all of this, and I understand the desire to have technical answers to these questions, but ultimately we're not at permitting, and these are the bodies that will eventually review that. And you know, again, this is not greenfield development. There are vacant residential properties here. Development does ensure that these properties won't continue to be used for dumping, camping, or other illegal activity. Just some quick images before my client took over the property. The westernmost parcel was used as a dumping ground for several years, and the owner came in and cleaned it up and intends to develop it. Just last week, one of the properties was broken into. It had their air conditioner stolen. So I don't want to give the impression that no development is the answer here. This is an opportunity for infill development and is sort of sitting here as an attractive nuisance in some regards. So, yeah, I'll just summarize by saying to think of this as a decision between medium intensity residential, which is what Orange Code would have, and limited, restricted commercial that is limited in the use types that can be allowed and the manner in which it can be developed. And I think that's why we're making our policy argument for that change. But I'll reserve the rest of my time for any questions on, to address any questions from the public, but thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 9 speakers for this item.
All right. We're going to try to get you all in. Hold on one second.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall in the order called. Approach the podium one by one. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be Mateo Schultz, followed by Natalia Alcia, followed by what appears to be two people, Ken Honor and Shante Clark. Any of the names called can start.
Go ahead, Mateo.
Good morning. Good evening. Mateo Schulte. For our organization, POCO, POCO stands for People Clarkona Coe. For the past 3 years, we have been very powerful community leaders. We take care of our roads, we pick up signs, we code compliance on the streets, how dirty and everything is. So when this development started happening, we did came to the first meeting and we voiced our opinion. I don't think this development is right for us. One reason, that road is already congested as it is. We do have traffic like crazy, accidents every day. Clarkona Coe and Hiawassee literally is about a week, about 5 car accidents. Now, trying to build this tremendous building in the area, we have others, communities around it, homes. And this building does not identify as, it's supposed to be residential, not commercial. And creating this building is going to take away from the look of the community. We have single-family homes on both sides. We have Beacon State across the street is all residential. We have Long Lake Hills, all residential communities. And having this building right here, trying to make another road to go inside this building is very, very chaotic. And it's not only that, as the gentleman here was talking before, we do have several already storage facilities in the area. In the less than 5 mile radius, we have extra space storage 7224 Overland Road on Pine Hills, climate control. Second is the Northwest Orlando Storage Pine Hills, Clarkona Coe, climate control, Cubis Smart Self-Storage on Pine Hill, Clarkona Coe. Also, we have public storage in 3150 North Hiawassee on Silver Star, 490 unit control again. Public storage in 2650 Power Drive near Silver Star, climate control. So far we have about 7, with this one being is going to be number 8. And only that, the commissioners in here approve another storage facility that is going on Power Drive and Clarkona Coe.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Natalia Alicea. I'm at 3502 Tarpon Drive in Lockhart, Florida. We had a meeting last week, it was stated, that kind of went over everything. The problem at the meeting that I found was that there, as the lawyer stated, this is just a concept. He didn't actually have actual plans. So this is subject to change. These are just ideas that he's telling us might happen, but these aren't like an actual thing that is going to be happening here. He also at first told us, he didn't explain at the meeting that it was supposed to be 50% the bottom level for the storage unit. He originally said that, or they originally said that it was going to be the bottom level, blanket sentence, was going to be for business use and commercial use, and then the top levels were going to be for the storage units. However, during the meeting, they also stated that it was going to be 4 levels of storage, and that did not include anything to do with business. What I would recommend is that we keep this as a residential area, or if we are putting businesses here, instead of doing the 3 levels or 4 levels, whatever he's decided, for the storage units, we actually put business offices where we're bringing higher wage jobs to our area, which is desperately needed, more than a storage unit. And that's my time. Thank you.
All right. I didn't quite get your name. You said it kind of low. Tell me one more time.
Yeah, Ms. Warren knows. Natalia Alicea.
Okay, got it.
And I had a couple more seconds. Thank you all for hearing us, and thank you especially to Miss Christine Moore, and thank you also to Miss Samara Rod, District 5. It was your newsletter that you sent out to us.
Okay, now
that
you're out of time. Okay, all right. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Kenneth Honor, 6479 Long Breeze Road. Okay, I'm in the neighborhood east of this project. Okay, two issues that we really have a problem with. Safety. I live right on Clear Corner Ocoee, and accidents daily. I mean, I'm not talking about baby accidents. I'm talking about big accidents. So, and the other thing is the damage to the Long Lake. I've been there for 26 years, and it's a beautiful neighborhood. It's a working class neighborhood, and we have 75% of the original homeowners after 26 years. So what is that saying? People really enjoy the neighborhood. And I know for myself, I'm the president of the HOA, and I work very hard to maintain and sustain our neighborhood. And for someone to just come in and take away from that, our value, I know it's going to go away, that we work hard to sustain. And the only people who are going to gain from this is the company who want to come in and build this warehouse. It's just not a fit for the neighborhood. So that's all I have to say. Think about it, and we will really appreciate the support that we could get, just let you know what it's all about in Long Lake Hills. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Shante Clark, 6473 Long Breeze Road. I think I heard earlier that Commissioner Moore, possibly in the future, you were going to Apopka, Mayor of Apopka, and I thought that was wonderful. That's just what I heard. I don't know if that's so. However, if you support things such as this, a storage unit, a medical office building, and you think that's what we need in our community, which you know so very well, that's not it. You know we need so much more. You know the problems that we have, you know the issues that we have. That's not going to help it. So if you do anything, possibly more green space would be great. That would beautify the neighborhood. In addition, I know that there's a wetland ordinance right next to our community. We have bald eagles that fly and land on our trees in the area. We have blue jays. We have a lake. And I'm just so privileged that I live right behind the lake. I fish that lake. My father and my son died in the home. You know what helped me get through it? That lake. Being able to come outside, being able to sit with a cup of coffee and be able to look at the nature that we have. So that type of healing can also help with the community, because the community can see these beautiful things as well if maybe we turn it into a park, something that is beneficial, something that can really help the community and help its residents and people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is going to be Sandy Miller, followed by Ann Hill Mitchell, Kara Blanco, and Kara, it appears you have a minute donated to you, and Robert Lutz.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good evening.
My name is Sandy Miller, 4430 Cluster Drive. So I just want to say that there was some confusion going on at our community meeting. The applicant told planning that there was going to be a 3-story building. At the community meeting held last Thursday with only 48-hour notice, the applicant attorney showed with a rendering of a 4-story building. So granted to that, there was some confusion with all of that. So the question is, would planning have recommend their approval if they had known that it was going to be a 4-story building? I'm just saying. So POCO, the people of Clark-Onacoa, who I represent, recorded this meeting, this tense meeting, because we don't want a development in a prone flood area, okay, especially if it's going to affect the residential area, the residents behind it. So the applicant counselors got a little frustrated at the meeting and suggested that 80 homes could be built in the Waukewa study area and maybe about 2.5 acres of low-density residential land zone as possibility. Again, there's some confusion with that comment. Again, with this being said, there would be, if they would reconsider doctor's office, yes, retail, small business area, things that are more conducive to the residents' needs, okay, also following building recommendations. So my thing would be please to deny the applicant's request to rezone commercial for a storage unit following in these conditions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ann Hill Mitchell. I live in the Quail Ridge subdivision off of Clark-Onacoa Road. My address is 5537 Redbone Lane. My biggest problem is flooding. At the last community meeting we had last week, the applicant could not get their environmental expert to attend to answer our questions. So they were trying to sell their 4-story facility idea like a used car dealer. We don't need another storage village. We don't need commercial development. Like the lawyer said, on the first floor of Papa John or Chicken Place, we don't need that in our neighborhood. The flooding in the backyard on the roads is just agreed to try to build there. This hurts us, not them. So please, I ask of you all to deny, vote no. We do not need to rezone that area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Cara Blanco, 6016 Montel Court. For the record, permits for site clearing are being pulled for another storage facility 1,200 feet away from these parcels. And this is at the corner of Powers and Clark-Onacoa Road. And the renderings for a 4-story storage facility are incompatible with our area. So there has been little to no recent development on Long Lake, which is a good thing because it floods and it's getting worse. The main culprit is an aging pump station, which was built in 1964. On the county's flood awareness site, only 3 locations are listed, 2 being Orla Vista and Long Lake. So Public Works and Storm Management knows that our area has a flooding problem, but these departments weren't contacted for staff comment in this rezoning case. A public notice from 2021 notes an aging and leaky concrete force main and how adjacent areas are at risk of roadway, yard, and structural flooding if the Long Lake pump station does not operate as designed. And I found emergency purchase orders for the pump station from the last 2 years totaling over $2.2 million. Most recent is 2 months ago for an emergency repair, citing a need to protect property and public safety because the pump was leaking onto Beggs Road. This begs the question about concurrency review. Why is the county not putting a hold on commercial permitting such as site clearing and rezoning requests on Long Lake if the pump station, which is critical infrastructure to control flooding, cannot adequately support existing development? Funded by the $8.7 million block grant, wait until improvements are finished. So I know this is politics, and this is billable hours for the applicant's attorneys, and for the board, this could be just another agenda item. You make your motion, and then you go to the next order of business. Commissioner Moore has given us a voice to protect and do what is best for our community This is our home and this is personal. We have to deal with the impact of your vote, good or bad. That water has to go somewhere, and it's flooding our roadways and our properties. Our area needs revitalization, but allowing commercial development in this one spot, and the applicant knew what he bought, is not worth the risk to public safety. Whatever the reasons, your appointees at PZC unanimously denied this applicant's request to amend the future land use map and rezone to C1. Please do the same. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Hi, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Robert Lutz, 6159 Low Key Drive, and I reside at the northeast corner of Long Lake. It is not on Long Lake. It is in the overflow area. Originally, when I purchased my house, that was advertised as a dry swale, and over the last 15 years, it has become anything but. I've got some bullet points here. The watershed bordered by Hiawassee, Beggs, Pine Hills, and Clarkona-Ocoee roads can no longer absorb runoff as heavy rains become more common. Flooding that lasts for weeks already occurs in my neighborhood and my backyard, property I pay taxes on, that is unusable. Storms create floodwaters that breach the perimeter fence of the Duke Energy Electrical Substation on Pine Hills Road, and I wish I had slides to show you. I have pictures on my phone. Is anybody aware of that? We risk flooding by continuing to change the land use into less green space. We risk flooding the Duke Energy Power Substation. It's quite large. And we can also wipe out the waste management facility because the water already encroaches on there. So the gentleman, the attorney for the other side, said that he is told that there is plenty of uplands woods area to accommodate that water. There is no such thing. Hurricane Milton was never described as a once-in-a-generation event or a 10-year flood. It was just another Friday in Orange County. I am asking for your assistance now to vote this down and this land use change, because I'm asking for your assistance now because I don't want to have to ask for federal assistance later for my house. The chambered stormwater system, storage system, is more to accommodate more higher use than it is a permanent storage. It is only a temporary storage that will eventually leach into the watershed. There's not enough upland area to absorb the water, and I'm asking you to vote no.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lutz. Next speaker, please.
All right, final two speakers are going to be Barbara Bess and Linda Johnson.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Barbara Bess. My address is 5843 Grove Line Drive in the Willow Creek subdivision. I live immediately opposite this proposal on the north side of the western lobe of Long Lake. I have lived in my home for almost 37 years. I have lived within a mile and a half of the intersection of Clarkona-Ocoee and Hiawassee for nearly 44 years of my life. I have a major investment, both physically, financially, and emotionally, in the well-being of my community. This proposal is not appropriate for the area. If you are familiar with the area, as my neighbors clearly are, these properties slope down very steeply to Long Lake. There's a substantial littoral zone, a substantial wetland that's associated with Long Lake. But fact is, by and large, except for the little exit in the northeast section of the lake, there's no outlet. And I can speak from experience and tell you that, in fact, there has been more flooding over the last several years than there had been when I first moved into the area. After Hurricane Irma tore down our original wooden fence. We had it replaced with vinyl. The vinyl, I have discovered, doesn't show rack lines the way my neighbor's wooden fence does. But you can see from the watermarks that water is standing there long enough that it is leaving a mark. We're not talking about water that rises and falls within a couple of days. This is lasting for weeks. And I was in Virginia last summer for about 3 months to avoid the heat. I learned about Milton. I was aware of Helene, and I was also aware of the water that was standing in my neighbor's yard, and it was still there when I came back about a month after Milton came through. This proposal is not good for my neighborhood. It is not good for Long Lake, and it will undoubtedly increase the flooding of my property. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And everyone, I realize it is 5:01, and we have another public ordinance meeting that is due to start at 5:01. However, I'm going to kind of press forward. We will conclude this, and then we have utilities. Hopefully you all can get up and down fairly quickly, and we will get to the 5:01 agenda item. All right, Ms. Vargo.
Vicky Vargo, 3800 Wingfoot Court, Orlando, Florida, 32808. They're out of forms out front. This project is not compatible with Vision 2050. After all the time that your staff has put into developing a vision, this is inconsistent with the vision for Orange County. So Vision 2050 calls for a neighborhood with homes, a neighborhood with amenities such as storm water that can be used as a park. The fact that they want to build this 4-story building with chambered stormwater is an insult to the adjacent property owners, to the people living on the lake, which are already experiencing flooding, into Vision 2050. And so it just isn't compatible with anything, the vision for the county or the lake that's already overflowing or the neighborhood next door. So please deny this project and approve the BZA zoning to deny it, and give this neighborhood a suburban mixed-use community with a retention pond that can serve as a lake and an amenity for the whole community as a whole. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vargo. Do we have other speakers?
That was our last speaker for this item, Mayor.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing portion. We'll go to rebuttal comments by the applicant. And how much time does he have left?
I think I had 2 minutes, but
1 minute and 21 seconds. 1 minute.
1:21? That's fine with me. I'll be brief.
And 18 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. And for the record, again, McGregor Love. So I apologize for any miscommunication that was made at the community meeting. I promise that I did not intend that. I was trying to communicate that it is anticipated to be a 4-story building, with 3 of those stories being entirely dedicated to self-storage and 1 being mixed use. But it's, for the purposes of the restriction, we will meet or exceed the Orange Code standards. Regarding the flooding that we heard about tonight, and in speaking with the folks, I have to say that I completely respect their real-world experience with flooding. They have lived in these neighborhoods for a long time, and I entirely respect it. I will say that the law will require during permitting that we don't make that flooding situation any worse, that we, if anything, make it better. And I think most of these objections kind of turn around objecting to developing this property at all. And that's not the decision that's before you tonight. The decision is whether you're going to allow it to become a medium density residential designation, or this designation that provides use and intensity and development limitations that we've all agreed to. And that's what I believe is more consistent with the planning objectives of the county. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to close the public hearing portion. And Commissioner Moore, do you have a potential motion?
Oh, no questions, huh? This is a tough one because these are all people who work so hard on this road, and we have certainly been addressing your traffic concerns, and if I had more time, I would go into what we're doing, but you know the county is spending a significant amount of money and has already addressed your traffic. And in terms of the flooding, there's an emergency order. Very few of these other commissioners have gotten emergency flood control going through. Brett Blackadar, our Deputy Director of Public Works, was here a couple of weeks ago, and those pipes on bags is this board's effort to try to help with flooding. And they've heard my story about those neighborhoods that were flooded for a week. And so I've wrestled with this because I know you've wanted some other uses. I was out there cleaning the road with this gang right here, and all I wanted was a spray bottle, and I had to drive like 8 miles to get a spray bottle. So I've worked with them some to try to see if we could get something that was workable. And the elevation is just, there. It's very concerning for all of us. And I've personally been out there with this same group cleaning that area up. I don't like what's going on that property right there. But I think what you said, I think the piece, and I've talked to McGregor too, I've really listened to all of you. I think the piece that you probably spoke to me the most was the 4 stories. The 4 stories. I think that's bothering me. And I don't know, McGregor, if you'd ever, I don't think they could all do office. There's not enough parking, and I'm not even sure they want. I'm not going to ask the question. It's okay. I don't think they want a 4-story office building either. But this group has worked so hard to get good development. We're so thrilled your client is here trying to invest in our community, but it's just a hill a little bit too far to climb, so I'm going to make a motion to deny.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Mayor, just to confirm for the record, because on the slide.
Deny means you're approving the.
Right, inclusive of the rezoning that wasn't up on the slide. It was just the comp plan amendment that's on the slide, but that included denial of the rezoning as well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So,
And Mayor,
voting to uphold the LPA
Not with that.
recommendation? Yes.
the previous, the item that we heard earlier today, that we added the condition related to security, the slide that was on the slide had the 2 proposed conditions. It didn't have the requested action. So just for the benefit of me and the clerk, we want to make sure that the motion that the board made to approve included the comp plan amendment and the rezoning. The previous one, because the slide that was on.
Not on this one,
Yes.
but the prior
Yes.
item and that was which item? What was it?
So it was D5.
No, she's talking about D5.
D5 included
D5.
comp plan amendment SS-24-01-120
Okay.
and amendment 24-01-FLUE-4 and the rezoning LUP 23-03-077. That is what was on the slide that was in the PowerPoint presentation, but it wasn't on the screen when you made the motion. And so I just wanted to make sure that for the benefit of the record, that the approval was all 3 items.
Okay, the board is affirming that was the intent of the board. Okay. With that, thank you very much. We're going to squeeze in here utilities. And so with that, we're bringing this back from this morning.
Mayor, just did D8 get rescheduled or continued?
Commissioner, thank you. Mayor, for the record, public hearing D8 was withdrawn earlier today by the applicant. So that hearing we don't need any action on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, John.
Okay, yes, D8 withdrawn. All right, so let's see. All right, we're going to hear from Mr. Gregory.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Thanks for letting me come back and present on this. I'm here to talk about the mandatory refuse and recycling collection services tentative 2026 MSBU rate. Here's a quick overview, talk about the collection program, the MSBU background, the proposed 2026 MSBU rate, spend a little bit of time talking about our new collection contracts discuss some comparisons of our rate to others, and make the requested action. Our collection program serves about 235,000 residential households in the Solid Waste Municipal Services Benefit Unit. And for 2026, the unincorporated area has been divided into 6 collection zones to help us be more efficient in managing the collection. We have one service provider per zone, and each resident receives weekly garbage, recycling, yard waste, and large item collection. This map shows the commission districts, and then the colored areas show the different collection zones. A little bit about the MSBU. The hauler compensation is initially set by competitive procurement and adjusted annually. And as most of the board members know, the new collection contracts were approved by the board in November 2024. And so then the BCC will tentatively approve the MSBU rate so that we can put it on the property tax notice in August. And then the board sets the final rate at the first budget hearing in September. Our MSBU rate is composed of 6 components currently. The MSBU components are collection. This is what we pay the haulers to provide the collection service. And with the new competitively procured collection contracts, we saw an 82% cost increase. And again, these were competitively procured contracts. The disposal component is adjusted annually based on the amount of waste generated and the tipping fees charged. And the administration and customer service component reflects overhead and personnel costs. And this year, what we know we needed some more folks to help answer the phones and address customer complaints. So we're merging the utilities, water, wastewater call center with the solid waste call center. And that'll be more efficient. Bring those two together, and that's reflected in the price to the customer. The recycling processing agreements, or the recycling component reflects the amount we pay for having our recycling processed, and also the recycling quality improvement program. And I'll make a note. In 2020, we rejected about 95% of the recycling we collected. This year, we are recycling 95% of the recycling collected. So we've made remarkable improvements in working with our processing contracts, the haulers, to get our recycling recycled. The cart component, when we first started this new collection contract with the green and blue lid carts, we spent many millions of dollars to buy the carts. And so we've been accruing a certain amount of money to buy new carts when we start the new collection contract. But with this contract, we have moved the responsibility for cart maintenance over to the haulers. And I'll discuss the importance of that in a minute. And it has to do with reserves and rate stabilization and how we smooth the future rate increases. This slide compares our current 2025 components for the MSBU with the proposed 2026 components. And as you see, we did see a large increase with the competitively procured collection contracts, and that is reflected as an increase in the collection component. The disposal component has an increase associated with the increasing in tipping fees. The administration customer service saw an increase, and that has to do with the merging of the two call centers because there's 2 separate funds. We have the water wastewater fund and the solid waste fund. And if we have folks from the water wastewater helping us answer phone calls, we do need to pay that fund for the collection. The recycling component adjustment reflects us right-sizing that budget. And with the cart component, we're able to take all of the money that we've accrued and saved up for buying new carts. But since we don't need to buy any new carts, since we're shifting that responsibility to the hauler, we're able to use those reserves to help buy down the price for 2026 and reduce the impact to our customers. What we do see is an overall increase of $100, and that is reflective of, principally that collection contract impact. A little bit about our new collection contracts. They were procured by an RFP and not a bid. And so we're able to look at the number of trucks, the number of people, and make sure we have the best value approach for providing services to our residents. We will continue to maintain the same service level to our residents. We still have once-a-week collection of garbage, recycling, large items, and yard waste. We did increase the number of zones from 5 to 6, so we have manageable zones, so we can help manage those contracts, and each contract area will have a contract manager on the hauler side, so there's more accountability and responsibility. I would say all these are value added with this new collection contract. We have a requirement for spare trucks, and so that if these trucks do break down, they're very complex, but we want to make sure that the haulers have spares so that they can get out and pick up those routes where a truck has broken down. We included what we're calling directed service for a fee, and that is, from time to time, we have where people put the garbage out wrong, or there's a big pile that the haulers under the current contract don't have to pick up, but now we have the ability to direct them to pick it up for a fee. And to help accommodate that, we required a claw truck on each zone so that we can pick up some of these messy set-outs. We included a requirement, and they had to describe to us their positive service verification. These trucks have GPS on them, so we know that they went down every road, and we can double check that. They have cameras, so we know if they drove past the house and the cart was out or not out. They have a camera, and they have a record of that. With the changes, we are also standardizing the service so that recycling and yard waste is always collected the day before garbage and bulky waste. And that will have some positive advantages for us. But with that change, there will be a one-day change for just about all of our customers. And we'll talk about the communication plan in just a minute. And it's been 10 years. Again, remind the board, it's been 10 years since the last time we solicited this contract. So those price increases we saw do reflect kind of the changes in the marketplace. So with this transition, this is going to affect all 235,000 customers we have. So we want to make sure that the haulers have a plan and are going to execute the plan to be able to hit the ground running at the beginning of January. So we have 3 incumbent companies. That's good because 3 of them are already servicing. We do have 1 new company, but we had all of the haulers submit transition plans that had detailed plans for how they're going to start up and hit the ground running in January. So with this meeting, we have awareness or we're going to have the haulers finalize their routes in GIS, and that'll be important so that we can inform our customers of their collection days. They'll be getting new vehicles and hiring new personnel, and then make sure they have all of that information and all of that equipment installed, and they're able to run practice runs before the contract starts up on December 29th is what we're tentatively starting. The contract is scheduled to start January 1, which is a Thursday, so we're going to make sure we change that day a little bit to start on a Monday. Our communications with our customers will be very important. Beginning with this meeting and through through July, we'll begin our awareness and outreach. We'll have the trim notice goes out the first week of August. The board approves the rate in September. We're going to, in October is when we're really going to try to make people aware of what's going on. We will have an online search available so folks can look up their address, see what their current collections days are and what their days are changing to. We're going to put information in the recycler and the social media and try to have a real awareness campaign because we know this is a change for folks. We're going to mail information out to the haulers, and our contract does require the haulers to notify the customers twice in 2 weeks before the start of the contract that, hey, your day's changing, trying to remind people of when it's going to occur. And with the last contract change we had 10 years ago, we did assign a customer service representative, so that person will be available to your offices here in the county administration building if that all works out, so that if you've got questions, we got somebody with an answer. At the November board meeting, the board did direct staff to take a look at, hey, would it make more sense to do that collection in-house? So we worked with a consultant to take a look at, if you will, industry standards for how many trucks do you need, how many people do you need. And this is a planning level study, so there's some degree of uncertainty, but we know that and when we look at the staffing, the equipment, and facilities, we need to add 300 staff, 200 trucks, 2 facilities at $70 million a piece. The other important consideration that the consultant pointed out is no Florida jurisdiction of this size conducts all of its collection services. And so if you add all those people and you add all those facilities, we're looking at more than a 25% increase in that cost component, about at least $80 to $100 more to our customers. So we're finalizing that study and should have that out and available, and we'll share the results with you in about 30 to 45 days. So when you look at how does our rate compare to other municipalities or similar counties, our rate is fairly favorable with some of these other counties, and I will point out, just like this board is today, setting the rate for next year, those are last year's rates for all of these organizations. They haven't set their rates yet, so they don't have the 2026 rates. So our rates compare favorably with the 2025 rates from other counties. When we look at the cities, the cities are smaller. They also have, combined commercial and residential programs that they can spread some of their costs over. So while our cost for next year is higher than the cities, but you can see with this slide how our program compares. And so with that, make the requested action is to approval to establish the hauler's compensation rates as listed, set the MSBU rate of $400 for program year 2026, and authorization to include the tentative mandatory refuse collection program rate of $400 on the 2025 notice of proposed taxes. And with that, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. I did talk pretty fast, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
You got through it pretty quickly. All right. On this item, Commissioner Moore, you have a question on this?
I did. Just a real quick question, and I've asked you this before, but just for the public. I know that sometimes when we've had problems, whether it was debris or regular pickup, we didn't always have the ability to have any help. And so I know that in part of this contract, you're going to have one claw truck, and be able to deal with the illegal dumping issues and some of the things that have proved problematic to remedy in the past.
Yeah, that directed service will offer us the opportunity. It's something we're not able to do now, so we'll be able to tell the haulers, go out and pick something up for us.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Uribe.
David, I want to take this moment, one, to thank you all and your staff for everything that you guys do when we call. I know it's not the county, but I know you guys get a lot of the blame when haulers miss something or something comes up in the community. And so you guys take that brunt a lot. And I just want to say, especially during, there was a lot of miscommunication and no one's excited about having any storms. But there was this idea out there, let's just say in Zone 3, one of my zones, Waste Management was the one that picked up, but they weren't in charge of picking up debris.
Right.
So you would have those waste management people say, you have to bundle it because our procedures are, this is how we pick it up. And I hope that when we move forward, and I know you've discussed about having more opportunities and more vendors to do that, it would be great if they could all be kind of like associated with the zone, but I won't get into that. Because it ended up causing a lot of hardship, because my residents would say, they won't pick it up. They said I have to bundle it, but they weren't the ones responsible. And you all do so much to get the communication out there, but in light of that, I want to make sure that we're just kind of conscious of it. I mean, we're not looking forward to that time again, but if it does happen, and I want to just say that when we do have concerns with the debris pickup, that we're much more responsive to getting this to you all so we can get it handled, because we ended up stretching it out so long that then it becomes a variable of, is it new, is it old? Did they already come, and so forth. But I think that's very essential when you talk about these haulers, because that's not part of the contract.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No.
I was going to say, with county administration leadership, we have made a concerted effort to make sure Public Works and the Solid Waste Management Division are working with our communications group to put together comprehensive messages. It's challenging after the storm, regardless of how things happen, but to try to be more proactive in our communication, because that's really one of the biggest issues, is to make sure that residents understand what the effort it takes to pick it up. It's going to be slow to pick it up. It takes time. Put it at the curb, but yes, we're working on that communication issue is important.
And I do think it's important, I don't know about all the other commissioners, but for me, my haulers are changing. or, the people who are in charge of my zone. And I got to tell you, I did have waste management before, and I'll commend them because there was a day that my recycling was not picked up. And then I called it in, and they came back and picked it up, and I kind of got used to that service. So if you can, I'm requesting to really get a full spectrum and maybe a connection with who my new haulers are, since it's changed quite a bit on zones, and I think it's important for all of us to know.
That's a good point. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Rebate. That was great. So, I was going to kind of say that is if we do like a virtual meet and greet with the haulers. Also, not just limited to hurricanes, but just general storms. As an example, we had a pretty significant rain event last week. Bonnie Brook experienced some flooding, and some of the residents attributed that to some debris that was there. And I know we have those field reps that go out, and so just being more intentional, hey, we got a storm, let's run through and make sure we don't have anything that's going to block any inlets, because as you've seen, your team has been really great with me. I was out from 11:33 to 12:15. She's like, why is the commissioner out at 11:40? Because they were calling me at 9:45 and 10 o'clock at night, and when I drove the neighborhood, I seen debris blocking the different inlets that would, probably contributed to some degree to the flooding. And so to what degree we can be more proactive when we have those storm events, whether it's a hurricane or not, that would be helpful. And then, like Commissioner Uribe said, maybe a quick 30-minute intro Zoom. Hey, this is who we are, this is what we do. We can share some concerns we've seen, your concerns. So thank you.
Great idea.
Thank you.
We'll take that.
All right, move approval of the requested action.
Second, Scott.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you all. And so we're going to move to the final item of today, and this is regarding the Vision 2050. But before we go to the item, because most of us have been sitting here consecutively for hours, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get into the final item of today. All right? Let's try to keep it close to that 5 minutes, everybody. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June the 3rd, 2025. Has been a full day. We are now on the final item of today, and this is items E 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 that will all be open together. And this is a reference our Orange County Comprehensive Plan, known as Vision 2050. And with that, we're going to call on Mr. Alberto Vargas, the manager of our planning division. And with that, Mr. Vargas, you are recognized.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, it is my real honor to be here today, June 3rd, 2025, to introduce the final public hearing for Vision 2050 and Orange Code. With me here today is Jennifer Moreau, the manager for the zoning division, who will take on the segment as identified on the screen of the Orange Code overview, and then I will close with the requested action for today's agenda. So, Mayor, just to give a quick background into what has taken place that has allowed us to get to today, just looking very quickly for the last 5 years, there's been undoubtedly quite a bit of public outreach. and engagement with the residents of Orange County, and as well as different organizations and entities out there that are all displayed on the screen. We have conducted charrettes, which are very detailed public participation in terms of visioning exercises. We have participated in different conferences presenting the content of Vision 2050 and Orange Code as it evolves. And we have had, at your direction, different meetings with stakeholders. We've also engaged very specific context-oriented town hall meetings in every one of your districts. So, and some of the specific comments that came out of those were very engaged in terms of the different land uses, concerns and suggestions with densities associated to different neighborhoods, and as well as the rural character of certain neighborhoods to make sure that we keep and understand the diversity of the county and maintain that character. We also heard about mobility, walkability needs in areas where that's suitable, biking and trails and multimodal solutions in that regards. We heard quite a bit of capacity and technology in terms of as we anticipate growth in the county and as it relates to the topic of transportation, how can we begin to address some of those particular needs. Infrastructure, a very important topic, stormwater, water, sewer, and utilities related. Those were also part of the high engaged topics of the conversation at the board level and at the staff level. Solid waste, compost and trees, and last but not least, preservation and the conservation of the natural resources, as well as environmental protection. So if I were to summarize all of these different types of engagements, those were very much the topics that we heard and that we were able to engage for all of those different opportunities that we had. If I were also asked to summarize how we reacted to, collective reaction to those particular topics, and a lot of those topics and engagement led to changes in the comprehensive plan and the code, as identified on the screen at the bottom of each one of those bars. Suggestions that were also incorporated, adjusted, and also clarifications. There was quite a bit of opportunities within the engagement public outreach process that many of the either policies in the new comprehensive plan or the code structure were misinterpreted, so we provided some of that. Total of approximately just under 700 residents attended in the last series of town hall meetings. For each one of those town hall meetings, we provided a summary every time that we met that was distributed to everyone who attended to make sure that we got it right. We also received comments. We provided an open portal to receive all the comments, and we responded to those comments, and everyone who attended also received the comments, and we've also prepared a user guide, and we are ready to begin to share that. We've been training internally. Different departments and divisions have been part of these training efforts, and we will be able to distribute that and post this particular user guide for ease of application reviews in the future. So in summary, between the start of transmittal and when the board transmitted Vision 2050, we had 17 town hall meetings. Between transmittal and adoption, we had an additional 15 town hall meetings, so that's a total of 32 town hall meetings, and we did engage with OCPS, as you most recently heard, about 25 different opportunities to adjust the concerns that were presented regarding school capacity within Orange County. So we've also created a web page, a combined web page, not only Vision 2050, which is how it started, but also added the content of accessibility to the document and explanations of the new standards in the web page. We've had over 100,000 web page views. We've also distributed newsletters 27 of them since we started, and we have been able to identify a total of over 140,000 recipients who have received those newsletters. Social media, over 150 posting altogether, and the impressions, meaning people that were able to receive those online or were able to go back to those online, is over 1.5 million impressions since we sent those. And then the work sessions, we had a total of 14 work sessions at the BCC level between 2021 and 2025. That would take us just over a year, meeting every month with work sessions, kind of discussing, going back to specific topics of interest. We also heard from you after transmittal or before transmittal to make sure that we continue to engage with the public and to further coordinate with those residents that had concerns about their neighborhoods, and we did just that. District 1, different neighborhoods have been engaged in the review process or in the engagement process of specific topics of discussions and interest. Lake Avalon Rural Settlement, Kilgore Road, special protection area discussions about concerns within the district, and Lake Willis, who's going to be continued conversation here ongoing. District 2, Lake Hart, south Apopka, Thompson and Voto Road neighborhoods, and the people of Wekiva. We've had some very good engagements with them. District 3, we met with Lake Holden residents, Michigan Street, Lake Jessamine, Lake Mary Jess, Taft neighborhood, and Azalea Park. District 4, Kissimmee Farms, the creation of that rural residential enclave came out of this effort. Eagle Creek, Eastwood Work Group, and Meadow Woods. And also in District 5, the creation of the sunshine meetings when commissioners were able to post meetings and get together to discuss specific topics of interest was started by District 5. Residents Work Group, we also met with a very specific group to discuss different neighborhoods of interest. Sunflower Trail Rural Settlement. Special Protection Area was also a topic of interest that was shared. Bethel Rural Settlement, we had some engagements with them. And in District 6, we had not only the design charrette in Pine Hills, but we've also followed up with the Community Council and the North Lake Man Shores as recent as the last couple of weeks. So that is only to summarize and to say that with the residents' engagements, the community organizations that have taken part of this entire effort, your personal BCC engagement in each one of those meetings or directions that you gave us, the interest of the stakeholders and the development community at large is the creation of the plan. Your plan, Orange County's plan, and staff's plan as well. So that's how this is the involvement of a sustainable growth management plan for Orange County. I want to be very specific here to describe the fact that Vision 2050 is not a project. It is a growth management plan applicable with a planning horizon of the next 25 years. The mission has always challenged the effort of the creation of the plan to strike a very specific balance between the growth that we're expecting and where growth will be directed so that we protect what's important for the county, which is the existing neighborhoods, their suburban character, the preservation of the natural resources, and the sensitive rural areas. I've always kind of introduced one way or the other the formula of Vision 2050 and Orange Code. And it is important because we have been hearing quite a bit lately almost about how we are thinking of a form-based code and how we are implementing an off-the-shelf type of growth management structure. And I just want to emphasize that what you see on the screen here, that diagram that represents natural environment all the way to urban environments on the right-hand side of that. And the relationship between how those places are created and the standards that implement those places is the evolution of a hybrid approach, very carefully understanding what works in Orange County regarding those standards, and how to implement those through policy in the new Vision 2050 document in order to create an extremely unique combination between an update and a reorganization of the comprehensive plan for Orange County and a new land development code that really begins to implement that. Very unique to Orange County, not comparable to any other structure that represents policies, goals, objectives anywhere else in the region, in the state, or in the nation for that matter. So we want to make sure that that is already understood, because we learned, because you helped us understand it, and the residents helped us understand it, the uniqueness of how Vision 2050 and Orange Code is only applicable to Orange County, and it is not an off-the-shelf form-based code or an off-the-shelf comprehensive plan that we can implement anywhere in the county. The centers, the neighborhoods, the corridors are the three categories of the new future land uses in Orange County. What you see on the right-hand side here are really the specific place typologies that are representative of each one of those. And the only difference between the general macro approach to understanding those particular future land uses of centers, corridors, and neighborhoods is that through the very specific place types, we calibrate those. We make them what you asked and the residents asked us to do, which is basically take those and make them rural, make them suburban, and make them urban in terms of applicability in diverse manners and contexts throughout the county. And that's exactly what our future land use map represents. This is the future land use map. If we were to just display it with all the colors turned on, this is what the future land use map in Orange County and Vision 2050 is identified as. The document structure and the post-transmittal changes. This is Vision 2050. This is the comprehensive plan in a nutshell. 3 different parts to it. The first one is the general introduction, the summary of the framework, and the outline of the guiding principles. How has this particular approach towards sustainable growth in the county is introduced? That's all contained within Part 1. Part 2 are the state required elements. They begin to introduce each one of the chapters. All the elements have been carefully identified and combined into different chapters, and that's the different, unique approach of Vision 2050, different than any other comprehensive plan in the region, I would say. Goals, objectives, and policies are all contained in Part 2. And Part 3 are the area-specific policies by market area, which is the third or the first specific structure of the framework of Vision 2050, the macro identifier of the county as a whole. This is a dashboard, if you would, of the specific matrix of how Vision 2050 is organized. On the right-hand side, you'll see the list of required, state-required elements for a comprehensive plan. And on the left-hand side is how those particular elements are found in each one of the chapters of Vision 2050. This has helped us better understand how we're complying with state requirements, and it helps the Department of Commerce also review how we're complying with those state requirements. General changes that you will continue to see and be exposed to today related to what has happened between transmittal and today, which is the adoption public hearing. There are 5 different types of changes. Minor changes, typographic errors, or formatting adjustments, the cross-reference updates, the code-related updates that were very important to implement, policy enhancement and clarifications that were needed, as well as the board-directed edits that we implemented in Vision 2050. This is the first of two of the specific amendments that I would like to highlight today as part of today's public hearing. This is policy element 1311, and this has to do with the agreement consensus that was reached between all of those engagements with OCPS. And you also, I'm sorry, this is something else. This is actually, the element 1311 has to do with the fiscal sustainability tool and the charter provision that is already there. What we're doing is we're turning this into a policy in the comprehensive plan to be consistent with the predictability when this particular tool will be in place. And this is October 2025. So I'm just going to read it for the record. It's in accordance to Section 507 of Orange County Charter, and no later than October of this year, the county shall adopt a fiscal sustainability analysis methodology and process to evaluate the impacts of proposed urban service area expansions and the impacts of the proposed developments in the rural settlements and in the rural service area of the county's capacity and efficiency to provide and maintain the infrastructure and services over Orange County Comprehensive Plan's longest range planning period. The county may amend the methodology and the process after adoption. So this is a specific policy in the comprehensive plan that would allow you to make changes to the methodology of that fiscal sustainability methodology and process, which has already been started, by the way. We have a consultant on board who has received data and analysis from all the different departments and are working on that particular structure. The second one that I'd like to highlight is the OCPS, as I mentioned previously. This is element 14413, and this is what you recently heard from May 20th work session. And I'm going to read it for the record. It says to ensure consistency with Section 704 B2 of the Orange County Charter, Orange County and OCPS shall monitor residential development, student generation rates, and school overcrowding. In the event overcrowding becomes so severe that the board determines it is necessary to reactivate Section 3742 of the Orange County Code to ensure consistency with the school capacity charter provisions, the board may review the density activation application process and implement modifications to require the granting of residential entitlements within the targeted sector be subject to the multi-jurisdictional review requirements of the charter and implementing ordinance. So this is verbatim what you already heard and was presented on the 20th of last month. Just in closing for my segment here, Part 3 introduces or contains 23 future land use map series exhibits, 17 transportation map series exhibits, and 6 Wekiva study area map series exhibits. And this is also in this particular part of the comprehensive plan, we've done 7 different new and revised definitions. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Monroe, who's going to go over the Orange Code overview.
Good afternoon one more time. I don't know when evening starts, so let's go with that. So as Alberto mentioned, I'm going to just do a very short overview of the document structure and then the recommended changes in Orange Code. You may recall in our first public hearing, we went more detailed through the overall structure of Orange Code, but I'll just briefly go through that here now. So Article 1 includes the establishments of the zones, and it provides a general summary of the articles in the code. It also includes the establishment of the countywide zoning map. Article 2 is the administration section. This outlines the processes and the submission requirements for each of the processes.
Article 3 are the zone standards. This contains site and building requirements, landscaping, parking, signage, and then it also includes all of our overlay districts. Article 4 includes uses, and it covers the permitted uses as well as any additional performance standards and regulations for specific uses. Article 5 is the land development section, and this provides site development standards, including roads, utilities, and civic and open space. Article 6 is the definition section, and then Article 7 is the appendix section. And the appendix is essentially the use correlation table that correlates the existing uses in our use table, which, if you may recall, is off the top of my head, I want to say 30 pages long, into how we correlated those into the new use table, which is now 4 pages long. And then just a reminder, as I noted, the approval will also include the approval of a new county-wide zoning map reflecting the new zoning designations, and this is just an example of what that will look like. And then I want to go over the recommended changes between what was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission and what you are hearing today. Some of these we presented to you on the May 6th public hearing, but I'm just going to briefly go through those as well so we have a complete record of the changes that are needed. So the first change is on page 27 in Article 2, and it's updating the process table under the master plan process to change the reference from the horizontal vertical permitting to reference the broader category of development review processes instead. The second change is under the lot split and reconfiguration section. We're proposing to strike the language requiring a plat for a lot split. This sort of defeats the whole purpose of a lot split and was added inadvertently. The third change is on page 35. It's an updating the language for the development plan processes to clarify that the plat submittal process, if a plat is required. The next change is on page 36, and this is just updating the subdivision plan process to note that in all cases, a final plat package is required to be submitted. Page 232, which is in Article 4, is updating the residential sales support structures and uses section. We're proposing to strike the language requiring the recordation of a subdivision plat prior to the issuance of a permit. And page 321 in Article 5, we're proposing to strike the word local so as to include all private roads in the application of the design criteria, standards, and requirements. That was what was presented also to you on May 6th. So now these are additional edits that you have not yet seen that we are also recommending today. The first is on page 42 in Article 2. We're proposing to add some clarifying language for when a variance cannot be requested. The second is on page 62, which is in the non-conforming section of the code. We're adding in language referencing the Florida statutes and then language to ensure that any legal billboards will remain conforming for a period of 2 years after the effective date of this ordinance. We are proposing to amend the cut sheet on page 79 in Article 3 for Transect District 5.1 to add a requirement that anything in the rural center place type is required to comply with the rural settlement compatibility standards and the comprehensive plan, even if those properties are not in the rural settlement. On page 104, Article 3, transitions between zones for buffers. We realized that while we were buffering between all the other types of zoning standards within our jurisdiction, we inadvertently left out other jurisdictions. So we're just adding that in. Page 159 in Article 3, and moving forward here, we have quite a few changes to the sign code. This is the substitution section of the sign code, and we're adding in some clarifying language for non-conforming signs. Article 3, page 159 also, restrictions by sign type. We're just doing some minor cleanup language, just sort of reversing the order of things and getting rid of stuff that is not necessary. We are proposing to update the sign standards table, which is on page 160, to reflect billboards being permitted in the special zone entertainment district, which is consistent with the text of the code, but was inadvertently left off of the table. We're also proposing to remove the copy area height max for billboards, and then to change the directional off-site signs to small off-site signs instead. Page 162, Article 3, under signs, we are just clarifying that the billboard setbacks are for public parks as opposed to any park. Page 162, Article 3, under signs as well, clarifying where the maximum 3-foot separation is measured on a V-shaped billboard. Once again, clarifying a digital billboard is an electronic changeable sign. This is page 162, Article 3 as well. Very minor change. And then on Article 3, page 163, changing directional off-site sign to, no, I got lost. Minor edits to clarify that 100% of the billboard may be an electronic message center. And then the next change is to change the off-site directional signs to small off-site signs consistent with the change we made in the table. Page 166, Article 3, under prohibited signs, we're adding in clarifying language for signs on public property unless approved by the entity that owns or controls the public right-of-way. And then lastly, we have a set of 9 definitions that we're proposing updates to, primarily related to signage definitions that are intended to simplify and provide more clarity. We are also updating the lot of record definition to be consistent with the text of the code, referencing the new adoption date of this code as opposed to the previous adoption date of the zoning code. So the first set are here, and the second set are here. And those are the majority of the changes. I'm going to turn it over to Alberto to cover the rest of the changes that we are proposing.
So Mayor and Commissioners, in an effort to continue to acknowledge what is in our mission, which is preservation of natural resources, this particular section of the code begins to identify properties that are currently inconsistent between the zoning districts and the future land uses. And it is important to acknowledge that this is one of the areas where the formula of Vision 2050 and Orange Code is very consistent, is addressing the many inconsistencies that currently exists. So for those properties that have rural districts within the urban service area, including A1, A2, and RCE, within the boundaries of existing or proposed protection areas, staff is recommending that they are zoned to their lowest correlating transect zones consistent with the future land uses. And the residential uses shall be limited to the detached single-family homes and accessory dwelling units within other permitted uses and process subject to those identified in Orange Code Article 4, Table 87, and the reference transect zone is T23. And development shall be subject to their minimum site and principal building standards for, and this is, I'm going to say it this time, and I'm not going to be repetitive when I go through all of them, but what this is addressing is the lot area, the lot width, and the front, rear, side, and street side setbacks. So this is basically what these particular restrictions are beginning to address. All other development and activities shall be subject to their applicable zoning transect zone standards. And also important to note that any restriction changes would be required by a Board of County Commissioners action, so for an approved rezoning. This is map 15. This will be part of the map series, and what this map represents are the specific protection areas as identified on the map. And this is the correlation between, on the left-hand side, the place types or the future land uses of suburban neighborhood, suburban mixed, traditional neighborhood, and tourist activity center. And on the right-hand side, we're not only highlighting the transect zones that correlate to those, the lowest one as per the policy I discussed in internal coordination, but also that the T3, T3, 1, 2, 4, 1, and 2 have an R right next to them for the restrictions that I just presented. And this is the way Each one of the cut sheets on page 73, Article 3, Division 1 would represent. This one happens to be for T31, low-density neighborhood lots. And all of these particular standard at the very bottom, this is call-out number 1. It basically replicates what I just presented to you with specificity to T31, the restriction only to the lot area and to the rear yard setbacks. In T32, same is identified for the T32R, restricted only to the area of half an acre, the lot width of 100, the front yard setback of 35, rear setbacks of 50, and the side setbacks of 10. In T41, same specific reference here for T41 on page 76 of Article 3. And this one, the restrictions apply to the lot area, to the lot width, to the front yard setbacks, to the rear setbacks, to the side setbacks, and to the front street setbacks. In the last one, T42, is applicable to the restriction of the T42 for these areas, to referencing the lot area restriction, the lot width restriction, the front yard restrictions, rear restriction, rear setbacks restriction, and the side setback restrictions, as well as the street front yard restrictions. So the related ordinances that are part of this request today are highlighted here. The very first one has to do with Vision 2050, the ordinance that implements the comp plan amendment, year-based comprehensive plan amendment. The second one is for Chapter 40, which creates Orange Code, including the new zoning map. The third ordinance for your actions today would be Chapter 38 and 39, land development and PD codes. As you know, we are keeping some of the standards in Chapter 38, but most of those standards existing in 38 are going to Chapter 40. And Chapter 39 is the creation of a new chapter for the purpose of keeping all of the PD code-related standards into one chapter. Chapter 31.5, signage, is being repealed. This is ordinance number 4. And the last ordinance today is the reconciled code chapters, the reconciliation of all of those chapters that are highlighted on the screen here, which are made reference in the Orange Code chapter, and some modifications that happen to each one of those. So again, just to highlight from Chapter 3, 9, 11, 15, 21, 23, 24, 28, 30, 31.5, which is being repealed, 32, 34, 37, 38, and 39, which is a new chapter. That is the reconciliation that we are proposing in front of you today. Mayor and Commissioners, if you would allow me today to recognize the high-level involvement that couldn't have happened without their contribution, including your office, Mayor, the district office, your personal involvement in all of the efforts, Planning and Zoning Commission, the Development Advisory Board, Sustainability Advisory Board, and Agricultural and Advisory Board as well, which was very engaged. And then we had a focus group and public outreach efforts, including the community charrettes in Lockhart, Boggy Creek, and Pine Hills, and many other organizations that were presented at the beginning of the presentation. And I'll also like to recognize the planning services consultants that are part of this entire effort and have been with us for many, many years, working side by side to bring to you a new comprehensive plan as well as a new code that introduces Kimley Horn, DPC, and Urban 3, which are working. Urban 3 is working on that fiscal sustainability tool. Those are the 3 highlighted consultants again. And on the staff side, I would like to recognize the sustainability team. as well as the housing and community development team members, neighborhood services, economic development, arts and cultural affairs, parks and recreation, Orange County Public Schools, very much engaged there, public works and transportation planning, utilities, fire rescue, environmental protection, solid waste, the GIS group and team who have been tremendously involved in helping us with the mapping, legal department hand in hand with everything related, zoning division, communications, great work that has been able to provide a voice for an engagement and an informational exchange, and the planning division. Mayor, this is your team. This is how we got here for the last 8 years, and we're very fortunate to have an incredible effort being brought to you with the collaboration of everyone that have been highlighted. So with that, the next steps. What are the next steps? You have received as early as today recent board-adopted comprehensive plan amendments that includes those that were presented today that have pending reviews by the state. And a copy of those completed amendment packages will be included as addendum to the Vision 2050 adoption packet. The pending amendments will only become effective after state reviews them, and they are consistent. They're found consistent with the state law. And if any amendment is challenged in a timely manner, it will not become effective until the state or administrative commission enters into a final order determining that the adopted amendment will be in compliance. And this is the timeline that you are very familiar with. We've finally made it to the June 3rd final BCC adoption public hearing. What is next after today would, if your action is on adopting Vision 2050 and Orange Code. For Vision 2050, we have an effective date time period of 41 days after today. It could be sooner than that. I am required to read this just for public notification to inform the public regarding interested applications for permits. To please be aware that the requirements of Vision 2050 and Orange Code may impact any land development permit applications submitted after the adoption date. So in order to ensure that a project is evaluated under the current zoning regulations, a permit application must be submitted and deemed sufficient before the effective date of Vision 2050 and Orange Code, and that any application submitted after the effective date of this particular initiative of Vision 2050 and Orange Code will be reviewed consistent with the newly adopted regulations. The first requested action recommended by staff is to adopt, as well as the local planning agency recommendation is to adopt, and this one is for the comprehensive plan for Vision 2050 to make findings of consistency with the comp plan and determine that the amendment is in compliance with state statutes, and adopt the staff-initiated and text amendments, and adopt the amendment implementing the ordinance, providing the effective date, and also authorize staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener's error to the plan or to the ordinance. So that is the first requested action. Mayor, I will take your lead. I can go through all 5 different requested actions, or stop here and see how you want to act. So,
let's do them one by one, just so we don't confuse the public, because I think we have to, for each one, we have to open it up for public comment so that the public knows precisely where we are, right?
Mayor, just to confirm, we did open all 3 public hearings together, and my recommendation would be, at least Alberto, to go through each of the 5 actions that you'll be asking for, and then let the public speak, and then ultimately, as the board wants to consider them, you may consider them one by one.
Very good.
But,
All right,
okay.
that makes sense.
Very good, Mayor. So the second one is the creation of Chapter 40. Staff recommends adoption, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends adoption. The requested action is to make findings of consistency with the comp plan and to adopt the ordinance that creates the chapter, authorize staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical and scrivener's errors as well to the text or to the zoning map. The third requested action is for chapters 38 and 39, that comes to you with the staff recommendation as well as planning and zoning recommendation to adopt. The requested action is to make findings of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the ordinance to amend and repeal certain provisions of chapter 38 and to create chapter 39 and authorize staff also to create non-substantial grammatical and scrivener's errors. The third one is the chapter 31.5 that comes to you with staff recommendation and planning and zoning commission to adopt. And the requested action is to make findings of consistency with the comprehensive plan and to adopt the ordinance repealing chapter 31.5. And the last one is the reconciliation of the ordinance county code chapters that also comes to you with a recommendation from staff to adopt. Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation is also to adopt, and it is to, the recommended action is to make findings of consistency with the comp plan and to adopt the ordinance for each one of the chapters that I previously highlighted on the screen, to also authorize staff to correct any non-substantial and grammatical or scrivener's errors. With that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation. We'll be glad to answer any questions, sir.
All right. With that, we're going to open it up for public comment at this time. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There's a chance, Mayor. We have a total of 54 speakers spread out over the items. However, since we opened them all up, we will call them all at the same time. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. So we're going to give you all 1 minute.
All right. So,
Try to
folks,
get it in.
going to be calling your name in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall. Please approach the podium in the order called. Please begin with your name and address for the record when you get up there. Our first speaker is going to be Michael Bustillos, followed by Brian Stoll, Samuel Abrams, Aaron Lewis, and Shauna Junko.
Mayor,
Just as a reminder, as you all come forward, we're going to ask each one of you to give us your name and address just for the record so we can kind of keep track and memorialize it for the record. So I think the first name that I heard was a Michael. Okay, Michael, you're up. Commissioner Scott, were you saying something?
Oh, Mayor, I just wanted to just acknowledge, I seen some facial expressions and I heard some frustrations with the 1 minute. The thing is, we're also going to speak. That's 54 minutes. The state only requires that we give 15 minutes. And so we're doing what we can to manage our time. So it's not so I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. What I can tell you is we've been here all day. We know that people can get said what they need to say in 1 minute. So kind of get to the point. And when you're giving your name and address, that's not counting against you. Okay. All right.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, County Commissioners. Thank you for all your work today. My name is Mike Bustillos. I live right here downtown. Been in Orlando for about 20 years. I guess my address is 101 Lake Ave, Orlando, Florida 32801. I will keep it short. I'm here as a representative of Orlando YIMBY. That's Yes in My Backyard. We're an advocacy group who is trying to promote development plans that allow for denser and more affordable housing. We believe that we are all better off when we're all better off, and that we can use the power that we have to shape our city to benefit the most people. To that end, I would love for you to vote yes today on Orange Code and Vision 2050. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Brian Stoll, 2441 East Jefferson Street. I'm here to speak with you in support of Orange Code and Vision 2050. I moved to Orange County in 2008 as a student at UCF. That was 17 years ago. The county was really different back then. And the state was really different back then. And for those of you who've been around long enough, I'm sure you can picture the county back then. It's different now as well. So the biggest change since then, it's probably the giant I-4 expansion. And why? You know, I don't need to talk everyone's ears off about how adding more lanes to a highway is counterproductive and leads to increase in traffic. And I know that was state and not the county, but do we really want the biggest change in the county of the first quarter of the 21st century to be the burden of car traffic on future residents and visitors? There's a need here for big change. And for that reason, I urge you to vote yes on Orange Code and Vision 2050. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Samuel Abrams. I'm at 2416 Continental Boulevard. I am a retired city planner, and I'm urging you to vote yes for Orange Code. I'm very much in support of it. Is it a perfect document? No. There are concerns, like for tiny housing and for transportation. These are legitimate, but that's what the amendment process is for. I mean, there could be changes in technology or in attitudes. These happen over time. And this has been coming for a long time. There's a lot of good work that's been put into it. And to delay it further would be very disruptive to a lot of things. So I suggest to you, I definitely urge passage of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Good to see you all again today. My name is Aaron Lewis, 20 North Orange Ave in Orlando. I'm here with one simple message. Say yes to the future. Vision 2050 and Orange Code are our chance to trade sprawl and gridlock for smart growth and real opportunity. Say yes to housing abundance so that teachers and nurses and first responders can actually live near where they serve. Say yes to mixed-use corridors so that puts jobs and shops and homes on the same street instead of opposing sides of a traffic jam. Say yes to transit, bike lanes, and safe sidewalks because freedom shouldn't require a car key. I want you guys to remember this line. If we don't start crawling, we'll never walk. If we don't walk, we'll never run. And Orange County is ready to run. Vision 2050 isn't perfect, but progress never is. Tonight, choose progress. Adopt Vision 2050 and the Orange Code, and let's build a county that works for every single resident. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Shauna Junco. I'm a clinical pharmacy specialist at 52 West Underwood Street, 32806. I am here today as a member and representative of Orange County Sustainability Advisory Board, which consists of 9 residents and professionals entrusted with the mission to provide oversight and continuous improvement of the county's sustainability and resilience plans and initiatives. The Sustainability Advisory Board, having worked alongside with staff, supports the adoption of Orange Code in conjunction with Vision 2050. We commend the county leadership and staff for undertaking such an important task to update the community's vision for smarter and more sustainable growth. The future of Orange County depends on the application of smart growth strategies aimed at the protection and conservation of natural resources, the creation of vibrant communities that enhance health and well-being for all, and a balanced, predictable, transparent, efficient, and responsible pattern of development. While Vision 2050 provides guiding principles for sustainable and resilient future growth over the next 25 years, Orange Code takes initial steps towards implementing those new growth strategies with a goal to address more sustainable development practices over the next 5 years. However, much work remains
All
to
right,
be...
thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker group is going to start with Thomas Caffery, followed by Jacob Smith, followed by Eric Gray, Sophia Wen, and Victoria Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
I am Thomas Caffery, 4406 Yachtman's Court in the Conway area, 32812. In general, I'm very much in agreement with what the Vision 2050 has come up with. I would like to suggest that 500,000 additional residents over the next 25 years should be considered a low estimate. I have a feeling that since climate change and sea level rise will be driving climate migration from the coasts, we're going to see a lot more than that over the next 25 plus years. And that's about all I've got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sophia Nguyen, 2635 College Night Court. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando speaking in support of passing Vision 2050, which is imperative for a safer, more affordable, and walkable Orlando. So I wanted to talk about the car crash that I was in earlier this year, where I was slammed into at 45 miles per hour, and the feeling of helplessness I had if I wasn't literally in a advocacy group fighting for a more walkable Orlando. That feeling of helplessness hit me again 2 months later when I had to choose, after all these hospital bills, between I had an $800 account and $700 in rent and $500 of picking up my car deductible. Choosing between my means to live and my means of transportation. So I wanted to talk about how these are the tough choices we're making Native Orlandoans to face every single day. Every day we don't try to change something. There's going to be people here who will talk about the potential costs of the new plan, but no one's talking about the potential cost of this current one. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Hernandez. I live at 234 Afton Square, 32714. And I'm here with Sunrise Orlando to express my support of Vision 2050. Despite not being a current resident of Orange County, I grew up here and attend school here as a UCF student. Even so, I believe that every resident of Central Florida, both inside and outside of Orange County, should be in support of this comprehensive plan, as it will benefit us all. We're all aware of how fast Orlando is continuing to grow and develop. And Vision 2050 provides us with a plan to account for this and make sure that the residents of Orange County needs do not continue to go ignored. We need more affordable housing. We need to make our communities more accessible, and we need to ensure that we're not neglecting our environment in the process. Therefore, it is my hope that you will support Orange Code and Vision 2050. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Alexander Happel, followed by Kelaine Shelley, David Tanner, Val Mobley, Eric Gray, and Leonard Mobley.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and
Afternoon.
Mayor. My name is Alex Happel. I live in Orange County at 10201 Brownwood Avenue. Thank you for your support. I'm here today representing District 5's Neighborhood Advisory Council's Subcommittee on Environmental Protection and Conservation, and I am a member of the Central Florida Astronomical Society. Light pollution not only impacts human health, energy waste, but is also harmful to our wildlife. Orange County does have a good light management policies in the Chapter 9 Building and Construction Code. However, regional experts in light management concluded that we have a significant gap in the ordinance and compliance. Please implement a fee for violations. Please prohibit the use of blue lights, which are unsafe near roads impacting driver vision. We are requesting that a dark sky compliant light shields be installed, especially if already updating the lighting. And we would like you to please revisit your definition of special geographic area in the code. As an example, iDrive does not need to be exempt with the current technology, and there are many aesthetic options to choose. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Halpern. Next speaker, please.
Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando 32804. I'm going to quote from Chapter 5, Natural Resources and Conservation. The object for Shingle Creek Basin is to be protected. Then it says in the very next line, the protection areas shall be identified. Oh, I didn't need to say that, sorry. And then also on also the same chapter under ecosystems and watershed management, it says Orange County shall protect wetland areas. So I found in your definition of 2050, it says that there are targeted high population centers in unincorporated Orange County, such as the areas around the iDrive tourism corridor. My question to you is, isn't Shingle Creek Basin in the iDrive corridor? And so I found this statement in the cut sheets and correlations tables. It says, if an area designated as a conservation.
Okay, if you, Ms. Mobley, if you might want to just, if you can give that to Ms. Monroe that is sitting right there, since you didn't get a chance to finish it, we'll take a look at it. All right, next speaker.
Yes, hi, David Tanner, 3828 Rouse Road. I just wanted to voice my opinion that I'm against passing this due to a zoning change in A1 and A2 against religious institutions, where you've stripped away the permitted use of churches, synagogues, mosques, temples to have places of worship. And I think it's not only a degradation to our society and everything that it stands for, but also all the things that they offer to the public, which takes stress off the county through providing food banks and child care and classes for learning Spanish, English, and substance abuse, and all these things stripped away by the change in the zoning. I please would ask that you would address this and not pass this. Thank you very much.
What was your last name? Just one more time for me, please.
Tanner, Tanner. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Tanner, next speaker, please.
My name is Leonard Mobley. I live at 226 West King Street in Orlando, Florida. For 77 years, I've been in Orange County. I'm speaking today on behalf of League of Women Voters of Orange County, a nonpartisan political organization with over 800 active members. The League never endorses political candidates, but we do study and develop positions on issues that affect our community. The League thanks you for your hard work to develop our new Vision 2050. We need this document to help Orange County to grow smarter, but we urge the Board of County Commissioners to postpone approval of Vision 2050 until all applicable charter amendments approved by the Orange County voters in November 2024 have been incorporated into the comprehensive plan and Orange Code. Charter Amendment number 4 requires Orange County to adopt a fiscal sustainability analysis tool no later than October of this year to help you to evaluate the impact of proposed urban expansion on our infrastructure and services in our urban service. Thank you. We ask you vote no on the plan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mobley.
All right.
Next speaker.
Next batch of speakers is going to start with Cassie Lunch, followed by Stephen Toth, Giancarlo Rodriguez, Jonathan Amon, and Sarah Merkel.
Cassie Lynch. I live at 2324 Woodhill Avenue. The first thing I want to say is, why weren't mailers mailed out to citizens if we're changing zoning today? Because I feel like a lot of people don't know what's happening. Secondly, while Vision 2050 might work with some areas that are not as defined as others, like mine, are going to suffer from this. Our neighborhood is very rural where we live. We should have been included in the Chickasaw Rural Enclave, but we were removed. We are still rural. We raise animals, blah, blah, blah. When you change us to T33, you are taking away our agricultural rights. I cannot get more than 4 chickens with a permit if you do this. So what I'm asking right now is if it can't be included in the rural enclave, to please downzone these lots around Woodhill Avenue to T31 so we can have some semblance of our agricultural rights that we have now. We also suffer from a lot of flooding from the Rio Pinar Canal, and I believe any infill east of Woodhill Avenue is only going to exacerbate the flooding on our land. And I'm hoping that you can just, until this area of Woodhill, around Woodhill, can be developed simultaneously, that you keep the lots the same with single homes so the land can absorb some of the water.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor. Stephen Toth, 2324 Woodhill Avenue. I'm actually Cassie's husband. Unless something's changed, Vision 2050 and Orange Code being adopted as is, every zoning decision becomes by right entitlement. So there's no provision for community input to consider our concerns. Once the 30 days go by, that's it. Staff waves the green flag, stuff goes in. And you guys seem to think it's going to be affordable, but you got another thing coming. We reached out, and we were advised by staff that our properties at Woodhill Avenue are going to be T33. We're zoned A2. We're rural. It's not even close. We're not against Vision 2050. We're just against it as it is at the moment. Right now, essentially, sorry, I've got to keep this quick. There's consideration for developers, but not for communities and not for community members. And this is the problem. You're being excluded so that people with deep pockets can churn dirt and mulch trees and plant townhomes. I can't wait to see all the affordable housing. It's not going to happen.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Orange County Board of Commissioners. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez, and I live at 10725 Cypress Trail Drive. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Orlando, and I'm here to ask all the commissioners to vote yes in favor of the Orange Code. For us in Sunrise Orlando, the conversations on Orange Code with our organization first time being involved. For about 2 years now, Sunrise Orlando has advocated and worked with county staff to improve the plan, including reducing parking requirements in the plan, which has been seen in other areas to be one of the most effective ways in supporting lowering housing costs. I urge you all to vote yes to the Orange Code to promote bringing down the rent through diverse and affordable housing. Recently, I found out that my parents were priced out of Orange County and moving to Volusia County. We lived in Orange County practically my whole life. My parents did everything right, worked hard, gave back to our community, but they couldn't save themselves from the unaffordability promoted by the current zoning code. This is the current reality in Orange County. Working families are already feeling the squeeze of current zoning. We can't keep waiting and delaying. We need bold change if we want to address many of the big issues we face, like housing affordability, the transportation crisis, and the climate crisis. Vision 2050 and Orange Code help us get there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Jonathan Amon, 1437 Bayhead Court. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. With regard to the adoption of Vision 2050 and Orange Code, it is my sincere hope that you'll adopt both. However, let me give you a few reasons why you might vote not to adopt either. Vote no if you want the children of Orange County to have no practical transportation option but the automobile when they become young adults. Vote no if you never want to see the investments Orange County has made in bicycling and other pedestrian infrastructure fully realized. Vote no if you believe that the current patterns of development in our county lend themselves to efficient and convenient bus and rail service and future mass transit projects. Vote no if you're okay that most kids can't safely walk or ride their bikes to schools. Vote no if you don't believe that Central Florida is home to ecosystems and a climate unique to North America, and that the built environment we've created here justifies the destruction of the very beauty that has drawn us to Florida. Vote no if you don't believe that housing affordability is one of the major reasons for our glaring homeless population. But please vote yes.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Miracle. I live at 300 East South Street. I grew up in the greater Orlando area, and I went to school at UCF. Recently, I spent some time away from Orlando, and I've been able to come back home. and have been catching up on everything I missed. Everyone talks about Vision 2050, and everyone who mentions this has talked about the late nights, the hours, and the years that they have worked to create this plan. The state is requiring every county to have a comprehensive land use plan, and currently we have no plan. I understand there are reservations about this plan, but there will be reservations about any plan. If it was possible to have a better plan that was made in a shorter time frame, then we would already have that plan. There comes a time when done today is better than perfect tomorrow, and that time is now. I believe that we not only need a plan, but we need this plan. It will help us to have more walkability and slow urban sprawl. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Sarah Miracle.
All right.
Next speaker.
Next batch of speakers is going to start with Madeline Propst, followed by Jim Moyer, Nicole Miracle, I tried that time, Stephen Heller, and Eric Grimmer.
I think Madeline was up first, right? Madeline? Perhaps she's not here, then we'll go to the next one.
Dr. Jim Moyer, 1811 Southern Red Oak Court, Coe, Florida, 34761. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor, and I applaud and commend the county for this initiative. I just want to make two comments. When nature speaks, we need to listen. And the 3,000 conservation districts were created 90 years ago during the Dust Bowl because nature had been speaking for a century and we didn't listen. Right now, climate change, nature is speaking. We cannot assume that what's going to happen during the next 25 years is the same as what happened the last 25 years. We're going to have increased temperature, increased rain. Everything that was involved during the Dust Bowl 90 years ago is going to be in place again. So thank you very much. God bless you all.
All right, Dr. Moyer, next speaker, please.
Good evening, mayors and commissioners. I'm Steve Heller, 200 East Reading Way in Winter Park. Wow, this is a really big day. Staff has worked tirelessly to address each and every concern. Some of those concerns were even mine. Even the Orange County School Board has had all of their concerns actually addressed and put to bed. We have a choice: stay with the same old outdated comp plan that's responsible for our clogged roads and lack of housing and crazy high rents. Is it perfect? Maybe not. But one thing is for sure: if we don't adopt this plan, I can tell you what's going to happen: absolutely nothing. Leadership is about making the hard decisions that sometimes aren't popular, but what is ultimately best for our community. Commissioners, you don't want to be on the wrong side of history tomorrow. The headline's going to read tomorrow: while others have tried and failed to manage growth, Orange County has delivered for the future. There's only one thing left to do: pass this transformative comp plan and code unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Heller. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Nicole Miracle, 202 East South Street, Orlando, 32801. So I am here with Sunrise Orlando, and I'll go ahead and echo what my colleagues have said. I do support this plan and the passing of it. I know there's reservation from a lot of the people here and from the commissioners about things that still need to be changed. However, I don't feel it's worth it to delay this possibly years and all of the things that are going to come in the meantime that we could have been moving towards the future, as others have said. So my main point is I understand that change is hard and people are resistant to change, and I understand that a lot of the concerns here are very valid, but
the payoff is going to be greater, and we need to move forward as a county because right now we are stagnant and we're in a system that does not work. So I encourage you to please vote yes.
All right, that's pretty extraordinary. We've had 2 miracles today. All right, I couldn't help it.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Eric Grimmer, Chapter Leader, Orlando YIMBY, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. Nick, you jumped the gun on me. You guys all know where I stand on these plans, but today I really want to commend county staff for its years of work on this plan and for its openness to the ideas and concerns brought to it by this board and the public. I've attended many public meetings on these plans and have watched staff field a large number of and wide variety of questions and complaints brought by citizens. Not only was staff patient and professional, they were genuinely thoughtful in listening and responding. They were not just checking the box for public engagement. This was real. I've also watched all your meetings and seen the plans change in response to your comments and concerns. They want this plan to be your plan. As someone who has watched too many public hearings over these last few years, that feels notable. These plans don't represent 100% of what you, the general public, or even myself wanted. But the way staff have approached the process has given me full confidence and trust in them. I hope they have earned that same benefit of the doubt from this board. They've done their job in helping us plan for the future. You've done your job in representing your constituents well. Now it's time to finish the job.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grimmer. Next speaker.
All right, next speakers. You're going to start with Amber Hamburger, followed by Matthew Gorkolski, Nelson Betancourt, Robert Perez, and Adi Basu.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good
My name
evening.
is Amber Hamburger. I'm at 620 Kittredge Drive in 32805. I'm here today as a proud member of Orlando YIMBY to support the passage of Vision 2050 and Orange Code. YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard, and we work to improve the livability, affordability, and mobility of Greater Orlando by advocating for housing density and abundance. We envision an economically and environmentally sustainable future with sufficient housing and infrastructure for new and existing neighbors. Vision 2050 and Orange Code represent the culmination of our goals and so many possibilities that we're excited about. Join the YIMBYs and say yes to a future Orange County with flexible zoning to ensure every resident has a safe and accessible home, to mobility that serves the many needs of our growing and diverse community, to a smarter, more connected network of businesses, neighborhoods, and social centers, and to Vision 2050 and Orange Code. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next speaker, please.
Nelson Betancourt, 5350 East Cayley Street, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Our Orange County budget needs to shift from building new to maintaining what we have. Our problem is not a lack of economic growth, it's unproductive growth which has buried our local communities in financial liabilities. The $20 billion finance gap to upgrade the current infrastructure in Orange County has been caused by sprawl that doesn't work. It doesn't generate enough wealth to sustain itself. Orange County has aggressively built out instead of maturing from within. If we're serious about housing affordability, we can't just count units. We have to care to where and how we build. We need places that invite growth, intensification, and reinvestment, not disposable neighborhoods that burn bright at first and fade fast. We need development patterns that actually pay for themselves. That's why I strongly support Vision 2050, a new model for prosperity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Robert Perez. I live in 520 East Church Street, apartment 606, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I support Vision 2050 and Orange Code. If we want Orange County to be more financially sustainable, we need to build smarter. If we want to afford transit, sewers, roads, or any of the other things we use tax dollars on, we need to legalize dense, mixed-use housing. Vision 2050 and Orange Code is how we move in that direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hey everybody, Adi Basu, 820 Main Lane, 32801.
I'm here to speak in support of passing Vision 2050 for two main reasons. First one, I'm a construction worker by day, but I'm also in online grad school to get my Master of Science in Real Estate with the hope, long-time hope actually, of developing affordable housing in Central Florida. And Vision 2050 really makes me excited to, in a few years, be a part of building more multi-use infill development in our county. And second reason, I have a very good friend, Unique Miller. He just moved from Eatonville a few miles north, and his commute went from like 45 minutes to an hour 45 minutes because he can't afford a car. So I feel like this, along with many other public policy things, but this especially is going to benefit a lot of people who just can't afford to be here, and it's going to benefit young people, the urban poor. So vote yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Basu. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commission. My name is Matthew Gracholski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, 32789. Today, I recognize a lot of problems that Vision 2050 does indeed have. There's issues regarding the rural settlements, Shingle Creek, etc. But today, I'm really thinking about the future of our county and how we don't need just concrete jungles out in the east side and how we actually need to build housing in our urban core. While other speakers have said that Vision 2050 is revolutionary, I don't think it goes far enough. I think that we do actually need a Green New Deal here in Orange County or the equivalent of that because our future is going to be underwater if we don't actually tackle the climate crisis. Vision 2050, even though it has so many problems, is a step towards that, hopefully, to actually have a revolutionary change. So today, I implore you to please vote yes, even though it has problems, even though I don't think it's revolutionary enough, even though I don't think it goes far enough in some spots. Please vote yes today. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Michael Youngie, followed by Dominic Avello, Lou Barandinis, and Lori Forrester. Nope, wait. I think Michael, you're up. It appears Dominic gave you time in lieu of speaking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So let me get 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
Just going to try to make it, Mike Youngie, 11518 Lake Willis Drive. We're not here in opposition of Vision 2050 or Orange Code. We simply are here to get a commitment today to help protect our community by enshrining one dwelling unit per acre like a lot of other communities have, and to get a commitment to initiate the rural residential enclave process. There's been talk back and forth and there's been some misinformation, but after speaking with zoning staff, it sounds like we can get some kind of resolution here going on that. Lake Willis is a very unique community. Our own commissioner came out and met with us in September last year and actually stated that our zoning wasn't changing and that we deserved the protections of a rural residential enclave. We're simply just asking for that. We're actually headwaters of the Florida Everglades. We have multiple springs that feed Lake Willis. Lake Willis flows into Big Sand Lake, and then back to Shingle Creek. I know there's a lot of people here that want to protect the environment. We all know how fragile that is. We don't have any residents on Lake Willis Drive that have public utilities. They all use septic tanks, so there's not even the ability to do 4 dwelling units per acre like the current zoning is proposed to be. So with that, I'll leave it with that, and thank you for your time. But ask for that commitment from you guys to enshrine that 1 dwelling unit per acre and to begin the rural residential enclave process. Is that something we can ask here?
You can ask.
I'll be done other than that. So.
Well, we'll respond to all of that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Lou DeBaradinas, 7114 Lake Willis Drive, 32821. We'd like to thank Commissioner Wilson for the help she gave us for the drainage issues that we had on our street, and it resolved fairly well. We'll see how the rainy season comes. we're here to ask for rural residential enclave status for the lake, just like Mike just asked you for the infrastructure shortcomings of our area, and not to increase the density of a well-established neighborhood since 1940. We want to thank you all for your time. We have no objection to 2050. You guys have worked really hard on it. It's been a long night, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lori Forrester, 16050 Sandhill Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. First, I'd like to thank the staff. I know this has been 8 years of hard work. I've attended numerous town halls. I've listened, I've read, I've reread, I've triple read, and I've provided more feedback than they probably care to hear from me. And I think that there needs to be some clarifying and additional information regarding rural settlements and rural lands. You just heard about rural enclaves. I attended the P&Z on April 23rd, brought up these concerns, and the P&Z agreed with me, and they added language in the preamble, but I don't feel that that was sufficient. I have not seen the final versions that Jennifer and Alberto presented, but it appears they have addressed some of these concerns as noted in their presentations, which are appreciated. I'm in support of adoption of Vision 2050 and Orange Code, but since we have not been able to read the latest versions, I would respectfully request, as needed changes are identified, they become part of the county's updates to these documents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with, my computer not working, Kathleen Rutland, followed by Zeus Gonzalez, Ramon Herrera Bonilla, Ryan Martinez, Jacob Lombardo, and Sarah Albadri.
Is Kathleen Rutland here?
Any of those names.
Zeus Gonzalez.
All right.
Maybe who did you have next?
Ryan, yep, you can go.
Oops.
Good evening, Commissioners and the Mayor.
Good evening.
My name is Ryan Martinez. I live at 2758 Daybreak Drive. I'm a born and raised Orlando resident, lived there my entire life, and I'm here also with Sunrise Orlando, but more importantly, as a resident and lifelong member of the Orlando community. I'm here in support of the I'm here in support of the Orange Code and the Vision 2050. I think that one of the biggest problems facing the Orlando community today is urban sprawl. If there's one thing that has consistently been a complaint amongst friends, family, strangers, it's been the traffic. It's been the way the city is designed. It's the way the infrastructure has been built. It's all old and it hasn't been updated. And even the things that were updated, like I-4, has only caused the problems to get worse. My commute to work typically is 45 minutes. Some days it's up to an hour and a half. On a day like a weekend, it can take me up to 20 minutes. Entirely just because there's too many people on the road. There's too many people on the road because too many people have to own cars. The entire time I've lived here, I have not been able to live here without owning a car. So I've been saddled with car insurance payments, maintenance on the car, simply because I didn't have the freedom or the option or the choice to be able to not own a car. And that is the situation and the life of all of the people who I know who have lived here and will probably continue to live here unless the Vision 2050 and the Orange Code are adopted. So I urge all of you to adopt it. Things can be changed in it that are not great. It is better to pass it and then change it than it is to not pass it at all. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next speaker, please.
All right, next speaker is going to be Trey Pinninger, followed by Jessica Doyle, followed by Eliza Giuliano, and Robert Kerrigan.
You know, did you call Sarah Albadri's name earlier?
I did.
I think I... She's
not waiting, Mayor.
She's...
Oh, there she is.
Okay, Sarah, are you going to speak? Okay, no, well, he called your name earlier, actually. So I saw you walk in. If you're going to speak, come forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good to see you all again. My name is Sarah Badri, 617 North Magnolia Avenue. I'm Sarah Badri. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Maxwell Frost. I'm proud to work for a member of Congress that is a strong advocate for equitable housing, sustainable infrastructure, and good, solid urban planning. The Congressman supports Orange County's Vision 2050 and the Orange Code as a forward-looking strategy to meet the challenges of growth, affordability, and climate resilience in a rapidly changing region. At the heart of the Congressman's support for Vision 2050 is the urgent need for more affordable and diverse housing. By legalizing missing middle housing and enabling mixed income walkable communities, Vision 2050 directly addresses our housing crisis. This plan also prioritizes smart infrastructure investments. Vision 2050 reduces strain on public resources while promoting walkability and reducing traffic congestion. Most importantly, Vision 2050 prepares us for the future by embedding climate resilience into land use decisions. In an area of intensifying hurricanes and extreme heat, it's a kind of planning that isn't optional, it's essential. The Congressman has worked hard alongside Orange County to bring down federal funding for affordable housing, transportation, and infrastructure. We're working with you as local stakeholders on the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, which funds highway, transit, and rail. While the Congressman works on these federal priorities in DC, he recognizes one of the greatest levers we have in effecting positive change on housing and transportation is good local leadership. So thank you. And it's because of that he stands with you as our local leaders in supporting Vision 2050 as Orange County's roadmap for equitable, sustainable growth and a powerful step forward for a future-ready, more resilient Orange County. With that said, we urge approval. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We need all the federal money we can get. All right, next speaker.
Trey Penninger, 410 North Orange Avenue.
Trey, you can raise that up for you on the side.
Used to that. I'm here today to, thank you. Okay, I'm here to advocate for Orange Code and Vision 2050. I graduated from UCF with an industrial engineering degree. I've had some look at simulation models for routing of shuttles at UCF as an example, but I personally have seen a lot of benefit from that and with respect to community health and reliable commute times. And I think that this is a step in the right direction for the Orange County. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jessica Doyle. I'm a resident at 11012 Hub Plaza, Orlando, Florida. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to voice my strong support for the passage of Vision 2050 and the Orange Code as a representative of the Clio Institute and their youth program. While the Orange Code is promising, it lacks some important environmental provisions that would ensure the vision of Vision 2050 becomes a reality. I urge the board to include provisions for greater regulation of new sustainable landscaping to keep up with our changing climate, including mandating Florida-friendly landscaping in all new and major redevelopments, green infrastructure by means of low-impact development incentives. Even if these changes cannot be implemented immediately, I want to emphasize their importance and need for future attention, such as the inclusion of a designated student seat on relevant committees or boards. Students represent the very future that these policies aim to protect, and their voices deserve a formal place at the table. Our fight for environmental sustainability doesn't conclude with the adoption of Vision 2050 and the Orange Code. It truly begins with ongoing amendments, collaborative efforts, and sustained commitment from our commissioners and elected leaders. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Doyle. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Eliza Harris Giuliano. I live at 920 North Shine Avenue, Orlando, Florida. The last time I was up here, I was speaking as your consultant. I've had the privilege of working on Orange Code since the very beginning, and our work formally ended a few months ago, but I am incredibly proud to have worked on this project, both as a planner and as a resident of Orange County. It's exciting to be able to work on something in my place that I believe will have huge fiscal, social, and sustainability impacts to help create a brighter future for us. I'd like to thank all of you for the amount of time that you've put into this project, and the staff for being a wonderful partner and for doing a wonderful job of crafting the vision plan for this project. Of course, I urge that you vote yes, and I'm proud of the work that everyone has done regardless of how tonight goes, but those benefits only come if you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giuliano. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Robert Kerrigan. I live in District 5, the Bithlow Rural Settlement, and I'm here today to say to hold off on voting yes on this 2050 vision. I've been down to the planning department 3 times this month, and every single time I've got a different zoning table and use table. Each time it has been updated and changes 3 times in the last month. So it seems like that there's still some work to be done. And as far as landholders in East Orange County, they're getting a lot of commercially, their rights are getting stripped away, and their properties are going to lose value. Also, residents are going to get stripped of values too in the rural settlement. Also, what else? I agree with a lot of the Vision 2050, but it shouldn't be blanketed all over Orange County completely. It should be put in different zones to see if it works first, and then maybe put together all together. But anyways, I say vote no today.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor. It's always good to see you all. My name is Ramon Pereira Bonilla, 1647 East Colonial Drive. I'm speaking here on behalf of Sunrise Movement Orlando, youth climate-led org fighting for a more walkable, sustainable, and affordable Orlando. Commissioners, I know that the discussion that will ensue will be lively, and who knows when we'll get out of here. That to be said, we believe that you should vote yes on today's vote. Look, obviously we believe in the vision of 2050 or Vision 2050 and all the great things that it can bring to this county. I've mentioned many times that I've lived all over the country. I've also lived all over Central Florida, Volusia, Seminole County as well. And this county has a lot of promise, and this code can do a lot of great things. But that's not to say that there's not a lot of work that will be needed after we pass this code. A lot of work will be needed, and I can guarantee you that Sunrise Orlando will be at the front lines to make sure to hold you all accountable to that work, to make sure that the Orange Code lives up to the vision. But I encourage you all, after what I'm sure will be a difficult vote, to please vote yes on passing the Orange Code. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. Thank you all for your time today. My name is Jacob Lombardo. I'm a UCF student living at 3700 Libra Drive, right here in Orange County. I'm here tonight with Jen Cleo and Sunrise Orlando to urge action on the climate crisis. It is not a distant threat. It is happening now, and we must use future-facing data to plan ahead. I strongly support Vision 2050 and the Orange Code. These are critical steps towards a more livable, resilient Orange County, but we need to ensure these plans include strong implementation, especially around heat resilience. That means equity mapping, shade infrastructure, and protections for the communities most at risk right here in the county. As a student who walks these streets daily, I see the effects of rising heat and inadequate transit. We can't afford to delay. Let's lead through this crisis and not just survive it. Please pass Vision 2050 and strengthen the Orange Code to meet this vital and critical moment. Thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, next speaker batch is going to start with Dylan Bynum, followed by Tiffany Hagerman, Aaron Munn, Musalam Kwatli, Joshua Bowen, and Tom Narrett.
I heard Dylan Bynum's name earlier. Is he here now? No, it does not look like Dylan Bynum is here, so we'll move to the next person. Who's up next? You might need to just
Tiffany
call
would be
her
the
name.
next name.
What is it?
Tiffany?
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners.
Hello.
My name is Tiffany Hagerman. I'm at 5999 Curry Ford Road, Orlando. I am here to ask you to support Vision 2050 tonight. I'm vision impaired. I'm a renter, and I'm concerned about our beautiful climate here. I've been a Central Florida resident all my life, moved here in 2009. I walk through dangerous roads in so-called walkable places. I want to see more transportation options, more walkability. I want to see mixed-use zoning. I'm very concerned about climate. In fact, so much so that I wonder how long my future can be here if we don't do something. As someone who all these things intersect through, not just because of my disability, but also because of my love of nature, I implore you to please seriously consider voting yes for Orange Code and Vision 2050. I'm very much in love with this area, and I hope to see it prosper, and I really believe in this plan, and thank you for your consideration tonight.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hagerman.
Commissioners, my name is Aaron Munn. I'm Tiffany Hagerman's domestic partner. I'm a person with disabilities. I have high-functioning autism, and I don't drive. And I share her views, and I urge you all to vote yes on Vision 2050. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
You got to give it to the clerk.
Appreciate the time. Tom, the time. Narrett, 14620 Joe Sayre Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32826. I ask that great plan, wonderful in the urban core. I think your biggest contingency or problem here is the fact that you hear everybody that's for it is talking about core type deployments, and then everybody who has issues with it, and a lot of the details are around those special lake neighborhoods in the core, and of course all your suburban and rural areas. So you've got a nice document from me, counter thoughts with facts, and more importantly, fix suggestions. The facts: 7 counties in the entire country over 36 years. 0% of those counties have deployed countywide. Out of those 100% of those 7 counties are doing Euclidean in roughly 80 to 90%, and forms-based in the remaining high-density 10%. The logic: learn from those who have preceded you, please. Only inside the core targeted growth sectors near public transit. We want public transit to work. Never mind the county, 379 cities have not deployed citywide. City of Miami has done it citywide. Dade County, after 15 years, has not. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your comments. All right. Next speaker, please.
All right. There appear to be 3 more speakers. Valeria Menendez, Jose Hoyos, and Sharon Carter. And if that's incorrect, you may have missed your name earlier. Please go ahead and line up, and we will get you when you're up there.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Valeria Menendez. I live at 4512 Black Knight Drive, Orlando, Florida. I just wanted to express my support for Vision 2050. I understand that a lot of people have very legitimate concerns, and I share many of them. And this plan is not 100% perfect, but it is a massive improvement to our current plan. And I feel compelled to remind you all that perfection is the enemy of progress. There have been enough delays, and it's time that the Orange Codes and Vision 2050 finally pass for the betterment of Orange County. I implore all of you to vote yes, and thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Jose Hoyos, 166 Madison Bank Street, Orlando, Florida, 32827. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just hope that tonight all of you can also entertain the fact that there's going to be a cost for this to be implemented. So we implement Vision 2050, what's going to be the cost and transportation and what work? I think it could be up to $6 billion. I don't know the final number, but I look forward for all of you to discuss the opportunity of entertaining all the ways to pay for that. I'm a board member with the TMAC Commission. Thank you for your support. Chair Eric Grimm is right here with me. And we look forward to entertain all the ways to pay for transportation at TMAC. And one of them will be about implementing, finally, mobility fees. So if mobility fees is something that could be implemented in Orange County, I look forward for all of you to entertain that tonight. And then we can also do that through TMAC. and of course, sales tax and everything that comes with it. But we look forward for the implementation of Vision 2050 in Orange Code, but also to understand that there's a cost when we implement all of this up to $6 billion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I have an email confirmation, but I'm not sure what happened. Lonnie Farrow, 635 West Michigan Street. I represent Outfront Media, and today I also have the privilege of representing Lamar Outdoor. Together, we make up two of the largest out-of-home advertising providers in Orange County, and we are so thankful for the support of commissioners and the willingness of staff to work with us over the next 2 years to develop a robust program that will allow us to maintain conformity of our signs and grow with Orange County, the small businesses that we represent, and the landowners that work with us to generate continued economic growth in the region. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Farrell. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Michael Yara, 1803 Gaston Foster Road, Orlando, Florida. Good evening. I don't have much to say, but I do ask that you support these plans because this will bring sustainable growth for our county. I think we have the opportunity to allow for a kind of future that will be accessible for every single resident in this county, and so I do just ask that you support this.
What was your first name again?
Michael Yara.
Michael.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, staff, and my fellow Orange County residents and guests. My name is Sharon Carter, and I live at 7506 Gondola Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32809. I have lived on this land, walkable to Sunrail, since before I-4 was built, and this land has waited for Vision 2050 and Orange Code. Orange County has needed this vision and plan to grow for a long time. Now we have it. It's been given to us on a silver platter. To have had so many Orange County professionals give their best and work on these two projects is like watching a rocket being built at the Space Center. And we are all here watching and waiting for you commissioners to push the button, vote yes, so we can see it launch and cheer it on. Thank you for all your sincere efforts in building our future. And thank you, commissioners, for voting yes to Vision 2050 and Orange Code. Thank you all who have blessed us with this great vision.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, I believe that was our last registered speaker.
Okay, I'll double check. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak tonight? Okay, if you can come forward and just, before you leave, be so kind as completing a speaker's card.
Good evening, everyone. I am not from this county, but I've had the pleasure of actually meeting a number of people today. I do represent someone that couldn't be here. So my name is Jeffrey Guillaume. Address is 7158 Evergreen Loop, Polk City, Florida, 33868. I've had the privilege of living in Orlando in the past. I went to Valencia Community College. My wife graduated at UCF with her bachelor's. Through my experience in moving out into a rural area like Polk City and being able to be an investor in my community, I actually helped develop in my own community. A lot of people thought that, hey, Green Swamp, Polk County, you don't want to mess with it, but we actually did great with the right type of planning. Anytime you're talking about redeveloping a whole county, right, with codes and zoning, I know that there's challenges that come with that. But what I've learned is when the community comes together to address those challenges, having been brought in by my friend Nancy Joseph, who is an owner of a property out here. If you look at this property, it's a 1 acre lot. It's over an acre. If you give me a little bit more time, it's over an acre. It's the only property that's underdeveloped. Everything around it has multi-units, multi-family units. The area supports more density and affordable living it's drenched with it. And we wanted to come in and actually help support that and actually develop some great low-income housing. And I look forward to being a part of that if you say yes to Vision 2050. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll double check. Is there anyone else? All right. Well, thank you all very much for your words. With that, then we'll close the public hearing portion of this conversation, and we'll go to members of the board for questions or comments at this time. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure to get, and I know we've met so many times, I want to also echo what we've heard from people who have engaged along the way. Thank you, staff, to the team of people from all the divisions, everyone that's been working on this. It has been quite a long road. But I want to make sure that while we have the opportunity and we have a captured group of people who are interested, that we kind of walk through some of the things that we heard that came up this evening. And I, of course, as somebody who was an advocate and continues to be an advocate for the protection of our rural lands, just clarification on what's happening to the urban boundary and the rural lands, and some, I think, clarification also on potentially what the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement president said about the preamble, if there was a clarification or a correction in that.
All right, we can look at staff, Alberto and team. It may take a team effort to respond to that, but it's okay.
I'll start, let me just say it again, because I know it's late. Just start with what's happening, and I think, making sure that, I know that there are rural residents here that are concerned about what's happening in the rural lands and how this and our charter amendment interacts. If you give some clarification on that to provide some comfort on the fact that that rural charter amendment boundary stays in place with the adoption of Vision 2050.
So we have an amendment, Commissioner, that is already adopted, and we have received a response from the Department of Commerce regarding that adoption. There is nothing preventing it to become a situation where, consistent with that amendment, any changes to the future land uses or rezonings that would happen within that particular area would need a supermajority vote. So that is, as of today, in place, and we don't expect anything other than the reality of that particular action that has taken place.
Okay, so, and until Tallahassee loses its mind completely, but in the meantime, the other piece was, and maybe I want to be able to clarify this, the concern about the preamble language and getting it consistent with what was in the actual chapter on the rural settlement.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, during the P&Z hearing, right before their final vote, we huddled with Lori and one of the P&Z members to craft some language to amend the language in the preamble. That was included in their recommendation, and that is included in the package that you received and also posted online. I've had some follow-up conversations with Lori who would like to see some further edits to clarify what can occur, especially within the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. And we've committed to her and others within the rural settlements to continue looking and exploring ways to further improve and strengthen the intent of the comp plan, which is obviously to protect all rural settlements.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I just want to make sure people also kind of absorb that this isn't, I kept saying this isn't coming down from the mountain in tablets. We get a chance to continue to be the board that hears from the community and adapts to things that we maybe have not been able to address yet, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much. I'm obviously in support of adoption this evening, and I just want to make sure we kind of walk through a couple of those concerns.
By the same token, I think there was a concern about the implications for religious institutions, but perhaps you all can respond to that as well.
I'm just going to lower this down a little bit for myself.
Okay.
So I was trying to jot down notes and keep tallies and do other things. So the gist of it I think I got was what, or hopefully I can answer the question on, is what is the allowed uses today in the agricultural land in terms of religious institutions, and then what is proposed, and I don't see was that generally the question? Okay. So what I can tell you is currently in our code, in agricultural land, religious institutions are allowed either by right or by special exception. And what triggers a special exception is if you're in a rural settlement. So if you're not in a rural settlement and you're in ag land, it's allowed by right. Under Orange Code, as proposed, religious institutions fall under places of assembly. And in the agricultural equivalent districts, which I don't know this particular gentleman's zoning district, but assuming it's one of the equivalents assigned, it would be allowed by special exception only, so it's not permitted by right, it's by special exception. And there are some additional standards, but those do not apply. I believe it was a rural enclave you mentioned? Okay.
Okay, I think what is happening for the listening audience, since he's not at the microphone, is we're clarifying a concern that one of the speakers had, and staff, you kind of have the clarification, I think, on what he's asking, and you can respond accordingly, but just kind of repeat what the issue may be for those who may be listening but did not hear what he was saying.
Sure. So his concern is that under our current code, in some of the areas within agriculturally zoned districts, religious institutions are permitted by right. Under Orange Code as written, they are permitted by special exception only. They are still permitted, but they have to obtain a special exception in order to do that. It's not a guaranteed.
And given that, I know over time we made some modifications to those who live in rural settlements who had concerns, plus we made some modifications because of those who are involved with religious institutions. And the goal here is really not to prohibit religious institutions from being located in appropriate areas. So
That's correct. Yes, the special exception process is essentially set up to say the use may be an allowed use if it meets the 6 criteria for special exception. We had one earlier that, there was a request for a special exception, but is it compatible with the neighborhood? Is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? Those are some of the standards. So the idea is if it is, then the special exception should be recommended for approval.
and thereby gives somewhat the discretion to the Board of County Commissioners to make adjustments or modifications in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go to Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, good evening. If you could just, Alberto, on one of his slides, he listed the different associations that you all reached out to in conjunction with the different district meetings, different associations. So if you could just kind of summarize your outreach into the different associations and how that weighed or did not weigh into your decision-making and how you crafted this plan.
I'm going to defer to, can you pull
Alberto.
that presentation back up? I was going to say Miles, it's not, okay. I'll find the slide and then I'll defer to Alberto to, the planning division was largely driving.
It's slide number 5.
Thank you.
So Commissioner, thank you for your question. Throughout the planning timeframe of Vision 2050 and Orange Code for that matter, all of the listed, that was the one. Go ahead, hit the next, oh, I can do it. So you can see the display here. We've had different interactions by by invitation to present to them. GOBA, we've been there at least 3 times. United Way was also an entity where we were able to present to frame a Vision 2050. The Associated Builders and Contractors, the American Institute of Architects, we presented to them. CNU was very involved, and they created roundtable discussions. The Urban Land Institute as well, APA Florida. All of these are different organizations where we were able to learn from their advice as well as present to them. University of Florida was very interesting, as well as UF, but the University of Florida with their City Lab downtown Orlando, they were able to stress test many of different development scenarios as part of their grad program. Many of you were invited to be jurors when they presented. So that was an interesting scenario that was faced in different times of the year. Crew Orlando was a group also that we presented to them. And we got some very important comments. All of the chambers that are listed here, from iDrive to East Orlando to South Orange Chamber of Commerce, they were all very engaging and interested in what Vision 2050 had to offer.
And so in our briefings, County Administrator referenced this is a living document, right? And can you just kind of, for the public benefit, explain what that means by being a living document?
Yes, sir. So basically a comprehensive plan, when adopted, it becomes the container, if you would, of the goals, objectives, and policies of how the county should conduct the growth structure. You know, it has all of the different elements that are required by the state. And as time goes by after adoption, any municipality, any local government or jurisdiction is required by law to provide a review of how each one of those goals, objectives, and policies are performing if there is every 7 years. So that's the evaluation and appraisal report effort that takes place. So there is an opportunity there to be able to get together with all the different departments and divisions and come back to you with specific amendments within that time frame. And that's not a required time frame as long as it doesn't surpass that time frame, meaning that you know the amendments to the comprehensive plan in any particular area, chapter in this particular case, can happen anytime after adoption, basically. So we can come back to you with either staff-initiated comprehensive plan amendment, text amendment, or map amendment, or you can direct us to make changes to the comprehensive plan. So that's what the organic aspect of the definition of the comprehensive plan is really all about. It's meant to change, not to be static.
Okay. And so I'm going to use this scenario because it happened to me. You spoke to your engagements with the billboard associations. I think we have quite a few, but I think the larger ones are Clear Channel, Lamar, and Outfront Media. I almost said Outdoor. So and so they do their business, right? They do the billboards, and I guess a beneficiary of their businesses are the different property owners, because usually they may enter into some type of leasing agreement to put a billboard on someone's property for a period of time. And so then there's some revenue that happens there. Several months ago, there was a gentleman, and not specific to 2050, where a gentleman approached me here while I was walking to my car about a concern he had with a particular provider because there was a loss of revenue. And so I guess my question is, if you could kind of summarize your engagements with that industry and what future engagement look like. You mentioned there was going to be 2 years of non-conforming use, and there would be some additional dialogue. So if you can kind of speak to that.
Yes, sir, and Jennifer can probably help me with this one, but just to summarize the latter of your comment, the portion of your comment, which is the 2-year agreement, which is basically we had the opportunity to engage with them. We had a couple of meetings to discuss suggested changes and amendments to the sign ordinance, including billboards, which were very well received by us. as presented today, introduced many of those changes. Many of them we debated and not accepted. So for the purpose of nonconformity, we agreed to allow a two-year time period for us to be able to meet as soon as possible after Vision 2050 and Orange Code's adoption to start better understanding implementation or being able to keep some of the existing billboards in place in their non-conforming structure. So if you want to add to that.
I would say that you did a fairly good job of summarizing that. For a planner, yes. I'm a planner too, Alberto.
She looks better than you, Alberto, so I'm sure she can do it better.
Thank you. Sorry, now I got distracted.
My bad.
Ask the question again.
Summarizing kind of your engagements with that industry sector.
So he did a good job of summarizing it. We met with him several times. They sort of showed up late in the game and, represented some concerns that they had. They provided a list of changes that they were suggesting. We made probably 90% of those changes. We were in agreement with them. And then we agreed also, as Alberto mentioned, to add in a little caveat that makes any existing conforming billboard that's conforming today, that was legally established, continues to be conforming for 2 years, just to give some more time so that we can continue conversations with them and look at if there are other things that we can do to address some of their concerns.
So there is there's been a dialogue, and there's still a pathway for a dialogue to continue.
Absolutely.
With that industry. Because we made outreach to a number of organizations. Some folks reach out to us. Some folks we reached out to, and vice versa. And so I just don't want to make sure that we're excluding any particular group of people. My last, question would be, and not germane to the billboard things, but when I went to step out for a moment, a gentleman shared, you have property owners that some may benefit by the implementation of 2050, and some of them not so much. And so I guess my question would be, for those who may be in some way it harms them to some degree, not intentionally but unintentionally, how will we engage those property owners who maybe had a plan that did not include Vision 2050, but now they have to include it, and it may result in additional cost or additional time on part of a property owner? Like how I have a property, I want to do this, you guys are making these changes, I didn't plan for these changes, now it's money time, I may not be able to use the property in the way that I intended. What's my recourse?
I'm looking at the county attorney on that. I don't know if there is a recourse.
I mean, obviously there are process variances and things like that, but, I don't know who wants to get it.
There's a tipping point. So, having to redesign a plan doesn't automatically mean that you've lost all of the right to use your property. But there is a tipping point where if you feel like it's gone that far, then you would either engage us or challenge the change.
So challenge is legal and money and time that I didn't plan for as a property owner. When you say engage,
They have a burden to meet. They don't just get to say that. So
Right.
I'm trying to not. The facts have to be examined in that scenario. So there is a legal test that they would have to meet, that they've been deprived of something.
I got you.
In order to be successful on that, they simply can't just say, I now have to redesign my plan.
So now if I'm able to articulate that in a way that meets the burden of legal proof, then that would be something in the way of some type of exception or variances based on that specific set of facts for that specific property?
If the test is met, then there's also an option for you to come to code and get a determination that you are vested in that use or vested in that right. That's a test as well.
So in essence, there is a pathway forward for a property owner, whether it's an individual, a family, or trust, to be able to do what they plan to do, even though Vision 2050 may add some additional steps to that process.
If they meet the test.
If they meet the test. I love when attorneys respond. Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer, Alberto, your entire team. Y'all been doing this for many, many years. I'm sure you're happy to get this to the finish line. So thank you for your work for this. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you, Alberto, and your team for getting this over at the finish line. I hope you can work on this billboard issue as well, because it was brought to my attention recently. I guess you've probably been working very hard to get to this day, but I think the piece of the plan that was really so revolutionary and helpful is some of the very urban, unincorporated areas of the county that we created plans. You hired special consultants. We worked very closely with several communities. Alberto, maybe you can talk a little bit about, is there going to be a champion, for those plans? How do you see those plans working? Because they're in some areas that we would love redevelopment because it would help and assist in reducing blight.
Thank you, Commissioner. There were some opportunities while we were developing the plan where we rolled up our sleeves, engaged our consultants to be able to do small area studies that we call charrettes. They were not done in isolation. We invited all adjacent property owners that would be within a specific area. And the effort did not stop there, right? It was not, the output of that effort was not just a pretty picture. What we did is, it was twofold. Just like a good structured plan, you come up with a future land use designation that creates that place. In putting it in Vision 2050's words, right, what we don't have today in Orange County is a future land use that defines a specific public realm type of environment. We do not have it today. In Vision 2050, we have a future land use that identifies a Main Street structure, right, which is beyond the private property line into the public realm type of environment. So it kind of sets the stage for what that entire environment is. So one is the output of that effort was a future land use, that all of a sudden the public realm, the public environment is brought into a definition of future land use conditions. The second one is the actual implementation of that pretty picture or future land use, which are the transect zones. So that entire collaboration, not only from staff and all the subject matter experts that participated, but also the consultants and the residents and property owners, we were able to provide to you a draft of a vision plan with the future land use map that identifies different future land uses that are very unique to certain areas of the county. And they're very, very different throughout the county. So it's not a rubber stamp, and it's not the one-size-fits-all approach towards planning. It is calibrated, and it is context sensitive to areas that would be urbanized and much more urban conditions, as you mentioned.
All right, thank you.
Kind of along the same lines, I think staff is aware of some correspondence, and I think we all received sometime today from the Zimmerman Kaiser Sutcliffe Law Firm or Law Group, reference to Wycliffe Bible Translators property, and in the correspondence, it was referenced proposed changes to Vision 2050 that assigns the institutional and suburban neighborhood place types to the Wycliffe property. And they had two issues. It said the institutional place type should not be applied to the majority of the vacant lands within the Wycliffe property that have been approved for non-institutional uses under the Moss Park Plan Development. And two, the suburban neighborhood place type should be replaced with the suburban mixed neighborhood place type and extended to cover most of the remaining vacant land within the Wycliffe campus. So I think staff is aware of this, but since we are, about to make some decisions on this, John, who's the most appropriate person to respond to
Mayor,
this?
it'll be Alberto, but just a additional clarification with that correspondence. The property is all zoned PD today. and the zoning will translate to PD within the context of Vision 2050 and the new maps for the new zoning maps. So that aspect of it certainly is not changing. The correspondence was more directly related to the underlying future land use or place type designations, and I'll let Alberto respond to.
You've seen it, Alberto?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're aware, you don't
I
need
am.
this.
No,
Okay.
I don't think so. I'll do my best. Mayor and Commissioners, basically, what this property, the boundary of this particular property, as John alluded, the zoning is PD. PDs are not going away. They will continue to be PDs. They have a future land use today of PD, and it has a series of different future land use identified with that particular future land use. So all of their entitlements are in buckets of potential development scenarios. They can go ahead and continue to implement their entitled and adopted PD for as long as they have entitlements left. That world is not going to change to them. What they were doing is they were navigating through the future land use portion of the interactive mapping that we have, Gridix, and they found out that PD future land use is no longer a thing in Vision 2050 because no PD future land use is going to be allowed in the future. Therefore, we were responsible to provide future land uses that are part of the future land use designations in Vision 2050. Institutional is what they inherited because of the translation of the current uses in the future. Some of their suggestions, it could go either way. You will be adopting today a future land, if you adopt today, pardon my hope. But basically, the future land use that they would be inherited if you were to adopt today would be institutional, and that's where they began to find the conflicts of perhaps being able to develop the future allowed and already approved entitlements. There is nothing preventing them from implementing those in the future. However, we can take a look at that and make sure that the correlation that was put in place meets the entitlements that they already are allowed. So we could perhaps make a modification as part of what we're requesting of you today, because it could have been a translation error, and we can make that modification if you vote in the positive, the way the requested action was asked.
So in some cases, obviously, if we get to the point where we're voting, we would give you the authority where there may be a Scrivener's error or something that you'll be able to look at that and to fix that. So thank you just for the clarification. I know that they may be watching this, trying to understand if we are being sensitive to what they're saying. But you articulated very well. There will be opportunities as we move forward, as we implement the new code, to make modifications to if there's something that's not working right. We are not necessarily married to it forever, right?
Mayor, if I could, the situation, obviously, we got the letter very specifically related to that property and that use and zoning designation. However, as Alberto mentioned, the underlying PD future land use designation is going away completely. So they're not the only property owner that is being assigned a new future land use or place type designation. And so a number of property owners may find themselves in that situation where they have a PD, that PD zoning remains, they have the entitlements and the rights to proceed under that PD. It only matters then what's underneath it in the event they choose to opt out of the PD and go into Vision 2050. So at the very least, any of those properties would have to do that as part of a rezoning. And depending on what they want to do, at that point, they may also have to consider a future land use or a place type map designation change as well. So it doesn't affect them with their current plans. However, should they want to do something different in the future, I think that's really the only point at which the underlying future land use designation that got assigned to them may trigger and may be somewhat limiting. to what may be a change in a future plan that they or any property owner might have.
Well, I understand. I just want the public and I want them to understand that there are choices and consequences of those choices. All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Alberto, and all the staff, Jennifer, and everyone, for always being available for us for any question that we have back and forth, right? Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing the Wycliffe thing, because they are in most part, that's District 4, and I was going to talk about it. Okay, I had 7 questions, but I'm going to only do 3, okay? Because the other one were already answers, like the billboard and so. Okay, so Alberto, in November 2024, voters approved Charter Amendment 4, which requires a fiscal sustainability analysis method to be completed on October 2025, enabling the county to assess the financial impact of expanding the urban service area. Will the approval of Vision 2050 today undermine in any way the intent of this amendment?
Not at all, Commissioner. As a matter of fact, what you saw me present today, it is the actual future land use, the policy in the comprehensive plan that describes the actual text of that particular charter and now comp plan amendment, which is consistent to the way it's been in the comprehensive plan forever. I mean, since it was adopted, right? Or 2009, it was introduced and then removed the specific date of when we would have that particular tool in place in 2019. So the charter, what the charter did was it reintroduced a time frame as to when that particular tool would be in place, which is October 2025. So the policy that I highlighted today is consistent with that effort of keeping a tool to be able to evaluate development outside the urban service area.
Okay, very good.
And in rural
Commissioner,
settlements.
just to be clear, staff is on track to have that tool develop and to be ready to be implemented by the board for amendments subject to that provision post-October.
Very good. Thank you. My other question. Alberto, residents and renters that, that have been long-time residents and renters, are they going to be pushed out of their neighbors if or when a redevelopment or upzoning happens? Can they be or will they be, pushed out if a developer come in and the rezoning happen or whatever, or no? Let me do it again. What are we doing to make sure?
So there is no direct connection with inheriting a property that is part of Vision 2050 and Orange Code. The property can develop something other than what they have today because they have been upzoned, to your point.
Mm-hmm.
They have leases in place which they have to respect, property owners and tenants. So none of that can be, unless negotiated, if the property owner decides to do something else. So basically what Vision 2050 and Orange Code, in those instances where they see the opportunity to do something different than what they have, mm-hmm. It's market-based, and it happens today, it happened yesterday, and it will continue to happen in the future. We just have a much more defined dashboard, if you would, as to where those areas are specifically in Orange County.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Then my last question is, and I think this one of the speakers today mentioned it too, will residents receive communication to inform them that their property has been administratively rezoned?
So that is what Vision 2050, well, actually Orange Code is doing more than Vision 2050, but there is a correlation, and I presented the formula, right? The one thing that is clear, and it should be clear to the Board of County Commissioners, is that what Vision 2050 and Orange Code are doing is they're bringing all inconsistent zoning districts that happened by the default of history in Orange County. Zoning, the zoning code, the original one in 1957, the first comprehensive plan in 1991. There was a disconnect. Zoning districts were spread throughout the county. The first vision plan, when adopted in 1991, there were a lot of properties that were not brought into consistency with the comprehensive plan. So what Vision 2050 and Orange Code is doing is we're bringing together consistency between the zoning districts and those future land uses. So administratively rezoning means that your action tonight will be very definitive, that there is a process by which the zoning map is going to be very different than it was earlier on today. And the future land use map is going to be very different, because what we're presenting to you as a recommendation to bring those two layers of zoning laws into consistency as per the framework and the administrative rezoning.
So then the residents how will they know when this happened?
Well, this entire engagement effort with the town hall meetings, we did it by districts, we did it virtually, we did it in person.
But will they know? Will they receive any letter, correspondence, or any mail or anything about these changes in their zoning, or no?
We are not planning on less directed, and we've been directed in the past to do to present notifications, especially for the urban or the rural boundary and rural area. But we're not planning on doing that, Commissioner. Okay. It's very expensive to send notifications to each one of the property owners in Orange County. Very expensive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alberto, and thank you, everyone.
This is one of those areas where most who would get something in mail wouldn't even read it anyway, so it only becomes germane when they want to do something, and so it's just very inexpensive, very expensive but ineffective, I think, in trying to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. All right, Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have, thank you, staff, because you guys worked with me for years, standing at that podium for literally years. So thank you. I'm coming to this side with only 5 months under my belt. So there are some questions that I have, and a lot of what District 5 has asked for, particularly in the east, has been honored. And I just want to say thank you very much for that. So here's what I got. So big umbrellas for me was that I wanted to know that we had enough water to support Vision 2050. And yesterday we made big improvements where I specifically asked utilities, and I want to put it forward for exactly what I heard to make sure that I got it right. We have enough water to cover Vision 2050. Development pays for itself. The cost for the infrastructure to increase capacity will be covered by developers, and there will be no displacement cost to taxpayers. That's right. I see Ed shaking his head.
So, Ed, you can come to the mic if you want to respond to that.
And Mayor, if I may, while Ed's
Go
coming
ahead,
around.
John.
Commissioner, I think largely speaking, those statements are all true. Just one point of clarification, when we talk about water for Vision 2050, it would be water to accommodate the population growth expected through 2050. The water demands there's no additional water demands created by Vision 2050 in and of itself. It's the population growth that's expected through the 2050 planning horizon that we have water capacity planned and available for.
So mathematically speaking, Vision 2050 represents form-based code that has Y minimum density versus X density. And so maximum, X being maximum. So we would do, the projected growth could be for a minimum or it could be for a maximum. And my question is, do we have enough water to support the maximum growth projected? And the answer I got was yes.
Ed, there you go. What say you, Mr.
Good evening,
Utilities
Mayor
Director?
and Commissioners. Ed Torres, Orange County Utilities Director. And the short answer is yes. We have significantly invested for decades in alternative water supply in Orange County. We're a progressive proactive utility. We have been planning, regardless of all these efforts, we can't do water supply projects and turn them in a dime. We have to plan 10, 15, 20 years in advance to turn these projects into actionable, feasible solutions. We have two major alternative water supply projects that take us beyond 2050, which is the question that you were asking me, do we have enough water? Those projects are, and the board has been involved, particularly Commissioner Wilson, who's part of the Water Co-op of Central Florida. Those projects are Cypress Lake, which is currently under construction, 9 MGD of water for our region, beyond just us, for other partners in the area, and the Taylor Creek Reservoir, which we're doing in cooperations with other partners, which is a 15 MGD project. That's the one that takes us beyond Vision 2050. In terms of the developers paying their way, I divide that in two different buckets. One, the developers pay for the infrastructure that is needed at the time to support that development. They build water lines, sewer lines, pump stations. They donate that infrastructure to us. They also, separate from that, pay capital charges for the capacity for future expansions that are needed based on that capacity that they need for water and wastewater plants. Those funds are restricted. We cannot use it for anything else other than expansion projects that support that development.
So again, what I heard is that the development will pay for itself, and in terms of any capacity increase that's needed, there would be no distribution cost to taxpayers because it would be developers covering that cost because your business model is different for utilities than for, public works.
It's an enterprise fund, but to be very clear, you also asked me, are current existing utility customers, are they going to have increases in rates? And the answer is yes, they're going to have rate increases because we have inflation, we have O&M, power costs, power increases, personnel increases, and so forth, that all utility customers pay, not necessarily related to the specific development, but you'll see in our budget presentation, we have, our increases for this year, chemicals, materials, and so forth. So those will continue,
So
but are not related to the development or growth.
Got you. So I'm intentionally just delineating the difference between a rate increase, because that comes with the increase of operational costs and such, versus a capacity increase and paying those fees. And so I'm referencing the capacity would be picked up by developers.
Correct, absolutely correct.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Thank
So that
you.
was one of my ones that I was just concerned about the water. And then I didn't understand the process. We heard from some of the community members that made some specific requests, like the Lake Willis Community District 5 Neighborhood Advisory Council came and made some requests. There's another request from another rural community. What happens if tonight it goes through? Are they just out of luck, or do we revisit this, or what happens?
Commissioner, I think from a staff perspective, and Mayor, I'd be happy to have you circle back, apologize. But I did the reference made earlier that the comprehensive plan is a living, breathing document. And so we obviously have the ability, post today, should it be adopted, to come back and amend it in the future. And so if there's a desire, if there's an issue that evolves or some unintended consequence, then the board as a whole could certainly direct staff to prepare appropriate amendments at that point.
Except for the fact that most of these were giving increased density, and I've heard from staff that you can't take it back once that increase occurs. That's what the constituents were saying, so.
So with respect to certain areas, yes, that's true. We are, adding uses and increasing densities, again, on certain properties in certain areas. The vast majority of the county, I think you've certainly seen staff's efforts to faithfully translate existing future land use and existing zoning to the new place type and zoning designation. So, and of course with PDs, again, those aren't changing. If you're in a PD, there are no entitlements being conveyed as part of the plan. So I think largely speaking, most properties probably aren't seeing much if any, of an increase. Certainly not those in the rural area, not those in the established sector. It's the targeted sector where you're seeing the most changes.
So for the people who came and said, I live in a rural community and I don't like the increase that I'm seeing here, can we take that back? If you give an increase right now,
But to
can
be
you
clear,
take
on the
it?
rural community, they're not in a rural community. They're inside the urban service area
Right.
with legacy ag zoning. So they're low-density residential future land use designation. They are being given the appropriate trans-sector zoning designation consistent, one of the lowest ones in most cases, and that you've seen some additional restrictions introduced today in some of the environmental basins. But those designations, we're fixing that inconsistency that has been in existence since the 1991 plan.
Okay, so for those communities that came tonight, if this gets voted through, it's what, if a property owner were to decide to sell and a developer bought, we can't take back those increased densities. I mean, I know they're in the urban service area, but tonight they just need to know that if this passes, that's what it is.
But again, to be clear, in terms of increased densities, the densities which are typically part of the future land use designation, those largely are not changing. It's the zoning, which is the performance standards, which ultimately assist in figuring out what can be done and how a development might occur on a particular piece of property. That is in some cases what is changing on those properties, not necessarily the underlying density associated with the future land use.
Right, John. But what I'm saying is just a very simple question. I'm getting a long answer. I just want to know that for the people that came tonight, if they were unhappy with the zoning change and this passes, they just need to understand that that's what it is for them. They shouldn't keep coming, I just don't like when the community still feels like we're dangling hope and this is what it is tonight. So is that what happens?
Unless the board directs staff to otherwise amend the zoning code and or create a bunch of overlays, the maps are, and the effect of the zoning districts and standards are what they are from tonight.
If I could just finish, please, because I haven't been on the board as long as you have all been here, so I have some critical questions to understanding procedures and processes, and I want to understand that for the people who showed up tonight, if they were unhappy with what they see in the vision and the code, is it done tonight for them? Because I think we should just be transparent that that's the case. So if they get an increase in density or intensity, I've heard over and over again, we can't walk that back. Are you saying that that's not what it is?
Am I allowed to say something really quickly? I just want to talk about Lake Willis in particular. They did not realize what their future underlying land use was. And quite frankly, it wasn't until we started talking, this happened in Kilgore also, that they didn't realize that they were bisected by the urban service area and had a very unusual set of circumstances under the broken old comprehensive plan. I have confronted in a few of these areas where people could not understand how they had activity center mixed use, future land use, and then some kind of agricultural zoning. They did not match. But so I guess what I think is hard to explain is the people from Lake Willis, we can continue to look at opportunities for either, I don't know, whatever we can do, because it's a living document, as we've said. But what they had is actually going to be less dense, or what they're getting now is going to be less dense than what it was under the old comprehensive plan. And so that was something that we've been trying really hard to explain, and I'm going to continue to try to explain it, but they didn't understand why their future land use and their zoning were mismatched, but that's what was going on across the county. And in areas that are outside the urban service area, I think the part for water really quickly that I want to try to articulate is that they don't get water, right? So if we're directing that growth inside the urban service area, it is at the very least something we're getting a chance to go plan. And I'll be there tomorrow. You can come down, there's a public meeting, the Water Co-op. It is a 30-year project, and it's incredible to see the collaboration with other jurisdictions to try to do this long-range planning. Now, I don't want to see it all used. I want to make sure conservation is number one in our options. But just know that if we have people inside that urban service area, what they're getting is not a well in their backyard or another septic tank outside that urban service area where we don't have the services. So directing the growth inside that urban service area so that we can utilize it as part of the enterprise fund and our own planning for the future is the key here. I hope that makes sense as far as the water part.
Well, they already said that we have enough water.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was okay. I mean, I didn't need the extra explanation. They said we're good, and we talked at length yesterday, and I feel really comfortable with their answer.
But do you understand what I was saying about them? If the growth is continuing to sprawl out, and those people are using septic and they're using their own wells, that is the
I'm
issue.
good. I would just like to continue with my questions. I'm good on it. I understand. So my other concern is, because I'm coming in late in the game here, is how do we pay for the infrastructure costs? Because I remember as a constituent when I was here, I remember Vision 2050 being it was like a trifecta. Vision 2050 was being presented, then a new a code would have to come, but we needed a permanent funding source, and that permanent funding source was supposed to be the sales tax increase. And so what is our funding source for infrastructure needed? Because I think we have like almost a $22 billion, a little bit more deficit in infrastructure need, and we were proposing the sales tax to help plug those holes.
For transportation.
Okay, great.
Yeah. But when you say infrastructure for transit, infrastructure for wastewater.
Well, I think we can start with transit, and I'll piggyback off of this backs into my next one, which was, and I've talked about this one for a long time, and in a Sunshine meeting too, that it's hard for me to be the first of a county to adopt form-based coding, and then to hear but we created a hybrid, so we'll be the first of that. So I was just curious to know why no other county did it. So we called planners from other counties that were using form-based coding. And what they said is that they use it in intended growth sectors. And the reason why is because it's cost prohibitive to do it across the whole county, where you get a development in the north, and then in the south, and then in the west, and then in the east. And it becomes hard to do that rapid infill if we don't... and intensifying development around the transportation corridor. So what they do is pick a targeted sector, and it's almost like a phased-in approach, and push it all right there to get the transportation to work. And then they go out, and then they go out. But they said that it was cost prohibitive to just lay over an entire form-based code over an entire county and then expect that we could get a transportation network very quickly that would work. So I feel like maybe that's a difference of, I don't know if I'm comfortable being the first there when we don't have I don't know how we're funding this plan. So I was hoping somebody could provide that info in terms of how we fund, if we just start with transit. So,
Commissioner, let me go ahead and address the infrastructure, and then I can come back perhaps to the form-based code question that you posed as well. So long story short, in terms of infrastructure, Ed made reference to capital charges, which is an impact fee for utility infrastructure. All development pays impact fees, and whether that's schools, parks, law enforcement, transportation, et cetera, there are impact fees for major buckets of infrastructure funding that's needed to support new growth. Currently, this board has those impact fees adopted. They get reevaluated every 5 years, and they are all assessed at 100% of the maximum cost allowed under state law. So those impact fees, obviously it's a policy decision by this board, but those remain the primary funding tool for supporting the infrastructure associated with new growth. Now, Mayor made reference, I think you made reference to a $22 billion deficit. That's digging ourselves out of a hole, which you legally cannot put that on the back of new development. You can make development pay its fair share, which we are doing via impact fees, but you can't have development pay the additional cost of digging yourself out of that backlog. So in terms of impact fees, again, being the primary funding source, also with the transportation initiative, it wasn't just trying to get to our adopted level of service. It was trying to kind of revision our transportation plan and improve level of service and delivery significantly above what we have today. So better mobility, better roads, better transit services, and that's a cost that would be borne in part by development, and development again would pay for its contribution towards that, but the existing community, to dig itself out of the hole, has to pay for some of that as well. So that's, I think, at least on the infrastructure side. Then with respect to the issue and the concern being the first to implement a form-based code countywide, the code, as we've discussed, is not a one-size-fits-all code. You don't have the same development standards and zoning regulations everywhere across the county. You've got the sectors that provide for different place types, and then you've got correlating zoning or transect districts in each of those. You made reference to the targeted sector. The targeted sector itself is probably the purest form-based code elements within the Orange Code document itself. And that is where we want the infill, that's where we want the intensification, because that's how the policy framework has been established. It is much less of a form-based code when you start to get into the established and into the rural areas. So it doesn't allow the same uses, certainly doesn't allow the same intensities in those other place types and transect designations outside the urban core. So it's not like with respect to the other municipalities, you know, and trying to encourage infill, we're not trying to approve the same level of intensity in the urban core as we are in the rural area. That would certainly be counterproductive. So we're trying to direct it to the urban core where we can get that level of intensification and complementary infrastructure benefits associated with transit and other services.
Okay, so do we have enough money to cover the infrastructure for transit that we need for Vision 2050 without raising people's taxes? The sales tax, like, do we have that money available?
So when we had a transportation presentation, I think it was back in October of last year, we went through a comparative analysis of the different levels of transportation infrastructure investment that might be needed under our current plan and what would be needed under Vision 2050. And they were very comparable transportation systems. Certainly nothing that was more expensive under Vision 2050. It was not more expensive under Vision 2050.
So is it a yes or a no? We have enough?
Byron's going to take a crack
See if
at
I
it.
can help here. I think it goes back to that fundamental point that was made earlier, which is you can't attribute the growth to Vision 2050. And so Vision 2050 does not exacerbate the situation. It does not put us in a position we will face the same challenges of how to meet all of our infrastructure needs, Vision 2050, or if we continue under our old framework or our existing framework. This gives us the ability, though, to start targeting the growth in areas that I think will enable us to take advantage of excess capacity, to actually extend and hopefully help and aid in providing the infrastructure, doing at a more reasonable cost than if we did not have the Vision 2050 in place. So there is not the yes/no answer to you. The deal is whether or not you're trying to attribute all the growth that's projected. This is simply trying to come up with a framework to accommodate the growth that's projected and do it in a manner that is more effective than what we currently have. You're going to face that same challenge. This gives us the ability to hopefully do this in a more manageable way.
I hear you, and this is exactly what I'm trying to express. Is that, so I understand Vision 2050 is the guardrails for development and growth. It provides the framework, like you said. So I'm not referencing the population increase because of Vision 2050. What I'm simply saying is that originally, when I was a citizen sitting on that side, the way that the picture was sold to us was we need to have a new comp plan, new comprehensive land use plan, a new code will accompany it, and we need to have a permanent source of funding that would come in the form of a sales tax increase. And so I'm trying to, in the event of just having, because I don't have a financial analysis report to look at, so I'm trying to piece together data. And what I understand from voters is that, one, with the passing of the rural boundary, they don't want to see urban sprawl anymore. So we got that. But with the fail of the sales tax increase, they also don't want to pay for the infrastructure. So I'm trying to determine whether or not Vision 2050 is depending, like, are we depending, not Vision 2050, are we depending on that tax to come through to make this plan work? Where are we getting that money to make this plan work? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Sure, I would say this board, a future board, just like past boards, will have to make some of those decisions of how would you best maintain the quality and level of service that the citizens who are coming, those who are coming to this area, will desire. That becomes ultimate policy questions that you'll face, boards in the past have faced, and boards in the future will face.
So I guess, so then we don't know yet. And I just then would like to really advocate that before we tax people, we should be, as a county, seriously lobbying to diversify how we can spend our tourism tax money, so we don't have to talk about raising people's taxes to cover roadway expansion when we know that that's the worst form of return on investment. You expand it, it breaks again. Expand it, it breaks again. So I'm uncomfortable that there's no financial plan here. And then
So the financial analysis will be done by Urban 3, right? And
So just to be clear, the charter amendment that passed required a fiscal analysis tool to evaluate urban service area expansions and changes in land use in the rural areas. That's not what this is doing. This is a broad plan update versus a specific project that's being considered before the board.
So I'm not speaking about Charter Amendment 4 right now. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying a financial analysis not pertaining to Charter Amendment 4, so a cost analysis. I was just looking for some data that said, overall, the transit that would be, improvements that would be needed with Vision 2050 may be this amount, and then we can figure out how we can pay for those.
So we actually did that presentation before the board in October of 2024. So last year, we had a specific transportation work session and compared the current long-range plan and growth pattern that would be provided under the current plan versus what Vision 2050 would facilitate or provide for. And we had that discussion with the board.
Awesome. So then what was that number?
Well, I think in both scenarios, there was a deficit in transportation funding needed to maintain level of service. And it was the same quandary before the board then, that's before the board now, is there is not a dedicated funding source for transportation to meet the future level of service irrespective of the current plan or the Vision 2050 framework.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to get at. Thanks for getting us there, is that we don't have the funding plan yet for Vision 2050.
But
It's not for Vision 2050.
Or for the infrastructure that's needed to accommodate the projected growth.
Right.
Correct.
But the
Thank you.
fiscal analysis that Urban 3 is doing will be presented to us before October 2025, right?
The framework of the tool and how it will be applied in the context of future amendments and applications will be presented to the board in advance of that deadline, yes.
Correct.
So that's for the urban service area expansions, right?
Specifically, the charter amendment made
Yes.
reference to urban
So
service area
that's
expansions.
great. That's a
Yes.
separate issue. I'm not talking about that pertaining to a financial analysis of the whole plan. I just wanted to know that, given a maximum density that we may see with projected growth, what was our funding plan? That was it. And is it contingent? Are we hoping to get a sales tax increase to fill that deficit? I don't know where the money's coming from. That's I don't know where the money's coming from.
I mean, as it relates to transportation, that's part of our vision sessions. We've been talking about that, public-private types of partnerships. And then we're in an environment right now where Tallahassee is going to have a special session where they're going to look at their budget, and there's different provisions being proffered forward, one by the governor that is potentially looking at some type of property tax reform, and the legislature looking at sales tax reform. Now, they're going to meet and have some conversation to see if there's going to be some type of rollback or something that will be forced upon local governments from Tallahassee. Once we know all of that, we then know how much money we have. But we have we're going to have to sit down and have a conversation with you about the different funding, revenue sources that we have, and many of them are
Can we call the
restricted.
question?
We can't do that
No,
today.
you guys, please,
Okay.
you know, I have another question. If Senate Bill 180 comes to fruition, where the state is right now saying we can't amend our comprehensive land use plan until 2027, and tonight we make a vote, but the vote has pieces of it that fall out because legal does a review and says this is more restrictive. What happens to our vote tonight if those pieces aren't standing, if Senate Bill 180 is implemented on us?
It is hypothetical until someone's.
You all can take a stab at that one.
on the governor's
either way,
desk,
the
so
state
it's
is
got the
mandating
votes.
that we have a comprehensive plan.
Commissioner, we've had discussions internally. It basically would force the county to put Vision 2050 and Orange Code on the shelf. Now, there are obviously we'd have to go back and figure out how to meet the state requirements relative to the ear-based amendments in a completely different form, basically amending our current plan. But it is a bill that has would have a dramatic impact on the county's ability, not just to implement Vision 2050 and Orange Code, but any regulatory amendment for a substantial period of time, and perhaps indefinitely into the future. So, Georgiana, I don't know if you want to add anything else to that, but.
I think you said it pretty well, John.
So under no condition, then, what happens is that the plan that we pass tonight takes forward the higher level density, but says that the others were more restrictive. We just default back to the old plan.
I think in attempting to just look at the bill and the potential vulnerabilities associated with how we're changing development standards, it is almost impossible to try to isolate what might be more restrictive, more lenient versus more restrictive within that. In terms of staff's recommendation, I think we'd have to come back with some ordinances that basically suspend the effective implementation of what the board would do today, and then we'd have to sit down and regroup with the state about what do we go from here in terms of our current Destination 2030 plan.
Okay, but my question is, I want to know that if tonight we pass this, and then because there's no definition of what is more restrictive, as you noted. So I just want to know that we default back to today's plan. It's not that Vision 2050 gets adopted and the more, however they define more restrictive, is pulled out, but that's the plan with those holes in it. I want to know that we default back to the
That is
existing.
not the only analysis. It really depends on when things happen, when it's signed, where we are in that process. So I can't give you an answer of what we do until it happens and we analyze it and we bring it back to you.
Okay, so
We could have an effective plan. We could not have an effective plan. We could have a transmitted plan. We could have a not transmitted plan.
So we just don't know.
We don't know.
And we don't know that if they were to say, hey, Vision 2050 looks great for this, you can adopt this, but these are pulled out, you can't have those. We don't know for sure that we would default back to today's plan.
The state simply makes a finding that it's in compliance.
Okay, so we would default back to today's plan.
No, we don't know. We don't know what would occur because it depends on when it happens. The state doesn't go and look and make findings about what they keep and what they don't want. They make a determination that it's in compliance as a unit, as a whole.
And then my question is that once, let's say that they make a finding that it's not compliant, what is the governing document? That's what I'm trying to ask. If they say it's not compliant, what's the governing document?
We have our current comp plan until Vision 2050 is effective.
Okay, so that was my question when I said, do we default back to today's plan? And you said we don't know, but that is what would happen.
You were asking about it in the context of Senate Bill 180.
Right, because if Senate Bill 180 is signed and they say that this is more restrictive. So I wanted to know, do we revert back to today's? And it sounds like yes. So.
I don't think she said yes. She said we don't know.
No, she said that it would be found not compliant and then we would follow today's plan.
She didn't say we would revert back.
No, you guys.
The determination by the state is consistent with 163. Their determination about it being compliant is done under Chapter 163.
Right, and my question is just if this one fails the state compliance test, what would be the governing document? And I hear from you it would be today's plan.
Until we got a resolution on the state's determination, our current comp plan continues to exist. That's outside of any analysis related to Senate Bill 180.
So that is my question, just if it fails the state, then what is the governing document? And it's today's plan. Yeah, that has been my question. So, and lastly, I don't know what to do with the other head planners across the country that said that when they didn't use form-based coding across the entire county, it was for cost prohibitive, and they called it a ping-pong style of development when it just goes all across the county. So I don't know why. I get that we're going to be innovative and try something new. When others are saying that everything that we're trying to achieve in Vision 2050 should go into intended sectors, do it right there, get bigger, but don't go all across the whole county. So I don't know what to do with that information. I hear you, John, that you say that this is how we should be the first to try that and be the first to do a hybrid. And I don't know how we pay for the infrastructure without increasing citizens' roadway or taxes, and I don't support that sales tax increase as is. So I have some concerns regarding Vision 2050 still, but I would like to say that in 5 months' time, we have resolved nearly everything that we came for with Vision 2050. I do have some concerns from Commissioner Bonilla as well, where, just looking at, are we giving up some of the community engagement? Today's community engagement doesn't represent tomorrow's communities, and being concerned that with the lack of those community meetings, that we may limit that participation as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Uribe.
Great. So I do have a question. We're giving, it was interesting, we heard a lot of comments on densification and a lot of young people where they want to walk and they want to be able to get on public transit. But we're not providing any kind of incentive to people to densify, are we? Any kind of transportation mobility incentive for densification? John, maybe John.
Well, I think there may be several, in terms of parking and being able to take advantage of mixed uses. Obviously, our current transportation impact fee structure has a lower impact fee rate in the urban core than it does in the rural area. Actually,
I'm going the other way, actually, because I really have a concern. And after hearing Commissioner Semrad right now, we're giving away all this density, and we should be actually incentivizing landowners and developers by density bonuses to help cover the cost, but we're not doing that. We're basically giving away density, and we're not getting any financial assistance to help our already broken mobility system. And I actually think it's wrong. And I did a little research. Go ahead.
So, Commissioner, just going back to the correlation table in Chapter 1 of Vision 2050, you would see in the targeted sector, you would see all of those specific future land uses. You would have a minimum and a maximum density. There is another column right next to it, which is called flex zones. And you can increase the maximum density by, as per each one of those particular transects or place types or future land uses, only if you certify locally affordable and attainable development programs. So there is an incentive if that's what you were looking for.
No, I appreciate, and we've been working on this for a couple of years, and I appreciate how far we've gotten. But as I'm listening, and I have asked for a comprehensive transportation and infrastructure study, and all I've gotten is we need dedicated funding. So basically, my answer that I received, very similar to what Commissioner Semrad said, is give us money and we'll make it happen. But yet we should have taken this opportunity of allowing landowners and developers to densify their property and have them pay into the system to help us with our mobility issue. So just because we're densifying, we already have a broken transportation structure, and we have no funding outside of telling taxpayers pay more to improve it. And so while the thought of let's densify and be a work, walk, ride community, we're not doing anything to assist it. And after we had our last visioning, hearing how Seminole County were able to actually get for infrastructure and transportation, but yet we were looking at an MSBU to raise everyone's taxes, it makes me even more concerned. So I did a little research in the city of Houston, and Houston actually reverted back. So they did not keep a one code fits all. And I was also reading, I'm gonna personally just talk about District 3. 6 acres or less. I am lucky to have a 6-acre project. So that means my seat and anyone who comes after me, good luck. You're not going to have a voice when it comes to projects, because if it's 6 acres, or if it's 6 acres, we got to be under to be able to have any input, any community input, and that's not how we should be placing. I am actually, and my constituents who are still here, we've had an issue with our rural enclaves even before Vision 2050, before this intended densification, and we were actually able to reduce housing, not as much as y'all wanted, but we were able to reduce housing because we had the ability to have input on a case, and we're losing that now. And I think it's completely disappointing that you only want to protect the rural boundaries, but there are rural enclaves that are being left out, and they're not getting any kind of protection. And although you said it's I forgot what you said, in enchanted rural, or some comment that you made earlier, where it's not really rural because it's not big enough, but it's little, so it's not being protected. There was a word you said earlier, and you don't remember either. But my constituents right there are a perfect example. They're still in an ag area. They're going to have zero protection because they're an enclave. Because you know why? Because we sit in the middle of densified areas. So go ahead.
Commissioner, the rural residential enclave policies that have been adopted in the plan are not changing. Those are being carried forward. What is changing, and I think I specifically heard the reference, that they're not in a rural residential enclave. So they have sort of this.
They are. There you go. So the county took us out.
Well, we are the county.
I know.
You are, right. So in terms of.
You are the county.
Right. Again, in terms of a living, breathing document, the board has the ability to look for those areas and those policies to be reviewed over time. And so again, the rural residential enclave policies, they're designed for rural communities inside the urban service area that have developed and maintained agricultural uses, and they're looking to maintain those protections. And so the board staff worked with the board, worked with those communities. And so Chickasaw, Barry Deese, Maybe not O'Berry Hoover.
Lake Mabel.
Lake Mabel. There's a number of them that have been adopted, but have been workshopped very closely with each of the commissioners and their communities. And the maps were all identified and brought forward and adopted into the comp plan. Those are being carried out. Those are absolutely being carried forward in Vision 2050 today.
I also have an issue, and the billboard situation did come up, and the biggest concern was that they were non-conforming. And so they got a 2-year extension of hoping and pleading that they get to make a deal with the county. But that last, I guess, proposal that you guys gave us yesterday was 1,800 pages. And so it was interesting because even here, there was a conversation of, well, we just heard from the billboard community, right? But yet you guys had implemented a part of this that actually directly affected that business entity. And as I look at all the businesses that you've been in touch with since 2021, why weren't they at the table years ago knowing that this would directly affect that industry? And I want to take a step further. I want to go to page 166. Today while we've been here, we read that one of our biggest employers in town is laying off a ton of people. And then I had someone actually text me and said they're one of those people who just got laid off. I sit there and meet with small businesses throughout our district who are trying to hold on. I have a Zaxby's, a chain restaurant that's getting ready to close because the county won't let them put up a daily sign to attract traffic to their establishment. And I have a barbecue place on Orange Avenue going through the same thing. I have another place on Goldenrod. So these small businesses, and this is where I'm going with this, these small businesses who are our local employers, who are our bread and butter, are being hindered more and more and more every day. And I will tell you, when it comes to billboard, it's way cheaper than TV, radio, and all of these other spots. And so I'm not a rep for them, but I am concerned that we continue to limit the ability to prosper for local businesses to be able to move forward. And on page 166, and I found it when you guys, Jennifer, I believe when you were saying, and actually I've been getting businesses asking me, can we put something out daily? Cities let them do it, but you go into the county and we get a code enforcement officer saying, put it up. but we're dying. We're going to be closing shop. And I actually have one restaurant who called me and said, we're going to be closing our doors. We're going to have to let everyone go, and we're going to close our doors because we cannot make it. Our other stores are maintaining the store. And I'm going to tell you, it's a store on Orange Blossom Trail, which is already a very suffering business. And I don't have, and having been through a situation with a billboard, I don't feel that the county is actually open to protecting these sources of promotion for businesses and local businesses, most importantly. And I think that we need to do better on that, and we need to offer opportunities for businesses to prosper. And so, Jennifer, you have a comment.
Well, first, let me just say this. When you say the county, you're the county.
These
We're the
are
county.
before we got here.
Well,
But we're only tightening these up
We're
more.
the board now, and those types of things that you're bringing up, what's the solution? We can all identify what problems are, but
Well, the
what's
solution
the
is not to
solution?
have it in here making it worse.
What's the solution? Then offer the solution. How do you avoid that?
But this is just an example of two things that we know that are non-conforming, and I didn't have enough time to go through all 1,800 pages to find out
Even
everything else
representatives.
non-conforming.
But even the representatives
The
said that they were working
representatives are
through it.
hoping that the county will work with them over the next 2 years.
Well, that's
They're-
right, and we
but they're-
are.
But it
That's the
should have been
point.
worked on before. We've been working on this since 2021, and they were an industry
You're
that was being
asking our
directly
staff to
affected.
anticipate the interests of every business lobby out there. I think what the most important piece is the flexibility of the plan, which was articulated very clearly about an hour and a half ago.
I don't agree.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
Jennifer, do you
believe
know
there was
what
a question in
you-
there somewhere.
Right. I was going to say, what's the question?
So one of the things I think I heard was, why didn't we reach out to the billboard industry?
But that's part one, and part two is
Okay.
putting in language that's already making it non-conforming.
Okay, so a couple things there. One, that list was not an exclusive list in terms of the people that we reached out to. We did actually send our entire sign code to the International Sign Association and ask them, they represent sign companies all over, and asked them to take a look at it and provide us any comments. They did provide us comments. They did not provide us any comments on the billboard section. They did provide us comments, and some of the comments we took, and some of them we weren't unable to really apply. Some of them were things like, well, you should match City of Orlando's code, things like that, which, by the way, the City of Orlando prohibits billboards. So, so we took what we thought we could from them and inserted it in. I will say, I know at least one of the billboard companies was aware of these provisions as early or late as September of last year when they met with staff, and staff identified that and outlined the code provisions for them. I myself only recently heard that they had any concerns or questions about it until about a month, maybe 2 months ago. At which point a meeting was scheduled. We heard them out, and they said, here's all of our changes that we would like. We made, like I said, 90 to 95% of the changes that they were requesting. And then we discussed the reasons why the other changes, we were not comfortable making them, and certainly not this late in the game. And so we agreed to add that additional language in to give us some time to continue our conversations with them. In regard to them becoming non-conforming, I can't tell you how many billboards will become non-conforming with the adoption of the code. This code is not prohibiting billboards. I can tell you that more than 50% of the billboards in Orange County today are already non-conforming. So just because you have a non-conforming billboard does not mean that it has to go away. Doesn't mean that there are any, it can stand for as long as it's there. If it is damaged by more than 50%, there are rules and regulations that regulate that. But most of the billboards in Orange County are the metal poles, and those things aren't going anywhere for a very long time. Anytime, if we ever do see billboards that are damaged after hurricanes and things, it's typically the wooden pole ones, which are usually already non-conforming because they're in ag districts and other areas. In terms of making things non-conforming, with the adoption of this code, with the adoption of any code amendment that we've ever done, you're always going to make something non-conforming. Some property, some part of a property is always going to become nonconforming with the adoption of a new code because there's new regulations that apply. And so we have nonconforming standards in our code that address that situation, which essentially says that nonconforming use, that nonconforming structure, that nonconforming, building, whatever it is allowed to remain in perpetuity unless it, if the use goes away for more than 6 months, then you have to come into compliance, those types of things. But we have a code that specifically outlines that. So the adoption of this code isn't necessarily making every billboard nonconforming. It may make some of them nonconforming, it very likely will, but it's also going to make other structures, other properties nonconforming. It's not specific to the billboard industry. So that's something that you need to understand, but there's protections in place already built into our current code and built into Orange Code that address that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so apparently I got to file a memo and request for these changes to happen. I do want to talk about also, so I did that part. I have been hearing from the rural community, and I understand on the rural community, you changed the side setbacks from 20 to 10. Can you elaborate why? Alberto, anybody?
Can you be specific when you say the rural community?
Like in the rural area, in the boundaries, the side setbacks, I heard from somebody in Christmas that said, why are they changing the setback from 20 to 10 required?
Hey, when does it have a 20?
Yeah, so right. Side setbacks, 20.
So Commissioner, you're saying currently the side setback is 10 feet and it's changing to 20 feet?
No, it's currently 20 and they've been told it's changing to 10.
No, it's
Excuse me,
current-
yes, it's 10, excuse me, changing to 20, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I apologize, I have it written differently, yes.
So do you want to?
Like they have the ability to have their setback on the side, still 10.
So,
and now they're changing it.
Commissioner, this is very specific to T21 transect zone, which allows or requires 200-foot minimum in terms of the width of that particular parcel. And it's also within a 5-acre, should I stop? Within a 5-acre parcel minimum. So this gives you the very direct representation of what we're talking about. This is very rural. This happens in the rural service area. So those particular properties are very wide. They're 5 acres minimum. And the 10 to 20 setback was de minimis in terms of a requirement. It's not a restriction.
But can I ask why? I mean, I've heard from somebody who doesn't want it, so I'm just trying to ask, why would you do that? If it was fine, why not just leave it? And it enables their parcels to be, let's just say they want to separate it, or it's a not so wide, it's actually thinner, and they're elongated, because those areas are not just cookie cutter.
Yeah.
Why can't we just leave it at 10? Why is it changing to 20? Why are we, because not every parcel's cut the same.
So the premise for that particular change was to reinforce the mission statement, right? And it is to have a very predictable result of future infill within the rural area or the rural sector of the county, that those particular parcels that are in the rural areas will continue to have the character of rural conditions.
I get what you're saying.
That was the basis for that.
But would you consider it, because if you've got long lots instead of wide lots, but let's just say you have the acreage, you're limiting that person with the side set if that's the case on a long lot.
Yeah. So, Commissioner, the other point is that's the T21, right?
Yes.
And the T23 has a 10 foot setback minimum. So if anyone has an issue with the setback itself, it's a rezoning. You would see it. You would be able to say, yeah, this makes sense because it has a more characteristics of existing surrounding neighborhood character, and you would be able to allow that rezoning. So because it would fall within that particular place type, that's the flexibility of Vision 2050 and Orange Code as a formula.
Yeah.
The zoning doesn't work because they want to do something a little bit more dense.
But I
area.
think on the other end of this, you're forcing lots to have to go into wooded areas or areas that they don't want to disturb. I mean, why can't we leave it at the 10-foot, because like I said, there are long lots. This is a person who said, I have a long lot, not a wide lot. And so now you're causing me to go further into an area that's undisturbed. So, but then you're saying, well, just come back and ask for permission, which is a permission that's granted now. Why can't we leave that, knowing that every lot, especially in the rural areas, are not cut out exactly the same? If they were all 100 feet wide, it'd be a different conversation, but you've got some that are long and then thinner and so forth, and it's unpredictable in that end.
So, sometimes the conversation in isolation from a specific map gets lost in translation, because sometimes you would be able to very quickly see this particular property in the rural sector that has the agricultural character to it. You would be able to see that everything in that surrounding context today may be A1. And it begins to, if Vision 2050 and Orange Code would allow for that to continue, you would be able to not keep that character of the neighborhood. It just adds to the urbanization of areas that we don't want to urbanize. Go ahead.
So Commissioner, I may be able to add a little bit more to your question of where that number came from. So you might have remembered in one of our previous work sessions, we talked about the use, the number of zoning districts reducing, right? So we're going from, 30 zoning districts to 22, okay? So when you do that, you have to collapse some of the requirements down. You're collapsing 3 or 4 zoning districts into one zoning district. So RCE 2 and RCE 5, which are current zoning districts, RCE 2 has a side setback of 30 feet and RCE 5 has a side setback of 35 feet. Agricultural zoning districts have a side setback of 10 feet. So what I suspect happened when they collapsed down the zoning districts and merged them into one, they said, okay, well, 20 feet is probably an appropriate number that kind of splits the difference between 10 feet and 30 or 35 feet. That is probably where that number came from and where, why it was applied here. But if you have a recommendation to reduce the side
I
yard.
think we should leave it, because I would hate for other land on that property, because it's long way, is going to be affected now, because now you're forcing them to go back, where if they already had the 10 feet setback, why not allow that to remain?
Well, the minimum lot width is 200 feet in that particular district that we're talking about. That's not a narrow lot.
I understand, but again, you're taking away an entitlement that they had, which is a setback of 10.
Well, and what we may have here is where the property owner doesn't understand, the code, and I don't think we should be changing what has been proposed at this point. Sitting here at the dais, what happened to your briefings? Why didn't all of this come up there?
Pieced together briefings, and then more issues come up, more research gets done, and it's our due diligence to do
We
that.
cannot make these types of decisions piecemeal, just on the fly, because one person says.
And with all honesty, I have
that's
been
not the way this
doing,
works.
I have been implementing concerns about the 6 feet minimal, the 6 acres minimal for a long time.
Well, you
And
should have been telling
And also
them that.
about no real comprehensive
It's kind of late
transportation
to
or
do
infrastructure.
that. Listen, I realize you running for office and all of that.
This has, I've been saying this
believe it
before.
is.
No,
I
okay.
believe it is.
Well, thank you for the announcement.
Let's just get the work done that we need to get done and stop, sitting up here and
I think I think I need to be
politicizing everything.
responsible
No,
on
that's
what we
what's
do.
happening here.
No, it's not.
Listen, at this point, we've been working on this for years, since you've been on this board, and you're bringing that up now. What is this?
I have brought up a lot of these issues over and over on transportation and infrastructure, and the only transportation study I got is you need funding. That's not a transportation or infrastructure study.
I don't think that's what's happening here.
I have said that since day one.
Anyway, you all answered the question.
All right.
Okay, if you're not satisfied with the answer you got, then you're not satisfied with it. I don't think we can get there. At this point, we've been sitting here for quite some time. You all have asked your questions. We've heard from the public. At this point, is there a motion?
So moved, Wilson.
All right.
Hold on, Mayor, just for clarification, are we going to do it one action at a time, or how are we going to do that?
Well, we open them all together. Do we have to?
Well,
Okay,
Right.
put the, we got to do them, put the action
we
up.
want to start then with the comprehensive plan amendment, which is Vision 2050.
All right, let's go to the comprehensive plan amendment. All right,
So this is,
this is the requested action.
So can we do it like this? Can you say the requested action, and then Mayor does his thing, or whatever, each one?
so the first one, it's for the comprehensive plan, and it is to, you have a recommendation from staff and the local planning agency to adopt, to make findings of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt staff-initiated map and text amendment, 2023-1C CP1, and adopt the amendment implementing ordinance and provide an effective date, and authorize staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener's errors to the plan or the ordinance.
All right, is there a motion?
Motion
So
for
moved.
I think Commissioner Gomez-Cadero was the motioner on that. Is there a second?
Second, Wilson.
Second, Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. Was that 2 noes? Okay, the motion passes 5-2. All right, we'll move to the next one.
The next one is for Orange Code Chapter 40. You have both staff and Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations to adopt, and it's to make findings of consistency with the comprehensive plan, adopt the ordinance that creates Chapter 40, and authorize staff to correct non-substantial grammatical scrivener's errors and text and map amendment changes.
Move to
And an
adopt
effective date.
the-
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cadero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, motion passes 5-2. All right, we'll go to the next one.
The next one is for Orange County Chapters 38 and 39. You have both staff and Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations to adopt and to make findings of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the ordinance to amend and repeal certain provisions of Chapter 38 and reenact or create the new Chapter 39 and authorize staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener's errors.
So
So
moved.
moved.
More.
All right, was a motion by Commissioner Moore, second Commissioner Wilson. All right, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I don't, Commissioner Simrad, did you?
I'm in the affirmative for this
You
one.
rebase the no.
I'm a yes on this
Okay.
one.
6-1. All right, we'll move to the next one.
For this one is regarding Chapter 31.5. You have both staff and Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations to adopt. And the requested action is to make findings of consistency with the comp plan and adopt ordinance repealing Chapter 31.5. That is the motion.
Move approval.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cadero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes 6-1. All right, we'll move to the next one.
Next and last is the reconciliation of the Orange County Code chapters. You have both staff and Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations to adopt and to make findings of consistency with the comp plan, to adopt the ordinance that will amend or repeal certain provisions of Chapter 3, Chapter 9, Chapter 11, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 21, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapters 28, Chapter 30, Chapter 32, Chapter 38, Chapter 37, and provide an effective date and authorize staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical
So
or
moved.
scrivener's
I don't know what just happened down
What
there.
is
but-
happening?
Moore was the motioner, Wilson was the
Okay.
second.
There was some kind of a sliding into the base there.
Who was the motion on that?
More.
Commissioner Moore.
Just,
then,
and
is there a
just
second?
before we take the vote, I know it's been a long day, but Alberto said chapter 38. I think you meant chapter 34.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry about that.
Chapter 34.
Thank you for
That's what
picking
you
that up.
meant.
I was just going to
All
correct
right.
it.
Move for the.
Who was the second on that? Was that Commissioner Wilson? All right. We have a motion and a second. You all got it? Commissioner Moore was the motion, and the second was Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes 6-1. All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you all to many of you. You've been here practically all day. Thank you for your patience.
Seriously.
Sometimes, government moves slowly, but I think this is a good day for Orange County to move forward. Thank you all very much. There is no further action before the board today, and with that, we stand adjourned.